My honor to welcome you today to the regularly scheduled Nevada Game Control Board meeting for the month of December 2024. Before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during today's meeting. And if you all would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada Open Meeting Law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Then today we will be covering all items noted on our December agenda. Madam Secretary, let's begin first with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to Nevada Open Meeting Law, matters brought to the board's attention during our public comment section may not be acted upon by the board, but of course we always want to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, let's go here to Las Vegas. Good morning. Please introduce yourself, state your name, and spell your name. For everybody's knowledge here, there is a court reporter taking down everything we say today. She's just not in the room, so we'll have you spell your name and state it for the record, and please speak distinctly so that she can type down everything you're saying. There's a little red button in front of you there. You can push that. It should turn green, and then you can introduce yourself.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ted Papageorge. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Culinary Workers Union, TEDPAPPAGEORGE. I'm actually here with the morning shift from the strike line at the Virgin Hotel. The contract's been expired now for 18 months at the Virgin Hotel. And we are in the third week of an open-ended strike. And we have had numerous negotiations. Unfortunately, we have a company that is unwilling to settle the standards that we have negotiated in Las Vegas. They are the final remaining company that has not come to the table with a fair contract. Properties like the Stratosphere, the Westgate, the Rio have settled contracts and met the standards of this negotiating group, but not the Virgin Hotel. They will be coming before you today on licensing issues, but we're here to talk to you as members of the community. And also you'll hear from some of our folks about some concerns we have about their license. We have at this point been faced with a last and final offer of 0 wage increases for first 3 years and very little after that. The workers rejected that by 99%. 3 days before the strike. We had a day of negotiations before the strike. The company came with their final offer of what amounts to about 30 cents a year in wage increases, with no retroactive pay and nothing for the first year and a half. The negotiating committee voted unanimously to reject that. These workers are strong. They are united, and they are going to stay on that picket line, and we're going to support them until they get a fair contract, the same as what the rest of the workers have and deserve in Las Vegas. The other point I would make is just that, look, this is an incredibly wealthy company. These are Canadian hedge funds, Fengate worth $9 billion, Juniper Capital, also Canadian. And these companies have extremely deep pockets. So the idea that these Canadian economic entities would come to Las Vegas to try to destroy our standards of living that we've worked for decades to build is just unacceptable. We think that the Fengate and the executives of Virgin Hotels should take their 3 dimes and if they don't agree to Vegas standards, go back to Las Vegas. Go back to Canada, I'm sorry. So we do have a couple of folks here also that would like to make some comment. Thank you.
You.
Good morning. My name is Christina Stevens, Christina Stevens, and I'm a cook at the Virgin Hotels for 3 years. I'm wondering why we, as a cook, I don't deserve exactly the same fair contract as the Westgate, the Rio, the Strat, and the Sahara Hotel. If we are at the out of the strip too, exactly the same as the other hotels. I think, to me, it's not fair. It's not been treated at the Virgin Hotels like as a first-class employee. If we don't get a fair contract, we still gonna fight for it because we are the first-class employees too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Bennett, TimothyBennett, and I've been at the Virgin Hard Rock for 19 years now. First 6 years in room service department and last 13 in banquets now. And I just believe we need to settle this and hopefully, because we used to have a saying there, love all and serve all, and our internal guests are just as important as our external guests coming in. And I believe it is a good thing to transition away from Mohegan Sun to independent casino again. And hopefully that'll be good luck to them today, Cliff and Chad, and hopefully just get back to realize we're all family and we need, like you need us and we need you to end this rift. Hopefully you can put an end to this soon, this settle a good contract for us workers who've been blood, sweat, and tears and here for so long, and we implore you and yeah, thank you for your time and God bless today.
Thank you. Morning. Can you do me a favor and turn that one off? Otherwise, the microphones sometimes pick up each other. Thank you. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ken Liu, Kenliu. I'm with the Culinary Union. 2 Virgin Las Vegas executives, Cliff Atkinson and Chad Conrad, will go before you today for their gaming license hearing. They are the only people on the agenda for the resort trying to take over the casino operations from the Mohegan Sun. However, it is not clear from the board agenda whether state regulators, you, have asked or intend to ask about who these individuals answer to, or how they raised the funds to buy the casino operating company from the Mohegan Sun. We believe these questions about funding and ultimate control deserve greater scrutiny to ensure public trust and confidence in Nevada's gaming regulatory system. Specifically, we ask you to investigate Joseph S. Mancinelli, David D. Agostini, Lou Serafini Jr., Jay Wolf, Alex Chris, and Amon Reali as to whether they exert significant influence over the operations at Virgin Las Vegas and are therefore required to apply for a gaming license. They are the key individuals associated with the multi-billion-dollar enterprise that owns Virgin Las Vegas. Mancinelli is the board chair of the Liuna Pension Fund of Central and Eastern Canada, and DeAgostini is the fund CEO. This 11 billion Canadian dollar laborers pension fund is the majority owner of Virgin Las Vegas. Do Atkinson and Conrad answer to Mancinelli and DeAgostini? Do they answer to Lou Serafini Jr., the CEO of Fengate Asset Management, which invested in Virgin Las Vegas on behalf of the laborers pension fund? Fengate manages other private funds with up to 63% of beneficial ownership by non-US persons. Who are these foreign investors of Fengate? Do they influence Fengate's decision-making? Do Atkinson and Conrad answer to Jay Wolf and Alex Chris of Juniper Capital? They, according to the firm's website, Jay Wolf and Alex Chris are on the board of the corporate entity that owns Virgin Las Vegas. Juniper's third managing director, Armand Reali is the president of a company called Buena Vista Development Corporation in Canada. That company was recently in the news when it was listed as the primary developer of a property that was put up for sale against regulations in Toronto's protected Greenbelt, according to a report by the government. However, Reali, when reached by reporters, claimed he was not the owner of the land, and the actual owner turned out to be a Chinese investor living in China. And the ultimate Chinese investor claimed the whole matter was a matter of misunderstanding, end quote. We should strive to avoid any such misunderstandings about the sources of funds and issues of control at the Nevada Casino Resort like Virgin Las Vegas. The public deserves to know more about who is ultimately in charge at Virgin. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Catha. That's Paulcatha. So as others have discussed today, Cliff Atkinson, Chad Conrad, and their company, CNC 455 LLC, will come before you for their application to take over the gaming license and the gaming operation at Virgin Las Vegas. I want to say a few words about Nevada regulators' complicated relationship with individual and institutional billionaires. Nevada pays deference to billionaire institutions and individuals, which has sometimes resulted in regulatory failures and inactions. Nevada never took away the Tropicana's gaming license, even though its billionaire-owned parent company lost their gaming license in Atlantic City in 2008. Nevada let Deutsche Bank own a 25% stake in Station Casinos, even though a subsidiary of the bank pled guilty to a felony charge related to global interest rate manipulation in 2015. Nevada failed to bring a billionaire casino owner to account for sexual misconduct before the Wall Street Journal published a series of investigative reports in 2018. After Massachusetts gaming regulators began to hold the billionaire and his company accountable in 2019, Nevada finally took disciplinary action against the billionaire in late 2019. On the other hand, Nevada has successfully investigated and found suitable billionaires and leaders of multi-billion-dollar institutions. Many wealthy individuals and large institutional investors in the state's gaming industry have subjected themselves to the state's rigorous licensing process and obtained a gaming license. Billionaire owners of casino resorts on the Strip have long held gaming licenses in Nevada. A top executive from one of the largest private equity firms applied for a gaming license and showed up for his licensing hearing when the firm bought one of the largest resorts on the Strip in 2022. He was approved for a gaming license. Even Deutsche Bank in 2010 sent 4 top executives to be licensed as board members of the entity that owned a large resort on the Strip on the bank's behalf. Nevada was able to require the global bank to sign a letter agreeing to promise not to influence these board members when it comes to gaming-related activities. With the state's gold standard of gaming regulation, why would Nevada not require the owners of Virgin Las Vegas to be included in a review of the resort's own licensed casino operation application? We believe Nevada gaming regulators should ask more, broader, and deeper questions of sources of funds and ultimate control at Virgin Las Vegas. We urge you to ask Cliff Atkinson and Chad Conrad these questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? All right, seeing none, that will close our public comment section, Madam Secretary. Thank you all for your comments this morning. And let's begin with, I believe it's our disposition from last month. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Correct. Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for November 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've had the opportunity to review the disposition. I did not have questions or comments. Unless one of my colleagues has questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on the disposition from our November agenda.
I don't have any questions or comments. I'll move for approval of the Control Board disposition for November 2024.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to non-restricted item number 1, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Fernley Nugget Corporation, WCW Corporation, and Carson City Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the application of Carson Lucky Strike Corporation doing business as Lucky Strike for a non-restricted gaming license. You also have the applications of Fernley Nugget Casino Corporation doing business as Fernley Nugget for a non-restricted gaming license and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Fernley Bonanza Corporation, Fallon Gaming Corporation, Carson Bonanza Corporation, Carson Cactus Jacks Corporation, COD Casino Corporation and Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Old Nugget Corporation doing business as Fallon Nugget, Fallon Bonanza Corporation doing business as Bonanza Inn and Casino, Silver Springs Nugget Corporation doing business as Silver Springs Nugget, Fallon Comstock Casino Corporation doing business as Comstock Casino, and Carson Comstock Casino Corporation doing business as Comstock Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of David Scott Tate Gaming Trust, Fernley Nugget Corporation, WCW Corporation, and Carson City Gaming Company LLC for licensure as sole shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, it is also the applications of David Tate and Christy Tate for licensure as an officer and/or director as noted on the agenda.
Great job, Madam Secretary. You did that all without taking a breath. Congratulations. Good morning to you. Pleasure to see you again. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sally Aloyan, Elloyan. I'm an enrolled agent retained by Mr. and Mrs. Tate to assist in the preparation and presentation of applications before the board and commission. Today we are here before you to request approval of the proposed reorganization of the Tate's gaming operations as read into the record by the executive secretary. But before we proceed, I know you all know Mr. Tate on my left. Today we have Mrs. Christy Tate, who is present today as director and member of the various LLCs, and she is also active in the administrative and financial side of the Tate's operations. We have no prepared presentation today and are available to answer any questions the board may have related to the applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aloyan. And yes, I had personally the opportunity to review this matter when we were considering whether or not these were continuing operations and the potential credit for prepaid taxes. So I had a little bit of background before getting the board materials, but they were extremely thorough. Congratulations to you, Ms. Aloyan, on putting this all together. There's a heavy lift with the number of entities involved here and the number of transfers of interest and applications, but it is fairly straightforward when you boil it all down. And as I always do, I thank everyone for dealing with estate planning at the proper time in their life. And it's good for not only you and your family, but it's good for the regulators as well, because it saves us from having to have issues when things arise at a very unfortunate time in people's lives. So I know that there was a legal review and internal review to determine that these were in fact continuing operations that were consistent with NRS 463.0129. We made that determination. And again, significant amount of paperwork, but fairly straightforward. I did not have any particular questions regarding the application, so I would turn the microphones over to my colleagues if they have questions. Dr. Watkins?
Yes, I do have a few questions. Can you just please state for the record what the reorganization or the restructuring will look like pre and post?
Well, right now, our companies are quite splintered in that there's a number of LLCs and S corporations, C corporations, different types of entities. And so we find ourselves at this, this is my 30th year of doing this. And it's kind of, I really enjoy operating more than I do administering, but it's important that things are properly administered. And as the chair indicated, I think it's the responsible thing to do to ensure that our company is properly administratively positioned for any kind of change that may transpire. This move now takes these individual entities and kind of coordinates them under three holding companies, whereby, they're kind of segregated by counties, primarily where we operate: Churchill County, Lyon County, Carson City, Carson Valley, we refer to it as. And so this will help us kind of administer it. It streamlines the entities. So from an accounting and tax standpoint, it's a little bit simpler for us. And again, from a potential liability situation, that's helpful. And then again, from the state and tax planning standpoint, being more responsible to anticipate changes, because we all know changes transpire. It would be foolish to say otherwise. And so we think it's important to do it. It's not fun for me. I'd rather operate in the casino, and I'd rather not pay the legal and accounting fees that associated with this. But that's, again, the responsible thing to do, and something we should do. A little wordy, but in simplicity, you currently have a lot of splintered individual entities, and now we're going to try to pull those in under a few holding companies by markets.
Thank you. I appreciate your explanation. It sounds like you've addressed a few of the purposes of the transaction. It's my understanding that there are three purposes to the transaction. It's to segregate locations into individual entities to manage liabilities, to utilize funds available in proposed holding companies to fund future projects, and to organize entities for future estate gifting opportunities. Would you say that's your understanding as well?
That is 100% correct, and you bet I have nothing more to add too. I mean, that's cumulatively this transaction. You bet.
Thank you. And so could you also please identify for the record, I believe there's a three-step process that will occur starting with the change in non-restricted licensees to holding companies. Could you tell us about that three-step process?
Okay. Let's see here. I believe that I'm not real sure about a three-step process. It's quite.
Perhaps it was
the
four.
first thing we're going to do is take the existing entities. I mean, I kind of know, but it may be 5 steps. But the first thing is take these 3 existing companies as read into the record right here. Those will be transferred or basically serve as holding companies. And then the entities that are being formed below are the existing entities. They will be served as what we can characterize from a tax standpoint as Q subs, and mainly sub and taxed as S corporations. So that will transpire. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Does that provide for your question?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you've spoken to the purpose, and you've also spoken to what the steps are for your proposed process. Can you tell me the number of locations you currently have, both non-restricted and restricted?
Yes, ma'am. As far as an operating standpoint, I think they're pretty much on this list. But I don't believe in the record. I'm not sure the restricteds are there. But at any rate, I think we operate 13 non-restricted locations and 5 restricted.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chair, outside of any comments to wrap it up.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Good morning, and nice to see you again, Mr. and Mrs. Tate. You know, they say behind every good man is a great woman, so I'm glad you brought your wife this time. Nice to see you, Christy. According to our records, you have 11 restricted gaming locations and 15 non-restricted gaming locations. You employ about close to 300 people, several also part-time. And my understanding is no jobs will be lost as a result of this reorganization. Is that correct?
That's pretty correct. That's a very correct statement. The number of entities might be a little different, Member Watkins asked me how many restricteds. There is a slot route operation that has a number of entities too, which kind of helps the math get to what you just said. But that is all correct. And if anything, this administrative effort helps us move forward in growing our company to where we may be able to actually add a location or two.
And it's my understanding you've been licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission on several occasions. So with that, I'm more than happy to support your application. I want to wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, and as Judge Assad mentioned, you've been licensed on several occasions over the many years that you've been involved in Nevada's gaming industry. Most recently, you were before the commission in June of just this year, so have no concern with your individual applications on today's agenda, as well as the restructuring for estate planning and just general business corporations restructuring. So I'm certainly fine with that. I presume, Ms. Aloyan, that you and your clients have reviewed all of the continuing conditions on the licenses. Is that correct? And you agree with all of those?
Yes, that's correct, and they will remain the same.
That's correct. Yeah, they will transfer over, be exactly the same. They will be read into the record when we do a motion today, but I wanted to be sure that you had seen those and agree with all of them continuing on.
Yes, we agree.
Great, thank you. All right, then, I didn't have any additional questions or comments. Dr. Watkins, did you have further comments?
Yes, Chair, just like to provide that given the licensing history of the Tates and that they will continue on as sole officers and or directors of the new entities, there will be no change to operations. They've both been licensed many times. The approximate number is 15 non-restricted and 11 restricted locations. These applications will not impact the employees or the current operations of the company. The control remains the same. For these reasons, I'm in support of the application.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins, for putting that on the record, very succinct. And I believe, as I stated earlier, there has been a determination that these will be considered continuing operations and credit will be applied for prepaid taxes, assuming the Nevada Gaming Commission approves all of the applications. Ms. Aloyan or the Tates, anything else you'd like to add before we take a motion?
I would like to add, Chairman, that you indicated the immense amount of paperwork and the complex transactions that were included in this. But I have to give credit where credit is due. Mrs. Tate prepared the draft of the applications, but I would like to extend thank you. We would like to extend a thank you. We started having meetings with the Investigations Division in October of 2023. Applicant Services Coordinator Barry Chilton, Senior Agent Missy Lundeen, Supervisor Chris Moyle, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, and Chief Hoffman have been instrumental in guiding us and assisting in this very important transaction. So I do want to extend thanks to them for their assistance, and also to Deputy Chief Wilkes and Chief Langsavoth of the Tax and License Division for identifying and assisting with the continuing operations situation. So you have a great team, and we certainly appreciate all the time and effort that everyone put into this. Thank you again.
Thank you for that, Ms. Aloyan. And yes, you're correct. It took a lot of gaming agent time, but it's for a very good cause and very good purpose on behalf of continuing operations in the state of Nevada. So thank you for stating that for the record. Unless there's anything else from board members, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 1. And I know there's several conditions that need to be included.
Yes, I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. As to Lucky Strike, Burnley Nugget, Fallon Nugget, Bonanza Inn and Casino, Silver Springs Nugget, Comstock Casino location number 3156302 and Comstock Casino location number 2495104. The surveillance system must be maintained as previously approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. As to Lucky Strike, the location is limited to the operation of slot machines. As to Fernley Nugget, the location is limited to the operation of gaming devices, 1 21 game and 1 roulette game, and the number or type of table games may be added with the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. As to Silver Springs Nugget, the location is limited to the operation of slot machines. The number of slot machines is limited to 150, and the number may be added with the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. As to Comstock Casino number 31563 in Fallon, Nevada, a key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of a change in the person occupying that position. Additionally, the location is limited to the operation of 50 slot machines. The number of slot machines and live games may be added with the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. As to Comstock Casino number 2495104 in Carson City, Nevada, the location is limited to the operation of 250 slot machines. The number of slot machines and live games may be added with prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Thank you. Very good job. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of C&C 4455 LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of MGNV LLC doing business as Mohegan Sun Casino, Las Vegas for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda and to add, remove, or modify conditions to license. You also have the application of C&C 4455 LLC for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Clifford Atkinson and Chad Conrad for finding of suitability as a member and manager as noted on the agenda and for licensure as a manager and key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. To my left, immediate left is Cliff Atkinson, and then a little farther down to the left is Chad Conrad. In the audience, we have Joe Hassan from the Mohegans with his attorney, Mark Rubenstein. And also in the audience is Sean McGinnis on behalf of the landlord. With your permission, I'll have Cliff tell you a little bit about plans for the location and the transaction, and then have Cliff and Chad tell you a little bit of each about themselves. And of course, you can ask questions in the middle if that works for you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cliff Atkinson, Atkinson, and I'm the president of Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. Wanted to frame up a little bit about the business and why we're doing this. This as a almost 30-year property, as known as the Hard Rock for 20 plus years. The property was acquired in 2018, 2019, went through a significant renovation and was rebranded as Virgin Hotels Las Vegas, with Mohegan as the tenant and the gaming operator. Since reopening, the property has struggled. I think that's pretty public and well known. And the reason we're here today is to continue the turnaround that we are embarking on for the property. And so the deal with Mohegan simply did not work. And Mohegan provided notice of termination to the property earlier this year on March 29th, 2024. And the reason we are here, and Chad, our CFO, myself have started this entity, is to successfully turn the gaming operation around. I became interim COO of the entity, MGNV, earlier this year, working with Joe Hassan, who's present today, and I would like to recognize has been an incredible partner of ours as they've worked on departing Las Vegas. They've really helped us through this process. The lease structure that exists plans to stay in place as we will remain tenants of the entity. And the expected transition date for this would be by the end of Q1, based on approval, of course, today and from the commission later this month on December 19th. Part of our opportunity is developing a new loyalty program, developing a new sports betting operation and solution, but this casino is our full-time, full focus and part of turning the property around. There has been a larger effort, including terminating Hilton management, which we did successfully earlier this year upon refinance of the property. We are now a Hilton franchise. That is the goal there, is to reduce the overall fee load, We have Virgin as a licensing brand. That would be the brand that we would be able to take to the market as a gaming entity. We've taken control of some of our food and beverage and retail outlets, and we've also changed management throughout the property, marketing, security, bringing in casino partners soon. And with this opportunity, it's also a time to really activate the vacant spaces on the property and get our entertainment going as well. The casino is this last piece. And the goal here, number one, is to preserve jobs, not just the casino jobs, but all 1,710 employees, team members of the property, and their families that rely on Virgin Hotels Las Vegas for their livelihood. With the casino, our focus would be on our locals, our value, our new loyalty program, things that are important to locals, free parking. We've seen the headlines this morning on parking and resort fees. We remain approachable to the entire local community. And really, it's our non-gaming cooperation between tenant and landlord that we see as our opportunity. JC Hospitality is used to this tenant relationship. They had it with Mohegan. That is what we're proposing stays in place. They also had it before with Warner Gaming and with Brookfield. So the landlord is used to this situation and managing a separate gaming entity as a tenant. So I can pause there. And that's really, I wanted to frame that context up as we come before you today. Our whole goal here is to save the property and save the jobs associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Did you have something to add to the presentation?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members Watkins and Assad. Just to echo, Cliff's statement, our commitment to the casino, to the property, to the regulatory compliance of that casino is of utmost importance, and we take this very seriously. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on structure or finances, but I'll leave that up to you.
Thank you. I know you gave us a presentation. Is there anything else you want to go through on that? And Mr. Gutwald, was this something that you were going to make public or private?
It's public.
Okay. Anything else you want to go through on that, Mr. Atkinson or Mr. Conrad?
No, I covered the highlights on each of those. We want to just frame that context up for you and keep it a high level, but here to answer any questions that you have.
Great. Appreciate that. First of all, I appreciate you putting on the record that the property has struggled, and I don't want to get into the finances of the former casino operator. But as you said, some of that's public, and they've made a decision that they want to step out. And as you know, we have a very detailed, I can tell you, a couple inches thick investigative file regarding this matter, regarding the transaction, regarding you two gentlemen personally and your applications. And I wanted to ask, first of all, it is an interesting situation. And Mr. Gutwald, Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Conrad, any of you can feel free to answer this, but the situation where you are currently an executive of the hotel side and you're moving over to an executive of the casino side, explain that to me a little bit. How did that come about? How are your roles currently, and how are your roles going to be if the commission approves this transaction?
This occurred before with other properties where you have this split, and they will be completely separate. And they can address that themselves, but they've been operating that way. As far as the gaming operation goes, they will operate completely autonomous from the landlord and the property. They will make that decisions. The landlord knows they can't be involved. The landlord is used to this. They've had to deal with it with other tenants many times in the past. And it's a pretty well-established path here in Nevada. It's occurred a number of times. We did it at Plaza. There was a time at the Gold Spike that it occurred where you had individuals working for the landlord, and you had to split their duties at some point. And it's relatively easy to do. Both the individuals here have been in the gaming industry a very long time. They know their duties. And as I said, the landlord does. So that kind of sums it up briefly.
Tell me, Mr. Atkinson, I know we have a non-interference letter. Explain to me how that will work. Are you still going to have a role on the property hotel side if this transaction is approved by the Gaming Commission, or will that stop completely?
No, I'll still have a role, but the casino operations will be completely independent. And so they'll report into me with our oversight, but the landlord has no gaming experience, doesn't want to have gaming experience. And the casino operations will remain separate under this entity, similar to the way it operates today.
And how do you separate yourself from those two roles? How can you define that on a day-to-day basis?
I think it's, from my former background when I was president of Luxor, it's the same. It's the casino team, especially the way we work with Mohegan and we work with Joe Hassan today. We keep the casino operations separate. We have a lot of other businesses from convention and group room nights and banquets and our food and beverage, but the casino is separate and there is no oversight. It starts with Chad and myself, and the buck stops there. We are each other's checks and balance.
Who would you report to in this future scenario?
In this case, we see it as each other, as the tenant, and the partners in this entity that we're launching. And ultimately, and I mean this with all due respect, we're responsible for the 1,710 people in the building. That's who I'm responsible for, to keep them employed, to keep the business going, and to grow and to thrive. But ultimately, it is our entity as a tenant that we are responsible for.
And how much of your time will be spent on the casino side versus the hotel side?
I think right now, most of the time will be on the casino, given that we have a departure date or a planned departure timeframe for Mohegan. We'll be launching a new loyalty program, launching the new sports enterprise early in Q1. There's a lot to do from branding, getting chip approval, going through all that process, so a lot of time there. But we're bringing in the right casino operators, right casino marketing, and working with the existing team as well. I think one of the main goals here is also to preserve all of the jobs that are there today, and which would remain separate from the hotel function, similar to the way it does today.
Yeah, and you mentioned a couple of times preserving jobs. Obviously, that's an extremely important factor for this board, for the Nevada Gaming Commission, for the state in general. As I'm sure you're aware of, the National Labor Relations Act prohibits us from getting involved, prohibits any outside entities from getting involved in labor dispute matters. Those are federally preempted to the National Labor Relations Board. And so I don't want to get into that at all. I don't have the right to get into that, but protecting jobs is important. So take a moment and tell me how this transaction protects those jobs.
Well, one, we're assuming the business operations as is, and we're working on plans to grow that, to create entertainment, activation, give people a reason to come. We do believe there's an opportunity in the market for value and to drive value to our customers. And we believe not going back to the Hard Rock days, those days are going, that brand is going down the street, as you well know, in a few years. Ours is taking this property forward and being innovative the way we think we have an opportunity with our property, which was very successful years ago before the regional casinos or the Durango, Green Valley, Red Rock. Now getting back our mojo and our innovation remains a priority for us. And so that's a big part of our plan.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's, as I stated, extremely important for jobs, as you heard the judge talking about with the jobs that prior applicant had on our first agenda item. Jobs in Nevada is extremely important. And without, again, getting into the Mohegan operation of the casino, first of all, I want to say to Mr. Hassan and to Mohegan Sun, wonderful licensee in the state of Nevada. And I'm sorry to see them leave. But I'm looking forward to somebody taking over this operation. And without putting too fine of a pencil point on it, if Mohegan left, where would the casino be at the Virgin Hotel?
So we think that's where the opportunity is. The cooperation between tenant and landlord, the ability to market and drive and focus only on this casino. Mr. Hassan has been a great partner, but he is, as COO of Mohegan, he's got 10 properties around the world and growing. Chad and I drive into 4455 Paradise every single day, and that is our mission every single day.
Great, appreciate that. Mr. Conrad, let me ask you the same question. If the commission were to approve this, how do you separate your time? And not just talking about over the next couple of months, let's talk about several months down the road, a year or two down the road. How are you defining your time on the casino side versus another position or role you may have?
Yeah, thank you. And I think just to start out with, Cliff and I think formed this partnership and decided to undertake this path forward because, I think we both have a similar belief in the property, in the casino specifically, and in our ability to really drive this casino, from a performance standpoint forward, and to like Cliff said, keep this thing running, keep the doors open on this thing. For myself specifically, I've been a licensed key employee in the past. I sat before the board, stood before the board in 2015. So I'm very aware of, again, the gravity and of holding this license and our responsibilities with that. From a regulatory standpoint and from our from the integrity of the casino. Personally, I'll probably be in the same boat as Cliff. There's going to be a tremendous amount of work to start out with on the casino, and we'll be fully focused on that aspect of the business until we stabilize that business. Then moving forward as needs demand, I think we'll be available. We'll talk about ourselves personally, but I'll tell you a little bit more about this, later on in the conversation. But I've been at the property 24 years in various finance roles, and I consider myself, boots on the ground and arms around, the operation, and I would continue to do that.
Thank you for that. And I want to open it up to my colleagues for questions about the acquisition applications, and we will save, as you mentioned, Mr. Conrad, some conversation regarding your personal applications. Before I turn it to my colleagues, though, I just want to do a housekeeping matter here. We touched upon the non-interference letter, but I want to be clear on the record that Mr. Atkinson, you have reviewed this non-interference letter and you understand that it will be you and Mr. Conrad as the licensees. It will be your responsibility to Nevada Gaming Control Board, Nevada Gaming Commission regarding all gaming matters. Is that your understanding?
Correct, it is.
And you will have no interference from anyone other than yourself and Mr. Conrad.
Correct.
And it's your understanding that compliance issues will also be your responsibility. And when I say compliance, I'm talking about everything from the statutes, the regulations, Anti-Money Laundering, Bank Secrecy Act, everything that goes into running a casino in this state. The buck is going to stop with you two gentlemen because you are the licensees if this gets approved by the Gaming Commission. You both understand that?
We do.
Yes, we do.
Appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding the applications pertaining to the transaction?
Yes, I do. Good morning, gentlemen. I appreciate you speaking to the issues related to maintaining your employees. I don't think that can be understated. You have made a commitment here on the record to do what you can to maintain all your employees, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate you addressing the non-interference. I appreciate with the chair going through it and making sure you understood your responsibilities as it relates to compliance, also as it relates to non-interference. So thank you for acknowledging that. What is your plan to get the property turned around? Can you speak specifically to that?
Absolutely. That's what we spend our every, living moment right now is that. I think it's a lot of what I did touch on in terms of creating a new loyalty program, but ultimately the headline is give people reasons to come. And so activating our dark spaces, getting our entertainment going, giving people value for their, which is why I'm so focused on the loyalty program. We do believe there's an opportunity in the market to capture not only visitors, but also locals in a value-driven way with a quality property. The amount of money that was put into this property in 2019-20 and reopened during incredibly challenging times in March of 2021 is substantial. And so we have a quality product. We have incredibly loyal guests that we want to grow, and that starts with awareness and reasons to come. But the most important thing, including people in this room, is the 1,710 team members, and they will tell you that is especially 20+% that have been there since day one, almost 30 years ago, as we enter into our 30th anniversary next year. We believe all that hinges together for both exciting, new, innovative things to offer to the market, built on a foundation of service and commitment to each other.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions right now.
Judge Assad, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. I'm going to cut right to the chase. If Mohegan would have walked away from this transaction, 1,710 people would be out of a job. I mean, they'd probably have to file bankruptcy, the hotel side. But I want to thank you, gentlemen, for stepping up and trying to get the casino operation side running and saving 1,710 jobs.
Thank you.
It's really important to me because I started in Local 226 as a busboy and then became a waiter and transitioned to bar back and then bartender. I saw the money was in the operational side, the casino side, became a blackjack dealer, craps dealer, and then I went to law school. So I have a tremendous love for the casino industry, and I have a tremendous affinity for the employees, both in the operation side, the hotel side, the casino side, and management as well. That's a beautiful property you have. They spent a lot of money back, I guess, when it was Hard Rock, the transition from Hard Rock.
Yep.
And is that before Brookfield Asset Management took over?
They put some money, but the significant amount was put in 2019, 2020 for the reopening in March of 21. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great product. What do you have, about 1,500 rooms or so?
Correct, 1,503.
Right. And I hope you've worked out that issue with when high rollers needed to be comped, that the hotel side would go ahead and comp them. Has that issue been resolved now?
That's a big part of, I've been with the property a little over a year, and that's a big part of some of the changes that we've made is being able to take care of our customer better.
And I read in there, you're going to have so many rooms reserved for complimentary players.
Correct. Our plan is to double the amount of the casino segment within the hotel as well.
And they'll just bill it back to the casino side.
Correct.
And so you'll have a rack rate, you'll have a casino rate, and you'll also have a comp rate?
Correct.
Okay, great. I think that would solve that problem. I think that was, from my understanding from meeting with previous people involved in this transaction, that was one of the major problems was there was not a symbiotic relationship between operations and hotel. And that's very important to take care of those players because they can just go down the street and get whatever they need, RF&B and other complimentary things handed to them based upon their play.
That's exactly right. And that's why I wanted to highlight some of the other changes, even not related to gaming, but terminating Hilton's management contract and being part of the franchise now. We've been able to enact those changes and provide better value for our customer.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, it's all about marketing, as you've alluded to. So besides the loyalty program, tell me a little bit about the sports book you plan to bring in.
We're currently evaluating all options. We have a short-term agreement with IGT. There's a lot of players that are out there, some new ones that we're also considering. But Betfred was another, which is the current entity, which is going away by the end of the year. And so back to our partnership with Mohegan and Joe Hassan, they've extended a temporary agreement with IGT, but within the next year, we plan to launch heavily around sports and entertainment and eat, drink, play, fun, back to the headline of reasons to come to the property.
Are you going to remodel the sports book at all, or?
There'll be some light changes and some changes to the layout of the casino floor, which we're talking about right now. Once approval and regulatory approval has been made, but yeah, we're considering all those changes right now.
And your target market will be how much local, how much non-local?
We want to grow the local market. We believe there's room to do so, but then also the value drive market, the people that are getting hit with whether it's parking fees, resort fees, or paying $100 before they even check into the hotel. We believe that there's a drive market and then a fly and other markets in the top 10 that we know all of Las Vegas goes after Southern California, not giving away too much of our marketing plan, but targeting things like the San Francisco Bay Area and our proximity to the airport, which we know our property is not a strip property. We are 1 mile off the strip, but we are close to the airport. So trying to play to those strengths to grow the business, we believe is a real opportunity.
Yeah, and the Virgin brand has been built up and it's going to serve you well, I'm sure. Did I understand you correctly? You're going to have free parking for locals?
That's correct. We have that today, and that's a big part of our value offering. So we intend to continue that.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great idea. I wish more properties would consider that, or at least maybe a 3-hour, 4-hour time limit for locals to go in, have dinner or gamble or whatever they want to do, shop, and then it's kind of ridiculous. You want to go have a meal, bring some people in from out of town, and you got to pay $40 to valet park. It just doesn't make sense for the locals.
We concur.
And so tell me a little bit, JC Hospitality. Can you tell me a little bit about the landlord and what entities comprise that JC Hospitality?
Yeah, JC Hospitality is the operating company for the landlord and reports up to holding company on that side. JC Hospitality, along with several other entities in that structure, purchased the assets that sit at 4455 Paradise Road in March of 2018, and continues to be the landlord for MGNV that will carry forward.
Are they a private equity or a hedge fund or LLC? What's their status in that regard?
An LLC.
LLC. And is it who is the general partner?
The structure above JC Hospitality is JC Vegas Mezco is an intermediate holding company. JCLPF Vegas is the partnership of the investors, the tax filer, if you will.
Okay. And are they the Canadian company that was mentioned earlier today?
No, that's an American U.S. LLC.
The Canadian company's Fengate, it's, from what I understand, handles the pension funds in Canada. Sean, if you want to add anything, if I'm incorrect, you can let me know.
That's correct.
All right. And it's just there's a big real estate investment fund that owns the property.
Okay.
Fengate I'm sorry, sir. Fengate is a major investor in the JCLPF Vegas partnership.
Got it. And then as far as marketing, you plan to offer a good gamble? I mean, in other words, single, zero roulette, maybe 3-2 on blackjack, 10 times odds on craps.
All the above. I'm a hotel F&B guy by trade for 30 years. I've been in Las Vegas for the last 12, and I learned gaming from some very old school individuals, and we believe in that. That's part of the value add. 3-2 at all tables, $10 minimums, reasons to come. Back to where we stand in the neighborhood, we have, we don't have a lot of walking traffic where we are in Harmon and Paradise, but there are some casinos nearby, Silver Sevens, Tuscany. Mm-hmm. We look at the casino, which that's a separate tenant. We look at that competitive set versus the hotel with our great product for groups, conventions, where we compete on a little more of the the higher end in Las Vegas. But we plan to offer an extremely good value for the customers to come from a gaming standpoint.
And do you plan on bringing back the buffet?
Buffet isn't currently in our plans, although we do have a buffet operating right now. So we are evaluating all the F&B opportunity, given that everything is on the table with our transition and our turnaround. Nothing is off the table.
Okay. Have you been into the Palms lately?
We have.
That
we have
buffet wraps
AYC.
around the casino floor. It's unbelievable. Rampart Casino, same thing.
Yes.
The South Point Casino, Mr. Gaughan's operation, same thing. I think that is a staple and of Las Vegas casino industry. The people love the buffets, and unfortunately, a lot of them went away with COVID. But the casinos that are bringing the buffets back are doing very well. If you go into the Rio, they did away with that wonderful buffet they had. They had a fabulous seafood buffet on Friday night. The line wrapped all the way around the casino floor. Now they've transitioned it into something else, and there's not a lot of people there. So I would love to go in there and sample your buffet.
I appreciate the feedback, and we do have on our ideas to do something with the breakfast buffet and what it would cost to put the infrastructure in to bring something like that back. But your feedback is really appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is food is going to bring you some foot traffic.
That's right.
You know, that's one of the gamble. You give them a good gamble, you give them good drinks, you give them good food. That's it. That's the formula. That's the Michael Gaughan formula.
Exactly. And we believe with the best service in the market as well with our team members behind us.
What about Wet Republic? You remember that? Wet Republic? The
Rehab. Rehab was ours.
Yeah, Rehab.
Yes.
You plan on bringing that back in any form in the summer months?
What we did this year, as an example of changes we've made, we do have some very successful food and beverage operations. The first Nobu that's in Las Vegas, as well as Cassie Beach. What we've done is taken the success of Cassie Beach and expanded that to be a more sophisticated day life. We're not going after the Wet Republic or the Zouk or the Live or Tao, but a more upscale and a little bit more refined, but definitely has a vibe. We tested that this year, and we're getting ready to open even longer, more days for next summer as our day life program.
That sounds great. What about the Joint? Is that still a venue?
Yes. So the Joint is now known as the Theater at Virgin Hotels Las Vegas. That also has a partnership with AEG, and we are working with them to evolve that partnership to bring more acts in. I'm very happy to, for this weekend for the rodeo, we have several acts coming in. Yeah. Midland, Tanya Tucker, and Shabuzi next week. And so we have, like everything, we've been pushing to get more entertainment, including what we believe when we have, based upon approval, the control of the casino, we would even subsidize more better entertainment.
Yeah, you have a great opportunity until the Mirage transitions over to a Hard Rock to maybe get some of those old Hard Rock customers. They used to love going in there and seeing Kid Rock or Snoop Dogg and other entertainers in the Joint. So
Jeff, you're speaking our language. Chad and I know there's a ticking clock with our former brand going down the street that is not lost on us, which is why we have to continue to innovate and be different. And some of the artists that you mentioned are going to be a big part of that.
Yeah. Santana was great. I remember seeing him there. He was fabulous.
And that's with all the new venues. What can't be replicated is the history of our building. When people go in through the VIP entrance and see the pictures of everyone who's performed, we believe that is also an untapped opportunity from a marketing standpoint to drive this property.
Excellent. Excellent. We've had some issues, and I'm sure you're aware of lately with cyber security breaches and anti-money laundering issues as well. Can you speak briefly on what your plans are to deal with those two issues?
Absolutely. What the wonderful thing about this opportunity, and I'll let Chad speak to this as well, but the standard operating procedures that my colleague Joe Hassan and the Mohegan team have put in place will continue to be maintained. 30 years in this business, Joe is one of, if not the best at that type of discipline. And we will continue. We will not let up. We will continue to be innovators in those areas as technology changes, as cyber and cryptocurrency becomes does that continue to grow? We want to lead the way in that, as well as responsible gaming. That is also really important to the two of us and to our entire team.
And do you have a compliance team set up for dealing with anti-money laundering and
Yes,
BSA?
Working with Mohegan's current in-place team and evaluating how to continue that and grow that as part of our next step in this process.
Okay, great. Well, I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
All right, before we turn to the individual applications, Dr. Watkins, anything else you have regarding the transaction?
Yeah, can you just talk to me about what the current operations look like, the cost of the transaction, and any potential future capital investment?
Yes, the transaction that's potentially moving forward comes alongside or because of, as you know, Mohegan's termination and their early exit from that lease agreement. With that termination, there's value that Mohegan owes to the landlord, and that the landlord has agreed to allow Mohegan to transfer to CNC 4455 with your approval, of course. That value that's transferred from in the form of the entity MGNV that would transfer from Mohegan to CNC. The consideration for that value would be in the form of a note that CNC would owe to the landlord. So moving forward, we estimate that there's the components of the amount of that note would be from working capital, the cash in the cage on the floor, working capital that's currently in the entity, the fixed assets, the gaming assets of the entity, and then transition costs as we move this forward. That note payable from CNC to the landlord would allows us in this partnership to move this transaction forward.
Thank you. And what about the operations, the current operations? Tell me, talk about the number of table games, slot machines, things of that sort, and any potential capital investment.
Sure. Currently, there's approximately 577 slots and 44 table games on the floor being shifted around for Mohegan's current business. And we're looking at how to better lay out the floor, how to capture more of the theater audience as they come and go, and where to set up the best mousetraps on property. And so most of the transaction is with the existing assets, as Chad referred to, but there probably will be a little capital to make changes to the floor that would be appropriate, bringing some new games, bringing some things up to date, and just changing the layout of the floor. There is not going to be a significant full redesign of the entire podium. That's just not financially possible. Mm-hmm. But some change to what the offering is to create more energy and to, like I said, have those mousetraps on the property to capture 4,000 people when they come for a Friday night concert.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you. Let's turn to the individual applications. Mr. Atkinson, is there any presentation you'd like to make about yourself? Understanding, of course, that we again have a very detailed investigative file. You'd gone through the investigative process on a prior position that you had, but please, if you want to say anything for the record, feel free.
No, it's an honor to be here, and I'm fully transparent with my entire 50 years of my life with you, and I share that because that's why Chad and I have put our lives on the line for this opportunity. It's really important to us, and it's important to me that you collectively understand that's the position that we're coming from. It's an honor to be here.
And having gone through the Nevada gaming license process, how would you characterize how that was delving into every aspect of your life?
The agents, Nick and Agent Burke that I worked with on mine, were incredible, very respectful, very, very detailed, but gave me time to get the information. I tried to be a good student and get back to them as soon as possible. I think they would give me the same the same remarks, but it was a very respectful and thorough process. And yes, you have my entire life story there. So thank you.
Yeah, I say that on quite a few occasions. It's now it will be very easy for you to know everything about your entire life because it's all in one nice little package after having gone through the process. When we ask about things like where you went to high school, we're serious about that and not so much about we care about where you went to high school. We're looking for honesty, candor, truthfulness, you knowing your background. And it does go all the way back to your childhood through every single job you've ever had, your entire education, your associations, everything that you do in your life. And the reason for that isn't because we think you're a bad person. It's because we want good people to come into the gates of Nevada's gaming industry. Good people, good entities come inside the gates, and then we rely upon those people and entities that get inside the gates to self-report. And if you two gentlemen being in charge of compliance, as the judge went through and asked questions about, that would be your responsibility. If something goes wrong, it would be your responsibility to raise your hand. We don't have enough enforcement agents in this state to police everybody. So it's a self-policing function. And I know you know that with your many years of background in the gaming industry. As I said, we have a very detailed file on you and your many years of being involved in Nevada's gaming industry, the hospitality industry around the country and around the world make me very comfortable in supporting your personal accolades.
Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Watkins, you have questions for Mr. Atkinson?
I think the chair said it well. There's not too much more I can add. We have a thick file on you, and I've reviewed all of that material, and I don't have any concerns, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said and also add the fact and emphasize the fact that this is about saving 1,710 jobs. So, despite what's going on currently, that's the bottom line. You are here putting yourselves out there, risking your own careers, capital, reputations to save 1,710 jobs. So I appreciate that, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Conrad, again, we have a very detailed file on you, and I know you've been through the process before, but is there anything you'd like to add? Feel free.
I just a couple things, and you have my background, and quite frankly, it's a little boring because it's been 25 years at the same hotel and casino. But I think the only comment I wanted to make was just in in regards to compliance and the comments that you made there. From a gaming regulatory standpoint, mix and ix and all the things involved there. We believe that Mohegan, to the best of our knowledge, has run a very clean and compliant house, and we feel like the key to continuing that path is just consistency and continuity. We'll be keeping the compliance team, the compliance manager that I've worked with at the property for 24 years, the cage director that I've worked with for 24 years, and Mohegan's internal audit resource. Those people will all still be in place. So while it's absolutely buck stops with Cliff and myself, we understand that, but there's a good team on the ground that we'll absolutely rely upon, that will be frontline for those areas. For me personally, I don't think I have anything else to add, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you for that. And I would say not boring at all. To me, it's actually the opposite. It's a story about somebody who's devoted themselves and their life and their family's lives to the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. And we're always pleased to see somebody work themselves up the ranks. So I enjoyed that. As you know, we are continuing to look through your background, not because of anything we're seeing, but just based on timing. In order to try to move this transaction forward, we haven't completely finished the investigation. And I know you're aware of the fact that because of that, we'll be interested in putting on a 2-year limitation. I assume Mr. Gutwald is explaining that to you and you understand.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
Yeah. Normally, a limitation is for a chance for the board to get a chance to see somebody in action, not a punishment, but a chance to see them do something. In your particular situation, it's a little different. It's just we need more time to finish this, and rather than keep it off of the agenda, we know enough about you that we're going to go ahead and put the final crossing the T's and dotting the I's on, and we'll have you back in front of us at some short notice.
I appreciate that, and thank you all for that consideration, and also appreciate the efforts from Senior Agent Burke and the investigative team in that process.
Great, thank you. Dr. Watkins, questions for Mr. Conrad?
Just like to say congratulations on your long history with the same company. I'm sure they're grateful. And I'm in support of the limited application, just given the incompleteness of the investigation and the timing issue. I'd like to ask in general whether you all are aware of the conditions being proposed.
We're good with the conditions.
I'm sorry?
We're good with the conditions.
Okay, the long list of conditions. Okay. And that it's my understanding that they're supposed to be effective January 1, 2025. Is that still accurate? Or is, okay.
Say the date again.
January 1, 2025? Is there a
For the
change to that?
Betfred changes, that's correct. I'm
Okay.
not sure if there's any other conditions beyond that.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Conrad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions. Just want to say your reputation and your bio is stellar. So I'm more than happy to support you individually as well.
Thank you.
Chief Hoffman, if you have a copy of the potential conditions for these applications, can you share that with Mr. Gutwald?
Yes, sir. We'll do that.
And Mr. Hassan, Mr. Rubenstein, is there anything you'd like to add? Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Joe Hassan. I'm the general manager of Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas, HASSON. I've been before you many times. I'm sure that in the records, the spelling of my name is somewhere in the files. Most importantly, I heard a lot of great comments from Cliff Atkinson about some of the things that he attributes to me. I attribute all of what I've achieved in a career's worth of time to the people I work with. Those people that work alongside me have made my job and my career what it is. I appreciate Mr. Atkinson's comments again immensely. Ultimately, many of the questions that you've asked economically, I can sum it up in that when the casino and the rest of the resort are combined, many of the elements of economic friction disappear. A single purpose of cooperation and economic prosperity for both at the same time. That's the oversimplified headline of what is taking place. The other thing that I wanted to add for the board today is that on behalf of Mohegan, where I am now the Chief Operating Officer of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority, that courtesy extended to me by Mohegan was really a function of the more than 20 years that I've spent in Nevada, whether it was in Lake Tahoe, whether it was in Laughlin, Nevada, whether it was in Clark County, Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada, Henderson, Nevada. All the places that I've had the great fortune to work have led to what brought me to Mohegan and allowed Mohegan to say, Joe, hold on with us, come with us to our headquarters. I thank the regulatory structure, the people, and the workforce of Nevada for allowing that to come my way. Today, I want to make sure that I thank the board for the cooperation, the guidance, the patience, the diligence that has been extended to Mohegan.
And I offer that thanks on behalf of the Tribal Council, the Management Board of Mohegan. They trust me today to stand tall for them, and I appreciate that. I'm deeply appreciative of that. I wanted to extend that thanks to the board.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hessen, and appreciate you being here. As I stated earlier, Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority, yourself have been wonderful licensees. We hope it's not the last we see of you. And of course, we wish you good luck as you look at other endeavors in your personal career. But as far as this, it was a very valiant effort, and I appreciate what you put on the record. I think some of the applications we have in front of us today may change that process. That may have not been a perfect marriage. But again, on behalf of me personally, not on behalf of the state, I can't speak for the state, but I would look forward to Mohegan Tribal Authority and you as well coming back to the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much for that. And certainly on behalf of the tribe and its leaders, its management team at its headquarters and elsewhere, we look forward to the day that the opportunity again presents itself for Mohegan to do business in the great state of Nevada. I maintain my home here. I have an office in Connecticut as well. I'm appreciative of Nevada. I look forward to guiding the company one day back to Nevada.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Rubenstein, anything you need to add for the record?
No, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Mr. McGinnis, anything you need to add for the record? Thank you. Mr. Gutwall, Mr. Atkinson? Board members, anything else regarding the personal applications or the transaction?
Yes, I do have an
Go ahead.
additional item for discussion, and it's related to clarification of the conditions. So I would turn to Chief Hoffman and ask, is that your understanding that the conditions, at least as it relates to the removal of conditions related to Betfred, is supposed to be effective January 1, 2025?
Correct, when Betfred exits the property.
And they're
Night to December 31st.
Correct, that's our understanding.
And so I guess my question is, should these conditions be contingent, or this removal be contingent upon the actual exit of Betfred, or do we think it's fine the way it is?
Well, we're only talking about a few weeks, so it's probably not a problem to just go ahead and have them removed since Betfred is exiting. But if it makes you more comfortable to just state on the record that these conditions are removed effective upon Betfred's exit from the property, that would not be a problem either.
Okay. And do my fellow board members have any comment on that?
That makes sense to me, if you can make that part of a motion.
Okay,
I'm fine with it.
I will do that.
All right.
Can I just?
Please.
Just to echo Mr. Hassan said, I just want you to know that there are some fabulous opportunities on the Strip. You might have better luck next time on the Strip. We would love to see you back in the Clark County area.
All right. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege here. The property that you gentlemen are seeking to run the casino side of and are currently involved in the hotel side holds a lot of personal memories for me. I grew up here in Las Vegas. I want to see that property succeed on behalf of everybody in the audience, on behalf of our community. I want to see it succeed and flourish for you gentlemen and for all of the employees. It, as I said, holds a lot of memories. Spent a lot of time around the Circle Bar and a lot of misspent youth at the Hard Rock. I look forward to misspending part of what I will call my middle age. Somebody will say I'm past my middle age. I flew past that, but I do hope that it succeeds for all of you and all of your employees.
Thank you. And we look forward to welcoming you back to have some of that misspent youth revisited at our property. And thank you and the entire board. We appreciate all the support.
Great. Anything else from board members, or I would entertain a motion?
I'll make that motion, Chair.
All right.
So I move to recommend approval of the applications and non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following addition and removal of conditions. With regard to the removal of conditions, they should be effective upon Betfred's exit. And they are as follows. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between MGMV LLC and Betfred Sports LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas shall ensure all signs concerning the racebook and sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets in the home page of any website or mobile app prominently indicate that Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas is the operator of the racebook, sports pool, and off-track pari-mutuel race wagering, as the case may be. Betfred Sports may be identified on such postings as the manager of the racebook or sports pool or by other terms that suggest its role as providing services for the operator, such as powered by or by Betfred Sports or Betfred at Mohegan Sun Sportsbook. In addition, the removal of Betfred Group Limited shall establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by Betfred Group Limited and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Act, the Commission's regulations and laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which Betfred Group Limited and any affiliated entities operate. The plan and any amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee, one such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the act and regulations, shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the chair's designee. Betfred Group Limited shall amend the plan or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be requested or assigned by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or its chair's designee relating to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of Betfred Group Limited under the provisions of the Act and regulations. In addition, the removal of Betfred Group Limited shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Betfred Group Limited and its affiliated companies. In addition, to be removed, each settler, trustee, beneficiary, or other person associated with a settlement trust who has or obtains any approval from the Nevada Gaming Commission or the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall be responsible for ensuring any successor or potential successor, trustee, beneficiary, or other person who may become associated with a settlement trustee, a settlement or trust, receives notification that the person is subject to the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations promulgated thereto, specifically including without limitation notice regarding approval requirements and transfer of interest requirements. In addition, the removal of the following condition: the F-Done 2007 Family Discretionary Settlement and Deed of Acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of the P.E. Done 2007 Family Discretionary Settlement and Deed of Acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of the Fred Dunn 1991 number 1 life interest settlement and deed of acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of the Fred Dunn 1991 number 3 life interest settlement and deed of acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of Peter Eric Dunn 1991 number 1 life interest settlement and deed of acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of Peter Eric Dunn 1991 number 4 life interest settlement and deed of acknowledgement shall operate in accordance with the Nevada Gaming Control Act and regulations of the Nevada Gaming Commission promulgated pursuant thereto. In addition, the removal of, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of MGMB LLC doing business as Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas. And additionally, the following conditions are to be added. The approvals regarding Chad Eric Conrad are limited to expire at midnight of the December 2026 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard. In addition, to be added, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of MGMV LLC.
That's it?
That's all. That was quick.
I think bonus for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gottwald, would you agree with all the conditions that have been read into the record?
That sounds great.
Okay, very good. And I also want to take a moment before we call for the vote to acknowledge Betfred and appreciate them as a licensee and for their involvement in Nevada's gaming industry as well, and wish them well and look forward to seeing them back in front of this board in the future. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, so that motion passes with the limitation. Mr. Conrad, we will see you back in front of us shortly. Gentlemen, we wish you the best of success. Thank you for being here, and thank you to all your employees for being here. We appreciate you being part of the process.
And thanks to the agents for their great work on this. You guys have a great day.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. How's the court reporter doing, Madam Secretary?
I believe she's fine, but I don't think a 5-minute break would hurt.
Okay, why don't we do that? We'll be in recess for 5 minutes, come back at 10:35. All right, let's go back on the record. Madam Secretary, is the court reporter ready?
Yes.
All right, and I believe we are still on the air. I hope we are. I hope we're broadcasting. Madam Secretary, go ahead and please read in non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Craig Levesque for licensure as a key employee at J Resort LLC doing business as J Resort.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, Chair, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees, shareholder with the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant, Craig Levesque. He's the general manager at the J Resort. We are also privileged this morning to have with us Jonathan Boulware in the audience. He's Vice President of Nevada Operations for Jacobs Entertainment, and he's here to support Mr. Levesque's application. If I could, I'll give just a brief intro before Mr. Levesque gives his affirmative presentation.
Please.
You see so many applicants come through with a variety of backgrounds, education, and experience. Mr. Levesque is one of those applicants you're going to want to root for. As I said, he has an affirmative, and he also plans to address an area of concern that came up during his investigation. But I want to provide a few background details about him. As you'll hear, he graduated high school in 1988 and went straight into the Air Force. He was honorably discharged in 1992, at which time he began selling cars for a couple of years before taking his first position in the gaming industry. He has been working and, despite some minor setbacks, rising in the gaming industry for over 30 years. He began working at J Resort in July 2023, and it has been a great fit. As Mr. Boulware can tell you, he's doing a terrific job, and he is loved and respected by the customers and the team members. And with that, I will let him give his affirmative.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Brittany Watkins, and the Honorable George Assad. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Craig Richard Levesque, C-R-A-I-G, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, L-E-V-E-S-Q-U-E. I was born in Buffalo, New York, and I want to start with the most important people in my life, my family. My wife and I were married in the Philippines at Clark Air Force Base when we were just 19 years old. 35 years later, we remain happily married and have 3 wonderful children: Sarah, 35, Sean, 33, and our youngest, Skylar, 26. We have 3 beautiful grandchildren: Kaylee, Camille, and Malachi, ages 6, 5, and 4. Makes it easy for me to remember that. I've been blessed with a supportive family who understood my career demands, moving frequently, as you see by my background, and making sacrifices, yet always showing love and forgiveness. This industry has shaped my entire life. I'm profoundly grateful for the experiences it has afforded me, from meeting people across the United States and the world, to living in pretty unique places, such as Freeport, Bahamas, and working in the Rocky Mountains in the state of Colorado. As mentioned, I have over 30 years experience in the gaming and hospitality industry, both domestically and internationally. Shortly after my honorable discharge from the United States Air Force at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, I entered the gaming industry. As mentioned, there was a moment there where I was selling cars. I will tell you that I probably showed more than I actually sold, so it worked out in my favor. It was during a period of significant expansion of gaming in our country. Leaders like Steve Norton played a pivotal role in legalizing casinos and advising states like Louisiana, created opportunities that allowed me to start an amazing career and ultimately stand before this distinguished board today. My journey in gaming began in 1995 in Bossier City, Louisiana, the Isle of Capri Casino and Riverboat as a night income auditor. There I performed slot audits, table audits, compliance, retail audits, and daily tax remittances to the Louisiana State Gaming Board. While working as an auditor in Bossier City in 1998, I was asked to assist with the opening of our Isle of Capri Casino and Hotel in Black Hawk, Colorado. There I established staffing guides, training, SOPs, a lot of the same regulations that were in place in Louisiana mirrored those in Colorado. I was later asked to come back and rebrand the Colorado Central Station in Lady Luck into a Lady Luck Casino and Hotel in Black Hawk, Colorado, as a general manager in 2009. Back to Bossier. I was soon promoted to corporate director at our Biloxi, Mississippi headquarters in 2000. As corporate operations manager, overseeing labor and staffing across 13 properties after the acquisition of the Lady Luck Gaming Corporation, same Lady Luck that was in downtown Vegas. While in that role as operations manager in 2003, I was tasked with the development and opening of the Isle of Capri Casino in Freeport, Bahamas. That project was completed on time and under budget. Just like Colorado, later in my career, I would end up being the general manager of that property in 2007. After Hurricane Katrina struck on August 29, 2005, I remained in Biloxi. Corporate office moved to St. Louis. I stayed with the team in Biloxi and helped them reopen the Isle Capri Casino and Hotel. It was the first casino to open on the Gulf Coast in 1992. And once again, it was the first casino to open on the Gulf Coast on land in Biloxi in December of 2005. I continue to play key roles, including opening the Isle Capri Racing and Harness Track at Pompano Park in Florida. In 2007, as mentioned earlier, I was promoted to my first vice president and general manager position in Freeport, Bahamas, the casino that I years before got to open. And in 2009, 2 years after that, I was asked to bring the Lady Luck back to life, rebranding the Colorado Central Station into one of the Isle Capri's first Lady Luck casinos and hotels in Black Hawk, Colorado. The Isle Capri Corporation, heavily weighted down in debt from a failed attempt to expand in the United Kingdom, streamlined its portfolio, culminating in the acquisition of Eldorado Resorts of the Isle Capri. They regionalized some regional vice presidents, and I was one of them that ended up being asked to step away. After 18 years, the only company I ever worked for. I transitioned to new opportunities, including the first opportunity that came up at a tribal casino as a general manager at the Apache Casino and Hotel in Lawton, Oklahoma, very far away from Denver, where I was from. A few years after that, I was asked by Robert Norton, son of Steve Norton, who I mentioned earlier, who both him and I started at the same time in the industry with the Isle Capri. He worked with the Cordish Company, he's currently the president there, and he asked me to be a consultant as they were about to buy a hotel while they built a new all-suite hotel in Hanover, Maryland. And they wanted to expand their casino portfolio overall. This role brought the rewarding experience of collaborating with Robert Norton and the Cordish team and pursuing expansion efforts into Canada as a key person responsible for response to the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Commission's RFP. Soon after, I was asked to be the vice president of slots and guest services at Maryland Live Casino in Hanover, Maryland. When COVID-19 struck in March 2020, while still working at Maryland Live Casino and Hotel, I was helping them develop other properties of the Cordish Company's portfolio as they expanded their gaming in Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia Live Casino and the Pittsburgh Live Casino. I coordinated the gaming layouts, acquisition, delivery, thousands of slot machines, new table games, and all the associated equipment. Pittsburgh Live Casino opened in November 2020, and Philadelphia Live Casino and Hotel in January 1, 2021. At the same time, I was still the vice president of slots and guest services at Maryland Live Casino, responsible for the reopening of that property simultaneously after COVID. Today, I'm very fortunate to work for Jeff Jacobs and the team at Jacobs Entertainment Incorporated at the J Resort in Reno. This company has not only provided me with the opportunity to apply my experience and expertise as we invest billions of dollars developing the Neon Line District, revitalizing downtown Reno, Nevada. The J Resort, I have a true sense of belonging and contributing. And for a company that understands the importance of a healthy work-life balance that prioritizes family, health, and financial responsibility. Today, I understand there is an area of concern with my investigative report regarding my finances. After spending 8 years at the Isle Capri Casino Corporation, my income dropped significantly upon leaving the organization. I was not prepared or expecting this to happen. And it was the first time that I hadn't been employed since I was 12. Sudden change forced me to take the first available employment opportunities that came up. I had a family, a wife, 3 children. I took jobs without really negotiating or waiting for better offers. And it significantly impacted my income. I literally had to do a resume for the first time. Bad decisions resulted in financial challenges that quickly compounded, literally. In addition, I had personal obligations as my family was growing. During this transition, I supported 2 of my children through college, covered expenses for my eldest daughter's wedding, had to manage increased living expenses, now living in Maryland, and I had a personal medical event. The good news is that I am perfectly healthy and in the best shape of my life today. However, the additional medical expenses added to the financial demands that left me with really no room for savings and forced me to rely heavily on credit cards just for daily expenses. The accumulated interest meant that at one point I was over $100,000 in debt. Our Discover card statement indicated it would take me 615 years to pay the balance by making the minimum payments. Despite these challenges, I did remain diligent, and my faith and integrity did not waver. I proactively arranged payment plans for obligations which required meticulous planning. Yes, I missed payments. Almost always within 30 days, but always willing to pay the additional fees, but it was a balancing act. I was basically doing my best to keep everything together. I also, during that time, put my trust in Nelson Pelora accounting firm to complete my 2018 to 2022 taxes. I did not follow up to ensure that they were submitted in a timely manner. For that, I take full responsibility. It will not happen again, as of 2023, tax filings were submitted on time with no penalties. So will 2024 and 25 and beyond. However, I take full responsibility for this oversight. So Christmas Day in a few weeks, I am proud to share that I will be making my final credit card payment, which happens to be that Discover card they said would take me 615 years to pay. They didn't less than 1 year. My Christmas gift to myself and my family is to realize what I thought I would take much longer to achieve. I will be completely out of debt before the end of this year. A meaningful gift to myself and my family. To ensure that I do not get into this situation again, I have partnered with Wealth Management Group Advisory Services out of Walnut Creek, California. They have a team there that is going to help me with my personal finances. We're engaged in personal finance planning now, tax strategies, investment management, retirement income planning, insurance, and most importantly, future estate planning for my next generations. Today, I don't come to you offering any excuses, but rather provide context to these challenges. I remain committed to meeting my obligations and building a more secure, responsible financial foundation for my family. Throughout my career, I've been committed to integrity, compliance, and guest satisfaction. I'm very fortunate at the J Resort, I get to focus on collaboration, achieving both financial goals and enhancing guest experiences. With the experiences I have in 9 different jurisdictions across the country and the Bahamas, I value transparency, always have. Regulatory compliance, without a doubt. And I look forward to contributing to Nevada's dynamic gaming industry. Working with the Nevada Gaming Control Board investigators, specifically Agent Serenity Simpson and her team, has been an outstanding experience. The due diligence, patience, compassion have been like nothing I've seen coming from any regulatory industry that I had to work with or for. I extend my gratitude for her and her team for professionalism. Today, I look forward to answering your questions and working closely with the Nevada Board to uphold the success and integrity of our industry here in the state of Nevada. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. Very thorough presentation, and you have hit the highlights of some of the questions I was going to have, and you addressed them straight on, so I appreciate that. Pleasure to have your wife here with you today. That means a lot to me, and Mr. Boulware as well, supporting your application. Both of those factor a lot into my decision-making process, so I appreciate you bringing them. Also want to thank you for your military service. I know sometimes that sounds like a cliche, but without men and women like yourself, we wouldn't have this great country. We wouldn't be sitting here making these decisions if we didn't have our armed forces, so I appreciate that. As you are aware, there was areas of concern about paying bills on time. And without getting into your finances, you've addressed that head on. And I congratulate you on paying off something that would have taken most people, as you said, possibly hundreds of years by minimum payment. You did it in a year. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for not the fact that somebody misses a payment, not that somebody has a credit card debt. It's, are they addressing it? Taxes, no, it's a different situation. We are a tax collecting agency on behalf of the state of Nevada. Somebody who doesn't pay their taxes on time really throws up some red flags. You've explained that you had some issues with that. You've explained it won't happen again. So I appreciate you addressing that as well.
Thank you.
And want to hear from my colleagues and see if they had questions for you. But again, thank you for being here and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick.
Great. Dr. Watkins?
Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you for being here today. I appreciate your detailed explanation or affirmative presentation and taking us through the history of your work, life, and what you did at each of those places. And congratulations on a very long and successful career all over the nation. I think that's amazing. I'd also like to say thank you for your service as well. With regard to the debt issue, I just had a couple of questions. What prompted you to begin paying down your debt, and over what period was it incurred?
So I've been working for many years, ever since I left the Isle of Capri, on my debt. I have a spreadsheet that I have goes all the way back to when I was in the Bahamas, where I track my expenses. So I'm very meticulous about that. So it wasn't all of a sudden the board's asking for this information. I have been diligently trying my very best to get out of debt my entire, ever since I left it 2013, 10 years. And it's been an uphill battle. Like I said, my income drastically got reduced. And so it was living on minimum payments. Then you add additional expenses on that. And now I was relying on whatever source of income I could get my hands on at that time. And so, but my entire, ever since I left the Isle of Capri, I had to learn some tough lessons, right? There was an unexpected departure from the Isle of Capri. I was left on very good terms with them. I think one of them was Rob Norton, was also I worked with when I was at the Isle of Capri, was one of my people that spoke on my behalf for this application, and is a good friend of myself and the family as well. But at the end of the day, it's something I've been trying to do, and I've been afforded that opportunity working with the Jacobs Entertainment. The most humble person I ever met is Jeff Jacobs, our owner. And he is very gracious and kind and has been there to support me through this process, as well as my leadership, my vice president, my CEO. I think I've got a good handle on it at this point, where not only did I learn a lot, but it's not ever going to happen again, I can assure you.
I understand that, and thank you for your explanation. And my understanding, just from what you presented here today, and what the our agents have told us, is that, your previous employers, they rave about you. You just being before us today, you seem like a genuinely likable person, so I can understand that. As the chair mentioned, I echo his comments as it relates to the tax issue. That's a concern, but I do believe that you're committed to not doing it, not having those same issues moving forward.
No, I can assure you.
Understood. And I appreciate you. I think you anticipated my next question, given the timing of the start of paying down the debt with the investigation, but it appears that you did initiate that process on your own, and it wasn't just that, I'm just paying down my debt because of the investigation, but it's something you wanted to do for yourself. And I've heard from our agents about how excited you are to be getting it done this year. And just congratulations on all the progress you've made.
Thank you, Doctor. I've been blessed to be able to have the resources to be able to do that now.
That's all I have right now, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. First of all, go Bills. See your pin there.
From Buffalo, yes.
Yeah, did you watch the game the other night? They destroyed
It was
Miami.
amazing, wasn't it?
Division game. So we also have our deputy chief, Luke Rippey, back there. He's a big Bills fan, so you may want to chat with him before you leave. I think they're going to be there. I think this could be their year.
I think so. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
It's been a lot of heartache. Yeah.
So, and congratulations on paying down the credit cards and all that. That's a great accomplishment. Thank you for your 4 years of service in the Air Force. I really do appreciate that. Echo what Chairman Hendricks said about that. That's really admirable. And that's pretty much all I have to say. When I had some clients who got in trouble with credit cards and stuff, I just told him what, that guy on that radio, Ramsey, is that his name on that radio show says? Just go with one credit card, you know, cut them up. Now that you've paid them off, just cut them up, keep one, maybe one for your wife, one for you, and, you know, you should be okay. Positive cash flow was, the other, message that he would send us. Basically, you know, try to, pay it off every month if you have to use it. I just hate paying interest. I hate giving these companies my money, and they didn't do a damn thing for it. You know?
Yeah, no,
They just
correct.
extended a little credit. So I beat them to the punch. I pay it off every month. And that's the greatest feeling you could have, is to be debt free.
Yes.
So congratulations on
Thank
getting
you.
there. And I'm in full support of your application. I want to wish you all the best.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, and I want to say on behalf of myself, what J Resort's been doing downtown Reno is quite phenomenal. I like what's happening there from your employer standpoint. And Mr. Boulware, appreciate you being here. Is there anything you'd like to come forward and say on the record regarding J Resort or Mr. Levesque and his application?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, board members. Jonathan Boulware, Vice President of Nevada Operations for Jacobs Entertainment. A little bit about myself. I was at the Mirage. Young guy, graduated from college, was there for 10 years, working for Steve Wynn, and then we sold to MGM, joined MGM Resorts out of Prim Valley, and from there Station Casinos, and then had an opportunity to join Jacobs Entertainment in 2008 during the recession. Moved up there as a general manager of the Gold Dust West in Carson City, and now is my role as vice president. And it's been a tremendous journey from the company standpoint, because if you're familiar with that area, West 4th Street, that was an area known for decades to avoid at all costs because of illegal activity, prostitution, all sorts of things. And the people that lived there weren't bad people. It was just that they got themselves in situations that it was hard for them to get out of. And one of our greatest accomplishments when we started acquiring that land, which we own 20 city blocks, 40 acres, was being able to take care of the people that lived in that community and really get them out of a bad situation. And at the time, it was the Sands Regency, moved into J Resort. And that's where Craig came in, because the Sands Regency was at best a two-star property, completely different type of clientele. And so we modeled that property, became the J Resort, and at that time pretty much wiped out the entire database and really had to start from scratch. And that meant a different mentality of not just the employees, but the leadership team. And we really needed someone to be able to manage that transition. And Craig has done a terrific job from that. From the time we interviewed him, he showed that passion, that commitment. He has this term called showtime, where it's really, you're putting out your best foot forward. And so he was the one to lead us. He's done a terrific job in the year and a half that he's been there. The employees are excited about having him in charge, and it's not an easy job in the sense that we are forging a new market as we revitalize that entire area. So there's more to come. I'm excited to work from Craig. It was an easy decision for me to come down and support his application. We've all been in financial situations. We like to say that, hey, everything else is always positive in our lives, but we know we'll go through adversity. And I admire how he's taken on this adversity, overcome those challenges, and has forged a path forward that he can be proud of. So we're proud of him, happy to have him on our team, and looking forward to, we got a lot of work to do at Jay still. We're not finished. So just some of my comments. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Boulware. Anything else from board members?
I'd just like to say to Mr. Boulware, thank you for being here. And I think it means a lot when your employer comes down and supports you, travels to support you. It's consistent what we've heard about him through our agents and his previous employers. Everybody just loves him. So it's great to hear that, and appreciate your support.
Well, the only thing I'll say that I hope doesn't hurt him is hope we don't have wide right in the playoffs. So
Scott Norwood.
that's right.
Very good.
I was at that game.
Were you
Oh, yeah.
Judge, any other questions?
No, thank you for being here, Mr. Boulware. I do appreciate you supporting Mr. Levesque. So it means a lot to me that you're here as well. And your wife is here also. So thanks for being here. It's good to have family support. It shows us you're not alone in this endeavor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Levesque, for myself personally, I got to tell you, as I read through these materials, I was kind of on the fence about whether or not a 2-year, 3-year limitation would be necessary, even as you were making progress, so that we could, not as a disciplinary function, but as a monitoring function, just have you come back before us. I know that there is cost involved in that, and that cost usually lands upon your employer. So having your employer Representative Mr. Boulware here today supporting you, it's kind of helped me get off that fence. And your issues were not issues about compliance. They weren't issues about anything regarding regulatory. They were more personal in nature, and you've addressed them head on. So I am now leaning away of, there's no reason to come back before us. What I would, though, do is ask you to make a personal commitment and to not embarrass this board by you continuing the path you're on. Stay off of the credit card debt, pay your taxes on time. Super simple things to do. You don't need to come back in front of this board, in my mind, in 2 or 3 years to say that's happened, because I know it's going to happen. And so based on that, I certainly want to wish you the best. I want to listen to my colleagues on what they think about a potential limitation, but I'm now in the camp of I'm in full support of your application. And again, as Dr. Watkins said, we've read and heard from your current employer and previous employers about your actions, and that means more to me than paying a credit card on time.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins, anything else before we take a motion?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think what you said is spot on. There obviously are areas of concern, but given, your efforts over the last year, I'm not concerned that you will have those issues going forward. I actually wrote down, possibly limited question mark, right? Having Mr. Boulware here to support you, right? Ms. Vermees, neglected to mention your presence. Thank you for being here. Having all of your support, I think, is important. And just hearing from our investigative agents, who I'd say thank you to as well, and the conversations that they've had with your previous employers. It just shows what kind of person you are and what kind of asset to the industry you will continue to be. And so I appreciate it. I appreciate that, and I'm off that ledge as well.
Thank you, Doctor.
Judge, anything else before we take a motion?
Thank you, Chairman. I fully concur with the assessments of my colleagues.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion regarding non-restricted item number 3.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add for the record?
I want to echo what Mr. Levesque said about Agent Serenity Simpson. She was extremely detailed and thorough. She always is. But she and Supervisor Chris Moyle showed such consideration and courtesy to get through the area of concern and to give him time to make progress on his financial stability so that he could appear today and feel good about it, and you could feel good about hearing from him. So thanks to them.
Appreciate that. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bring us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of DeSimone Gaming, Inc. for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route.
Good morning, Mr. DeSimone. Ms. Vermees, please.
Again, for the record, Chair, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is DeSimone Gaming, Inc., and to my right is the sole trustee and beneficiary of the DeSimone Gaming Trust, Joseph DeSimone. He's also the sole officer and director of the company. Mr. DeSimone has been before you a few times. He began his foray in gaming with the acquisition of the Railroad Pass back in 2015. He expanded that operation when he developed the Railroad Pass Travel Center in 2017, where he obtained a restricted license. During COVID, Boyd had closed the El Dorado Casino in Henderson, and it remained closed through 2020 until it was purchased by Mr. DeSimone in December 2020. The establishment was remodeled and reopened in 2021 under a new name, the Pass at Water Street. Mr. DeSimone subsequently acquired land across the highway from the railroad pass, where he developed the El Dorado Travel Center and the adjacent tavern. Both received restricted gaming licenses just a year ago in October of 2023. Last summer, LV Petroleum LLC offered to acquire the two travel centers. LV Petroleum is in the travel center business. That's what they do. Mr. DeSimone saw an opportunity to sell the travel centers to experts, but retain the gaming. And that's why we're here today. The application before you is to add a slot route operator's license. Mr. DeSimone negotiated space lease agreements with LV Petroleum to have DeSimone Gaming operate those travel centers once the license was issued. That transaction closed back in July of 2024, at which time the gaming operations at the two travel centers ceased. We submitted a request for temporary closure under Reg 9, which was granted. That will expire, that temporary closure will expire December 31st of this year. The city of Henderson also, at its council meeting back in August, granted non-operational status to the gaming licenses. Again, that will last for actually a full year, but we need to get the gaming reactivated by January 1 so that there's not a lapse and that we don't have to refile for new licenses. So that brings us to our appreciation for Agent Benjamin Stewart, who worked diligently to complete the investigation so that we could be on these December agendas. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Excellent presentation, and you answered most of my questions. And Mr. DeSimone, again, pleasure to see you. You've been in front of the board and commission on several occasions, most recently October of last year. So we have a full file on your background, the company's background, the properties that Ms. Vermees just mentioned for the record. Only question I had then is, why the sale? You just got these things built and up and running. What was the timing? What made this the right transaction for you?
Actually, I had just started working on a private equity fund to purchase other travel centers. And the first people we approached, Las Vegas Petroleum, said, no, we want to buy yours. So I told them, I bet you don't have enough money to do that. And I lost that bet. So it was a good transaction for my family, my company, my gaming company, and provided capital to do things like build a hotel in downtown Henderson, which is just opened last week.
Congratulations on both the transactions then, and congratulations on the opening of the hotel. And I'm sure you're happy to lose that bet.
Yeah, it's a bet I like to lose.
Great. That's all the questions I had, and Ms. Vermees went through the temporary closure. I was going to ask about the timing, and you explained all that, so I didn't have any other questions. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I don't have any questions. I think all of my questions have been answered either through the presentation or through the chair's questions. I was wondering about the timing as well and why the sudden shift. But I'd also like to say congratulations on your recent transactions and good luck to you in the future.
Thank you, Doctor.
Judge, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions. I just want to say great to see you again. Congratulations on this transaction. The agent did a great job. It's very straightforward. There are no concerns, no conditions. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And do you have plans for expanding the slot machine route operator license if you receive this, or is this just for these two properties right now?
There's actually three properties, yeah.
Three.
But we're going to go where opportunity takes us as a company. We have 361 employees now, and we're doing really well, but there's always looking for opportunity for growth.
Great, thank you. All right, then, if there's no other questions, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Ms. Vermaze, anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Appreciate it. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, we're at non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Victor Blanco for finding of suitability as a key employee at Light and Wonder, Inc.
I know the applicant's here, but I don't see him in the room.
Okay. Would you like to go to number 6? You've got quite a string going here, Ms. Vermaze. I'm happy to go to 6 and come back to 5.
We can do that.
Okay, let's go ahead, Madam Secretary, and read in non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Jason Sides for licensure as a key employee at Neva One LLC.
Morning. Go ahead, Ms. Vermaze.
Good morning. Again, Sonia Vermaze from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant. He is to my right, Jason Sides, SVP General Manager of Neva One LLC, doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino. It's his application for licensure as a key employee. He has been before you in connection with a prior Neva One application, but he's not been before you for his own personal suitability application, which is what he will be going over today. He began working at the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas back in 2011. He was promoted to the position of SVP and GM at Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe a few months after the Golden Nugget Group acquired that establishment, at which time he and his family relocated up to Northern Nevada. We do want to thank Agent Dave Hearn for his time on the investigation and for his courtesies and professionalism.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sides. As Ms. Vermaze noted, we have a detailed workup on your background investigation, and of course, pleasure to see you again since the last time you were in front of us on the property applications. If there's anything you'd like to add to summarize what Ms. Vermaze said or anything for the record, please feel free. Otherwise, we'll start firing questions at you.
There is. I'll be brief. First of all, thank each of you for having me here this morning. As you know, my name is Jason Sides. It's an honor and a privilege to be sitting before you today to be considered for a key license by this board and ultimately by the commission. When I started my gaming career approximately 30 years ago, sitting here today was, not even something I would consider. So it's very awesome. I'd like to share with you a little bit about the path that got me here, if I may. So started 30 years ago, like I said, I'm from the state of Mississippi and was born and raised there. I was in school in the northern part of the state at Delta State University, and some of the adjacent communities started having riverboat gambling. A few friends and I saw an advertisement for some in an adjacent community called Greenville, Mississippi, a small town, for dealer school. So we signed up and were accepted, and before I knew it, I had my first casino job as a craps dealer at a casino in Greenville, Mississippi. So stayed in that area for a while and then relocated to Kansas City, Missouri when Boyd Gaming opened Sam's Town. That was my first supervisory job in the industry. They opened Main Street Station a couple of years later, and I relocated to Las Vegas and opened that property. And then I went back to Mississippi when Mirage Resorts built and opened Beau Rivage. And although this wasn't part of my planned remarks, you had a prior applicant mention Hurricane Katrina. I was there for that too, and I remember seeing the Isle of Capri after that. No longer in the Gulf, but across the street on Highway 90. So incredible time. Stayed there until in Mississippi until 2011, when I came back to Las Vegas and took a job with Golden Nugget in downtown. So I've been with the Las Vegas family of casinos for nearly 14 years now. Shortly after coming back to Las Vegas, I met my wonderful wife, Tiffany. And then 6 years ago, we had our son, who's now in the first grade of the public school system in Douglas County. And we're very happy there. During my time with the company, I've been given several opportunities to grow while always been treated with fairness and respect. I'm deeply grateful for their continued support. Just over a year ago, as you mentioned, we reached an agreement for me to come to the newly acquired Lake Tahoe property as Senior Vice President and General Manager. As I'm sure you know, we're in the middle of a significant renovation of that property, which has been an exciting and challenging endeavor. But each milestone we achieve is a victory for our team, and I couldn't be prouder of the progress everyone has made, and I know what's on the horizon and very much looking forward to it. There's so many people that have played a role in my success over the years, and without them, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I'll start by thanking you and Agent Hearn for leading me through this process. Secondly, my wife, Tiffany, who has an accomplished gaming career and who has, on more than one occasion, sacrificed her career, I would say, so that we could advance mine. My exceptional leadership team at Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe, and without their hard work, we would have no chance of success. And then finally, I want to express my thanks to our parent company, Landry's, all of its team members up to and including ownership, who, as I mentioned, have always treated me with dignity and with respect. And I'm truly grateful for their continued support and trust. And that's all I have for you. So
Great. Thank you for that. Pleasure to have you in front of us today. We have in our materials here what your duties and responsibilities are, so I don't need to get too detailed into that. I did want to ask you, though, who handles compliance issues? Are you responsible for things like anti-money laundering compliance and those? And do you have a compliance committee that works with you?
we do. We have a compliance committee on the property of which I'm a member. We meet on a monthly basis.
Good. And is there a compliance officer on property?
We have a director of compliance on property. That's correct.
Okay. Does that person report to you?
He does.
Okay, great. All right. Obviously, you're aware of the fact that AML issues are top of mind to the Gaming Control Board in the state of Nevada. So I would encourage you as a member of that committee to stay abreast and to stay as educated as possible on all compliance, including AML issues.
Absolutely. Yes.
And again, based on your background and your many years in the industry, I didn't have other questions, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Watkins?
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on your long history of success in the industry. There were no areas of concern. I have no questions regarding your background. We have it all here. Again, thank you for being here. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you so much.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Congratulations, stellar background. You worked your way up as a dealer all the way to the position you're in now, so that's to be commended. I'm sure Commissioner Krolicki is going to really enjoy having a session with you and developing that area up north. He's a big fan, and he'll be thrilled to support you, I'm sure. So you were a blackjack dealer and a crap dealer?
Started with craps. Yes.
Started with craps, okay. So 16-1 odds, guy puts a quarter, $25 on there. What's the payoff?
16-1 odds. Can you repeat the question?
$25 bet.
$25 bet. That would be $400.
But you leave them up, $375 and leave them up.
75 and leave them up.
All right, you got my vote.
Very good. Ms. Mermaze, before we take a vote?
No, thank you.
Great, appreciate it. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. I'm sorry, there are no conditions on number 6. So just as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you.
Shall we just stay through item 7 and then I'll go find Mr. Blanco and bring him back for.
Perfect. We'll do 7, come back to 5. Madam Secretary, please read in item non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Neva One LLC doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino for the addition of a racebook and sports pool and for licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering.
Ms. Vermees.
Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary, for the record, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck here on this application. To my right, Jason Sides, SVP and General Manager of Neva One LLC, doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe Hotel and Casino. As briefly discussed, in August of 2023, GNNV Holdings LLC and Golden Landry's LLC acquired the equity in Neva One LLC, which at the time was doing business as Hard Rock Lake Tahoe. At closing, Neva One was under contract with William Hill to run the sports book, and that contract expires at the end of this month. In August of this year, Neva One filed applications to take over the racebook and sports pool operations, and following commission approval, intends to activate the license on January 1st. It will be under a new sports bar concept that has been developed, Bill's Burgers and Bar. We appreciate Agent Colin Lane and Supervisor Matt Doyle activating and completing the investigation so quickly so that we could be before you today and so that there'll be no gap in operations. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Yes, you're correct. The agents did an excellent job of trying to speed this up so that there wouldn't be any lapse in having a sports book available at the property. So my congratulations and kudos to them as well. Mr. Sides, how is the renovation timeline coming along?
Coming well. I mean, some of the milestones so far is we now have one restaurant open, our Saltgrass Steakhouse. Our back tower, we should start getting rooms back in February there. The real estate that's going to become our permanent sports book location, the construction there will be starting very soon in the next few weeks. Until that's complete, we're going to be operating on the casino floor in the footprint where the existing sports book is located.
What do you foresee for the timeline for building out the new sports book area?
We're looking at May or June.
Okay, not too far.
25.
Great. And is your plan for credit and betting limits to be comparable to what William Hill was offering at the book?
I don't have purview as to what their betting limits were, so I can't answer that question.
Yeah, okay. And as far as what Golden Nugget plans to do, you're kind of a unique property up there. Is it going to be comparable to Reno, comparable to Las Vegas?
As far as betting limits? Yeah, it would be comparable to what we do in Golden Nugget, Las Vegas.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Good morning again.
Morning.
The opening lines are to be established by IGT, is that right?
That's correct.
And does the Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe plan on exercising the option to have a final say in the line?
We do not. We intend to let IGT and the data feeds establish and set lines.
But you do plan to review?
We will
those
review
lines?
each morning, and if we see what's an apparent issue, obviously we'll be reaching out to them for some clarification.
And so how does that work if no one on property has permission to edit the lines?
So the permission would be through IGT, but we have a online chat process with their trading room that we can pose questions. They can pose information to us to allow us to make decisions on whether or not to accept wagers that are in theory, above our street limits, as we would call it. So there's an open line of communication with them.
Okay.
There will be an open line of communication with them.
Okay. Can you talk about the capital improvements?
Yes, of course. The real estate that we're developing was not being used when the property was purchased. It was an old restaurant. It's been, demolition's complete. And we're going to turn it into, as you mentioned, a Bill's Bar and Burger, which is one of Landry's concepts out of New York City. There's also a Bill's Bar and Burger in Lake Charles, Louisiana, in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and the second one in New York. And I know I'm missing one, but I can't recall where it is. So it'll be a restaurant with a bar in the middle with 13 video poker units, a large video wall on the back, and mini TVs with betting kiosks and also live betting stations.
And you may have already mentioned this, but I may have missed it. Did you talk about the IGT's Peak Bar top units?
I did not, but happy to. So it's my understanding that the Peak Bar Tops have functionality that allow them to be used as sports betting kiosks, basically. And it's my understanding that the approval of that in the state of Nevada is pending field trial. So it would be our desire, when and if that is approved, to convert the bar tops in that area and maybe some other areas throughout the casino into sports betting terminals as well.
Yeah, it sounds exciting. And it's also my understanding that you all will not be accepting wagers on the Houston Rockets. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Judge Assad, questions?
Just a couple. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So the sports, the kiosks will be separate from the live counter. You'll have ticket writers. There'll be a live counter.
That's correct. We'll offer both products.
Okay, great. And so IGT gives you the opening line, but of course, as bets come in, you're going to be able to move the line accordingly where the money goes, right?
So, I mean, technically, would we have that ability? Yes, but it's not a practice that we anticipate.
So IGT will be moving the line?
Yeah, it'll be through the data feed, and
Okay.
I don't see us getting out of parity with the market.
Okay.
Due to liability. I mean, possibly on some big event like Super Bowl where there's a lot of, a whole lot of volume, maybe that would be considered, but other than that, we'll stay in line with the market.
Will you be offering in-game wagering at the sportsbook?
We will be offering in-game wagering.
Okay, that's very popular these days, so glad to hear that. And then you'll have parlay cards as well?
We are not going to have parlay cards.
No parlay cards?
Only on the board.
Off the board
parlays.
parlays. Okay, very good. So will there be a sign saying what the total aggregate payout will be off the board for, say, a 10-team parlay?
So I'm accustomed to seeing that for parlay cards with an aggregate limit.
Right.
The one that participates and bets on that parlay card. For off the board odds, we manage liability through maximum payouts for a wager. So in other words, a sports writer would have the approval to enter and accept a bet up to a certain liability.
Got
and
it.
anything above that would have to go.
I got you. I thought the Golden Nugget had parlay cards downtown here, right?
In Las Vegas, yes, they do.
Okay, but you guys are not going to offer that?
We don't plan to offer parlay cards.
Why would that be?
Inherently with parlay cards, lines change, people get injured, and you have these stale lines on these paper documents that and open up liability, and the popularity of them have declined. And
Okay,
we're
interesting.
about
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
I think that answers all of my questions as well. So I didn't have anything additionally to ask today. Was interested in the parlay cards. I understood our enforcement agents had already reviewed those, but you've said there's no reason to use them. And I'm guessing what they reviewed them against was the ones here in Las Vegas. And they said if you were to use similar parlay cards in Lake Tahoe as the ones already approved in Las Vegas, it'd be okay. Is that your understanding of what they were saying?
I'm not.
It probably doesn't matter. If you're not going to use them, it's okay. But our enforcement had reviewed the parlay cards and the house betting rules. Is it my understanding you'll be following house rules that are approved at the Golden Nugget here in Las Vegas?
We did submit to Agent Lane house rules for the Lake Tahoe property, which I don't know if they're identical, but if not, very, very similar to those.
Based off of the Golden Nugget here in Las Vegas.
That's right.
Okay, good. Well, certainly continue to work with enforcement to be sure that those are approved. Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. Prior notification to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair, the Chair's designee is required by Naval One LLC doing business as Golden Nugget Lake Tahoe and Casino before converting a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior notification to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair, the Chair's designee is required before closing or reopening a manned satellite operation.
Ms. Vermees, you're aware of that condition and agree with that?
I was not, but I think it sounds okay.
Yes, I was not aware either, but yes.
Very standard that we want to know about moving, converting, anything without coming to the board first. Great. All right, then need to add anything else for the record? Well, wonderful. Then, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sides. Bringing us back to non-restricted item number 5, Madam Secretary, why don't you go ahead and read that into the record again, just so we have it in the transcript.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Victor Blanco for finding of suitability as a key employee at Light and Wonder, Inc.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. No, we're still in the morning. It's flying by.
Good day.
Good day.
Chairman
Sure.
Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, here with the applicant to my right, Victor Blanco. He is the Executive Vice President, Chief Technology Officer for Light and Wonder, Inc. This is his application for a finding of suitability as a key employee pursuant to Regulation 16.410. Just briefly about Mr. Blanco, he is a graduate of Texas A&M. After working for a bit with Microsoft and HTC, he started his first gaming job with Aristocrat back in 2010. He was there over 10 years and also spent a little over a year at Wynn Las Vegas. He joined Light and Wonder in June of 2022. He is currently licensed in Indiana and is also a plenary qualifier in New Jersey. Lastly, we want to thank Agent Jason Molitz for his work on the application. I've been working with Mr. Molitz for many years, and it's always a pleasure. And Mr. Blanco is happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Good morning, Mr. Blanco. Pleasure to have you here. We have a very detailed investigative background on you and your history, both in the entertainment and gaming business, as well as your prior jobs. But if there's something you'd like to tell us about your background or yourself, please feel free.
Sir. Just the last 2.5 years at Light and Wonder, I oversee a team of roughly 1,200 technology delivery teams, people, and single father, 2 kids.
Great. Well, pleasure to have you here. As I said, we have a very detailed background on you. Stellar education as an Aggie, and your work experience speaks for itself. So I didn't have any questions. We usually ask people in your particular role about cybersecurity and reports and those kind of functions. Does cybersecurity fall under your purview at Light and Wonder?
It's not in my management structure, but I'm happy to speak to how we work with cybersecurity.
Yeah, please do. Do you have a separate CISO who handles it? And tell me about the structure, how it does report.
That's right. So that rolls up into our chief financial officer, the security team. And typically with any project that we kick off, at the very beginning, we partner with compliance and security and our quality team. We design how we'll build the product. They have all the insights of how it will be constructed. That gives them kind of the visibility to the tools and the tests that they need to run when the product's complete. We build the product through its normal life cycle. And as we're reaching the end, quality comes back in, security comes back in, and they'll complete their battery of tests and qualifications to make sure the product is ready to hand over to a regulatory body like GLI or BMM.
Good.
So I would say we're connected at the hip with every product delivery.
Great. Appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Blanco?
Good morning, and thank you for being here. You're also a pilot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
I traveled internationally quite a bit for my last job at Aristocrat. I had a bit of downtime when I had to sit out between the two roles. And so I thought it might be interesting to actually be in the cockpit instead of the passenger seat this time. So over the 9 months, I went and did pilot training here in Las Vegas down at the Henderson Airport. I received my pilot's license about 18 months ago, and I try and fly at least, let's say, 2 hours a week, maybe 2 hours every other week to stay proficient.
That sounds amazing and a great way to spend your downtime. So
Expensive way to spend my
yeah,
downtime.
an expensive way, certainly. I don't have any further questions. Your background is excellent, and I'm happy to support your application.
Judge Saad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You have an excellent background. It was a really thorough report by Agent Molitz, so I don't really have any particular questions. You've been licensed in New Jersey and Indiana. First time here, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And on the cybersecurity issue, we've been seeing that some of the breaches occur when employees are not properly trained. Frontline employees like the receptionist or the operator who takes the calls coming into the company initially. So just as a word of caution, you might want to make sure your employees are trained not to be tricked by some bad guys on the outside saying, hey, I lost my ID and I can't log in, my PIN number's off. Can you give me a new PIN number? That kind of thing. We've had situations like that occur. So, there's the technical side and the hardware and so forth, the software that has to be tested and approved, of course. GLI and companies like that can help you there. But there's also most of the things I've been seeing are flaws with the employees just not paying attention and maybe not being properly trained. So
yes, sir,
just
we'll
a
do
word
that.
of caution. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Chair, I did have a quick follow-up
Sure.
curiosity question, either for Ms. Vermes or our applicant. Can you remind me of what the plenary qualifier is?
Only that New Jersey, they have so many applications and they're a bit backed up. So they tend to do sort of just an initial look at someone or an entity. And so it's just essentially an interim approval until they can get through their full investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I will add that I'm so happy we are in this building today because I'm in high heels. And if I had to be standing through all of this, I would not be happy. This has been much better. So thank you.
Good. Yes. Again, thank you to the legislature for allowing us to use their beautiful building with all this wonderful AV equipment. So I agree. I enjoy being in this building. And soon the hearings building, which is just a little bit to our north here, should be opening, we believe, possibly in February. So we'll enjoy that building as well. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vermes. Bring us to non-restricted item number 8, correct, Madam Secretary?
Correct.
All right.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of MGM Resorts International, Mandalay Resort Group LLC, and Entain PLC for amendment to order of registration as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of BetMGM LLC for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda, and you also have the request to withdraw the applications of BetMGM LLC doing business as BetMGM doing business at the Mirage Racebook and Sports Pool for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering.
Good morning. We've got the gaming attorney dream team here. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber-Schreck, appearing on behalf of BetMGM. With me today in the audience are Rhea Loney, Chief Compliance Officer of BetMGM, and Josh Weissman, Director of Licensing. Also, as you have noted with me today, are Eric Okerberg and Sean McGinnis, and I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves and their clients.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain PLC. And here with me via Zoom, hopefully, we should have Mark Henrich, who is the Group Director of Legal for Commercial.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. And with me in the audience is Chandler Pohl, Vice President and Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International.
Great. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Scheer, do you want to start with any presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a brief affirmative presentation. I'd like to ask Ms. Loney and Mr. Weissman to come forward in case you have questions for them after that.
Great. Welcome. Good morning. Go ahead, Mr. Scheer, when you're ready.
Before you today are the applications of BetMGM to serve as a key employee of the MGM Resorts International affiliate race and sports operations. I want to begin by thanking the board and in particular Supervisor Matt Doyle, Senior Agent Heather Lambert, and Agent Colin Lane for their professionalism and flexibility as these applications have taken some twists and turns along the way. The purpose of these particular applications is to allow BetMGM to serve as MGM's key employee for the race books and sports pools, not merely to provide contract labor. You've had a number of key employees before you today. Each of them was not simply seeking registration as a gaming employee, but the key employee licensing that goes with a sufficiently senior role in the organization. And that's what BetMGM is seeking here. MGM is asking BetMGM to serve in this role because of their expertise and their staffing and in the conduct of race and sports operations. And so the expectation is they will have certain high-level functions, although as their employer, MGM will always have responsibility for oversight and policy direction. This will include taking on additional responsibility in areas including trading, customer service, risk and fraud, marketing, and payments. We have submitted amended internal controls that are currently being reviewed by the audit division to reflect these additional functions. We are aware of the recommended conditions and have no concerns save to try and clarify the one condition with respect to BetMGM reporting to the super trader or other appropriate MGM staff. I want to be clear that we agree that MGM will be the employer, and as the employer will at all times have the final say on everything related to the operation. BetMGM will follow the policies and directions provided by MGM. However, as a key employee with broader responsibilities beyond just trading, the expectation is that much of that direction will be provided at a higher level, likely above the super trader himself, and that BetMGM will report to and provide recommendations with regard to the operations for consideration and final decision by a senior level executive of MGM. I truly appreciate the work, and I really do, put in by Supervisor Doyle and Senior Agent Lambert and the audit division late yesterday afternoon as we scrambled to try and come up with appropriate language for this condition. That language, the language that is before you, I believe likely came out of my arguments that BetMGM's duties would be broader than just trading. So we wanted to broaden it beyond the super trader. But after discussing the recommended language with my client and with MGM, who of course would be the employer, we would like to recommend some amended language for that condition. In particular, we would recommend the following. BetMGM LLC is required to report to MGM Resorts International's super trader, AKA Director of Sportsbook Trading Operations, or other authorized MGM Resorts International employee as approved by the chairman. The thought here is that MGM will designate the MGM executive responsible for the relationship, and the chairman will have the opportunity to determine whether that employee is appropriate for overseeing the relationship. Below that level, BetMGM employees will coordinate with and take direction from MGM employees, but they won't actually report to, and that's one of our concerns, is the word report to those MGM employees. As noted earlier, the point is for BetMGM as a company to be hired as a key employee, not to simply provide contract employees who are inserted into the MGM staffing levels. BetMGM and its employees understand that MGM is the ultimate employer, that the employees of BetMGM will not contradict the directions from MGM employees, but they will have their own chain of command within BetMGM. When issues arise, they will take those issues up that chain of command, and those will be resolved by the designated executive of MGM, who has the final say, and the appropriate executive at BetMGM. Again, under our proposed language, that individual will be someone designated by MGM and then approved by the chairman. With that, Mr. Chairman, we think these applications are relatively straightforward. We didn't have anything else to add, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Shear. And yeah, you've hit some of the highlights that were my primary concerns is who's on first and who's responsible when somebody steps off of first. And, we've had some of these questions in the past. And so for me, you've clarified that in the language you're proposing. I just started looking at that this morning, but it seems to make sense for the reasons that you've outlined of who's responsible and who's reporting to who. That's what we're trying to figure out. If enforcement agents have to go out there or make a phone call and say, I need an answer on this, we need somebody where the buck stops, right? And you've addressed that. Also, the board members became aware of something yesterday, which has not been thoroughly investigated, but something happened in terms of use. And I don't even know enough to ask the proper questions here in the middle of a public meeting today. Is there anybody with you or the others here today who are prepared to address how that situation arose?
My understanding is the situation, and I'll try it, and then I think Ms. Okerberg, her client, might be able to address it in more detail if you have questions. Situation arose at the cut over to the single account, single wallet product, and that configurations that had previously been in the system were changed to just a blanket change, which allowed some access by others to the Nevada side of the system. Nothing inappropriate was done, but there was access. That was inappropriate. The access itself was inappropriate. And there were adjustments made, but those adjustments were appropriate adjustments. And that has now been rectified. The configuration has been changed back. There is no more access.
When you say appropriate adjustments were made, would it have been made by somebody who was authorized? Is that why you're saying they weren't inappropriate?
No, again, the access was inappropriate.
Correct. Understanding that they shouldn't have been accessed.
Yeah, they were not authorized to make the adjustments.
But they did make adjustments. If they weren't authorized and there was a block in place, how would it have worked if everything was according to Hoyle?
It would have then gone to, my understanding is it would have then gone to MGM to make that adjustment.
And that open access has now been closed?
Correct.
How long was it open without authority?
I think from the time single account, single wallet changed over, so I think several months. So it's been a little while.
But you're not concerned, you're saying, about the adjustments that were made. They just weren't authorized, should have never been able to do it, but you're not saying there's anything nefarious about the adjustments that you've seen as you've gone back through this.
That's correct. The adjustments would have likely been approved by the MGM officials because they were things such as you were entitled to a free bet, and you placed your free bet and then the game got canceled for some reason. And so you never got your free bet. And so they'd go back and say, okay, well, we're going to give you the player would call and complain and say, hey, I didn't get my free bet. How come it's not here? They would adjust the account to allow them to have that free bet again. But again, that's something that was understandable under the circumstances, would have been allowed, was not in any way personally enriching any of the employees that had access.
Understood. And as I mentioned, the board members just heard about this yesterday, so we don't have an investigative file in front of us. I would not be surprised if you hear from agents of the Gaming Control Board to more thoroughly investigate this matter, but I know it's just come up recently that you're aware of, Mr. Shear, so I appreciate you making those representations and explanations here as we sit in this meeting today.
And I will say that this, based on those conditions that were put in place, there was required to be an MGM audit function, and MGM did those audits. That's how they became aware of this issue and then self-reported it.
Good. Well, that's good to hear, right?
So the audit function, the audit requirement worked.
Great. All right. And Ms. Okerberg will bring you up in a minute and ask you probably similar questions. Again, as we're at the beginning of this, just kind of want to get an understanding as our agents dig deeper into it with you and your client as well. Who were the employees who actually had the access? Were they BetMGM employees, Entain employees, or both?
They were employees of an of an Entain subsidiary.
Entain sub, okay, very good. Appreciate that. All right, we might ask Ms. Okerberg and her client about that. As far as the transaction, I think you laid it out very well, Mr. Scheer. I didn't have questions about that. I was concerned about the staffing. What would change with the staffing? Who would the reports go to? You've explained all that to my satisfaction, so I appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Yeah, good morning. Good to see you all here in front of us today. I guess I'll address first the recent issue. It was my understanding that Nevada was siloed and there wouldn't be access from Ivy. So how, and I know you kind of briefly mentioned it to the chair, can you explain to me how that occurred?
I think in terms of the technical details, I probably should refer that to Ms. Okerberg's client because, again, my understanding is just there was configuration change. There was sort of a blanket change when they switched over the system. And unfortunately, someone hadn't gone back in and put back in the correct configuration to prevent that or to silo Nevada, as you put it.
And do you have an idea when that change occurred?
I don't recall the exact dates, but I know it was earlier this year that the changeover occurred.
Okay. And how long is that audit cycle to, and is it specifically the audit cycle you mentioned earlier to address unauthorized access, or is it broader than that? And is that monthly? How long is that?
Two things. Let me go back to your prior question. Ms. Loney has told me it was August 21st, so the changeover time.
Okay.
And then secondly, the audit cycle, I believe it's a regular, I believe it's monthly. I can't remember under the letter. Maybe Ms. Loney may know.
I do not know offhand. It's a MGM.
Button in front of you there, the little green.
Can you hear me now? I do not know offhand. We could ask MGM as well. They're the individuals doing the audits, but I do know that it is more broad than just user access, and it goes into any adjustments and bonusing as well. So it is a more broad audit.
And so I'm just wondering, I guess, with the question about the audit cycle, how long before you all catch something like that? How long do they have that access for? And, if the change was made in August, then, how many audit cycles did it take before the error was addressed? Those sort of questions, and perhaps more appropriate for Ms. Okerberg. But that was kind of my line of questioning, but we can deal with that another time. With regard to the condition, I'm a bit confused because I thought you may have received another proposed condition from our audit or from our investigations team. And I can read it for you if you haven't received it.
I had received another condition that had reporting to the super trader or reporting to other BetMGM, reporting to other MGM employees for other functions.
And do you take issue with that? I know you said you have a problem with the word report, but do you take issue substantively with that proposed condition?
Yes, because the idea is that the BetMGM employees wouldn't necessarily be reporting to individual MGM employees. They'd be reporting to their own chain of command within BetMGM. And then BetMGM as a whole would be reporting to a designated executive at MGM.
Mm-hmm.
And so there'd be a relationship. And BetMGM would have a designated individual, Mr. Greenblatt, perhaps, or Vitek Vachinsky. And then MGM would appoint the person they want who would have and they would consult, but MGM would have the final say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just need a minute to re-review the third condition that has been proposed by our investigations division and see how that lines up with your concerns. I understand it was just sent out last night, so if my colleagues have other questions, then please.
Judge Assad, questions for BetMGM, and we've got other representatives here as well.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just a couple, thank you all for being here, by the way. With the, my understanding is the maximum, the maximum bet is $1 million at the sportsbook, right? Is that correct?
I would have to confirm that. I'm not sure offhand. We can confirm
That's,
that.
I think it's in our records here. And then the maximum aggregate payout would be, in the sports pool, would be 10 million. So my concern is, as long as that's clearly delineated for the patrons in the house rules, so that we just had a case, a patron dispute, lower amounts, but it's the same principle. The patron bet $1,000 and the maximum aggregate payout was 250,000. But by him betting 1,000, the payout, if there wasn't a maximum aggregate payout, was say 500,000, and he wanted to get paid 500,000, and had to try to explain to him that maximum aggregate payout means that's the maximum you're gonna get paid regardless of how much you bet. So as long as that's clear in your house rules, that's the only concern I would have, so.
And BetMGM will continue to operate under the MGM house rules, so they set the house rules, and we will follow them.
Great. That's all I have. Great. Thank you. It's pretty straightforward. The agents did a really good job of explaining everything to us. So I don't have any further questions, and I'm happy to support the application.
Let me go back a minute to Dr. Watkins' question about the potential condition, and we got a couple of different drafts. Is this something that you'd like to take a minute and speak with the investigation agents about? Or is that something you'd like to have debated here in the middle of a public meeting and have some attorney drafting going on?
Well, we can do one of two things. We can certainly take a minute. I'm happy to discuss with them further. We can certainly, we can come up with some language now that seems to be satisfactory, but I think we can have continuing discussion between now and the commission meeting, and certainly the board could make its recommendation.
Why don't we do this? Chief Hoffman, who would it be on your team that would need to speak with Mr. Scheer between the language that we were contemplating and the language that Mr. Scheer says is a more proper fit for the reporting chain?
Well, the most recent version of this condition came from audit. So Shelley Newell would be involved. She's an expert on this stuff, and she'd be working with Matt Doyle on this. But I've got an idea, because I think the second sentence of the one that Shelley sent last night is really the only large change compared to what Mr. Scheer proposes. So I propose doing a hybrid of what Mr. Scheer proposes and adding on, basically taking what Mr. Scheer proposes and adding on the second sentence of the third condition. And I can read it right now to see if it makes sense to you. So we'll go with Mr. Scheer's. BetMGM LLC's employees are required to report to MGM Resorts International Super Trader, aka Director of Sportsbook Trading Operations, or other authorized MGM Resorts International's employees. Any other, this is the second part, any other BetMGM LLC employees are required to report to MGM Resorts International's race book and sports pool manager or applicable MGM Resorts International Department Management. So she's capturing somebody who's not going the super trader route, just to make sure it's really clear that they still need to stay within the MGM umbrella.
Yeah, and the concern there is, again, the race and sportsbook manager. I mean, each of the individual books on the agenda has a manager, but BetMGM is actually being brought in at a higher role, overseeing all of that operation. They would actually report probably to someone at an officer level within MGM Resorts International, which would give you, we think, that clear line of authority, so you'd understand exactly who it is at MGM who's responsible for the BetMGM relationship. And so that's our concern, is that if we've got a whole bunch of different people that
Another
MGM
piece,
that we're reporting to them.
another piece of language that was in the third one is the very beginning of it, where it's added, BetMGM LLC's trading group is required to report to MGM Resorts International. Does that address your concerns?
The trading group, again, I think if you look at this holistically, we're looking at all of the race and sportsbook operations and having one person responsible for all of those, that BetMGM relationship for all of those operations, as opposed to individual segmented people that they would be responsible for. And that's the concern, is that, and I take the blame for that, because I made the point to Matt Doyle that there are different functions that will be performed by different people. And I think he and Shelley were trying to address that concern that I expressed to them. So that's my fault. But I think after looking at it, the thought is really there's one person at MGM who's going to tell BetMGM, this is what you need to do. And this is your job. And then BetMGM, like any other key employee at a senior level, will have some discretion and authority within what they've been directed to do by their supervisor at the MGM Resorts International level.
So what we could do, it sounds like this needs to be beat around more. We could use one of these three as a placeholder, and then Supervisor Doyle, Mr. Shearer, and Shelley Newell can create something that everybody's happy with prior to the commission meeting.
And that's kind of where I was thinking as well. And rather than continue to try to draft this, we could either trail this if it's something easily enough for Supervisor Doyle and Agent Newell and Mr. Shear or anybody else to handle in the next 30 minutes, whatever. That'd be great. If not, yeah, we're going to have to put
I'm not sure of Shelley's availability right now, so I would rather give these people days to draft something.
How do you leave that though to the commission? I don't want to have them having to figure out drafting that should have been handled at the board level.
Well, what we would like to do is give them something all wrapped up.
Very close, right?
Yeah.
Get to the 5-yard line and then.
Something that everybody agrees on that they could just read into the record.
All right.
Can I make a comment? If I understand you correctly, Mr. Shear, I think this language will effectuate what you're looking for. BetMGM LLC's trading group is required to report to MGM Resorts International's super trader, who's also known as Director of Sportsbook Trading Operations, who will have final say and authority, period. Isn't that exactly what you're looking for?
The trading operations, I think what we're saying is that it's actually going to be somebody above the super trader at an officer level who's going to be responsible for BetMGM and all of the functions that BetMGM performs.
How about super trader and his or her supervisor?
I really think that we need Shelley here because this really comes from her and her expertise in this area. And I just think there are also other issues that we haven't mentioned on the record yet. Well, actually, Mr. Shearer proposed that the MGM International employees be approved by the chairman, and also the second condition proposed doesn't, actually proposed by you includes the word report, and you're telling us that you have an issue with the word report, right?
Well, I didn't propose the condition itself. I made the argument that there were different functions being performed, not just trading.
Yeah, my apologies.
But they were trying to address that. So I'm taking the blame for that because they were trying to address that concern that I raised.
No, understood completely. But there just seems to be a lot of confusion, and I would prefer that all parties be at the table.
I agree. I mean, if it's an audit recommended condition, we need audit involved, right? And drafting on the fly in the middle of a public meeting is never the best way to do anything. So why don't we put a pin in that for now? I want to bring up Ms. Okerberg, and we have her client, I believe, still online. So let's ask them a couple of questions, and then we'll come back and may have questions for MGMRI as well. Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon.
And your client, Mr. Heinrich, is joining us as well. Can you hear us, sir?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Very good. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Okerberg. If there's anything affirmative you'd like to present, please feel free. Otherwise, we're going to ask you very similar questions about this most recent issue.
Sure. So I think I can provide a little bit of background, and then I might turn it over to my client to provide a little bit more. So first, I think Mr. Shearer described it in the same way that we would, just to add a little bit more background or a little bit more detail. After the migration happened from the single account, single wallet, there was a particular tool called the PAT tool, and that relates to bonus bet adjustments. That particular tool was not filtered to be Nevada only. And so what happened is that's where folks that had access in other jurisdictions had access in Nevada, and that's where they identified there were 2 employees who shouldn't have had access and did in fact have access. As Mr. Shearer mentioned, this was discovered during the course of an audit. It was self-reported to the board by MGM as the licensee, and that was worked through with Entain and their subsidiaries to identify what happened and to make sure that it was resolved promptly and taken care of.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. That was briefly what I understood as well, but as I said, we don't have an investigation file on this yet, and I'm sure there will be more to come. Anything, Mr. Heinrich, you'd like to add to that, or did Ms. Okerberg explain it exactly as your understanding?
Nothing to add, Chair Hendrick. That's exactly as I would have put it, but obviously available to answer any further questions that you or your colleagues may have.
Great, thank you. And while I have you, Ms. Okerberg, not to put you on the hot seat, but is there any other updates from Entain? Understanding this isn't their application, but is there anything publicly that we need to know about? The questions we always have when you sit before us on behalf of your client, Entain.
Certainly. Thank you for asking. There are no other public updates at this time to share. But while I'm up here, I do want to say that I've reviewed draft number 1, dated 11/21 of the 6th revised order of registration, and I believe it's in proper form.
Thank you for that. That was my next question exactly, is have you reviewed it? Thank you for acknowledging that. I'm satisfied where we're at today as to what happened. I appreciate you explaining what happened, which is not really the application that's before us, but it shows us that if we don't get these things tight in a drafting circumstance, and then if we don't follow them through in real world application, then we end up here having these legal debates over what was meant and what was intended. So Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Ms. Okerberg about Entain's either involvement with the incident that we're discussing, or if Entain has any of these issues that we were regarding the conditions that we were going through? And Ms. Okerberg, you heard the conversation. I don't know if you want to weigh in. And again, I don't want to be drafting here today.
No, we're happy to defer to BetMGM on that.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Other questions from you, Dr. Watkins?
Not questions that particularly need to be answered today, but I think you heard my line of questioning to Mr. Shearer. Those are the issues that I'm curious about, and if you can follow up with answers to the questions that I mentioned earlier about the audit cycle, when this was discovered, how long it was going on, when I believe they provided the change date is August 21, 2024, if that's the official change date. And then you mentioned, what was the name of the functionality?
It was the PAT tool, P-A-T.
The PAT tool. You said that 2 individuals, they actually had access or used the access?
They had and used the access.
Okay, and then what remedial measures have been put in place? What, how do you ensure that it doesn't happen again with some new functionality that, Nevada hasn't been siloed out of, right?
Sure.
So.
Absolutely. No, I think we can say, at least for purposes of the record today, it has been remediated and that hole has been closed, and that the team has worked very closely with MGM and with BetMGM to help assure that doesn't happen again. I do want to reiterate one point that Mr. Shearer said, which is the audit function that was designed to help capture this and identify issues worked. And so we think that actually is a very positive function, and that it's helpful to help make sure all of the parties work together and can identify issues and fix them quickly. So I think that's great. And we're, of course, happy to work with you and follow up and get any information to complete your investigative report and to give you what you need.
Of course, thank you for mentioning that. It is great that you all incorporated that audit function. And I think you actually moved up the audit function to occur more frequently than in the past. And I think that's great that it was caught and then self-reported. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. And Mr. Shear, I assume you're aware of and have no questions about the condition that there now be a compliance plan for BetMGM as part of this requested applications?
Correct. BetMGM put into effect a compliance plan more than a year ago now, and they have a compliance committee. Carl Benison is their independent member of the compliance committee. And so they've been meeting. In fact, I know that Mr. Crowley has been out to one of their meetings. So they have that in place. We've submitted the compliance plan to the investigations division. The compliance unit will be reviewing that. So yes, and have no concerns about that.
Great, appreciate that. I think that's a big help for this kind of conglomeration that we have, your partnership. There's several different tentacles to this octopus. And then for us as regulators, we're always trying to figure out who to call first. And so having a compliance committee in place make it a lot easier. We'll know who to call. So appreciate that. Ms. Okerberg, I didn't have other questions for you. Judge, questions for Ms. Okerberg or Mr. Heinrich regarding Entain's involvement in this application?
No, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. All my concerns have been addressed. It's pretty straightforward. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg.
Back to the condition, I've just heard from Supervisor Doyle. He's in touch with Shelley Newell, and they're available to discuss this right now if you want to trail this to the end of non-restricted.
Yeah, I like that. I'd rather send it to the commission fully baked as possible rather than send them something that says you're going to get it for the first time. Right. And then that still gives us 2 weeks before, if we're not completely happy with the language, then we show up with the commission that this minor tweak has to be done rather than have them see something for the first time. So let me bring up Mr. McGinnis. Mr. Pohl, you're welcome to come up as well. I just wanted to ask on behalf of MGMRI, have you reviewed, I believe we're on the 60th revised order of registration, is that correct?
Yes, it's the 60th one, and draft one from November 21, 24 is acceptable in proper form.
Good, thank you, Mr. McGinnis. That's the version I had as well. Mr. Pohl, anything you'd like to add on behalf of MGMRI, understanding that MGMRI is the licensee, right? And this is a step of now giving BetMGM employees key employee status, but they still MGM with the license.
Correct, and that's understood.
Great, good. Questions from board members regarding MGMRI's involvement in BetMGM's application?
I don't have any further questions. Good morning, gentlemen.
Judge?
All good, thank you.
All right, then. Thank you, gentlemen, for putting that on the record. And then Ms. Okerberg said that 5th revised order is accurate. So you gentlemen said that the 60th revised order of registration is in good form and agreed to. Are we missing one more, Mr. Shear?
I think
it's 60th and 6th.
6. Are we on 6th? You're correct.
For Entain. Yeah.
Entain is 6th, correct.
So I think that takes care of the orders. Yeah, so other than the one condition that we've discussed here today, we're fine with the other conditions.
Okay.
Which everyone recommended.
Setting aside that one condition, Dr. Watkins, did you have other conditions that you're concerned about as well?
No, Chairman.
Just that one. Okay. So, Mr. Shear, Mr. McGinnis, Ms. Okerberg, Mr. Pohl, is there anything else besides that one condition that we need to put on the record today? Good. All right. So we're down to very fine points. I'm glad to hear it. Let's do this. Since Supervisor Doyle and Agent Newell are available, what I'd like to do is trail this for, it's 12:15. We've got still another 4 or 5 items. So if you all can get together on a phone call with her, or she's just about a block up the street, whatever's easiest, we'll trail this. And when you come back, we'll take that as the next item, and we'll be ready, I think, for a motion.
I will note that I have item 12 on the
Okay.
agenda as well. I don't know whether it would work to take that out of order and do it now and get it done, and then I'll go and meet with Senior Agent Newell, and I may have her title wrong. I can't remember.
I think we're fine. Apologies to Mr.
Supervisor.
Reback, but we'll go ahead since everybody else has been sitting here as well. We'll go ahead and take the next item and we'll just trail this one till you come back. And if we get past 12, we'll take that one out of order as well.
Okay.
But hopefully it'll only take you a few minutes. You all come back and we'll pick it up where we left off.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you. So we will trail restricted item number 8 and we'll move, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Michael Newbecker for licensure as a key executive at Newcastle LLC.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Chandler Pohl, for the record. I didn't say that on the last item. Last name's Pohl, P-O-H-L, Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts. And with me is Michael Newbecker, President and COO of 3 properties, 2 that he's currently already approved for from the November 2020 agenda, which was a different membership of the board. So we'll take a moment to have Michael introduce himself to you.
Good afternoon.
Used my technology here. So good afternoon, Chair Hendricks, Member Watkins, Member Assad. So my name is Michael Newbecker. I oversee 3 properties, actually a few more than that, but I oversee Excalibur, New York, MGM Grand, the Signature at MGM Grand, and also our fantastic golf course, Shadow Creek. A little bit about me. I grew up in the state of Michigan. I graduated from Central Michigan University with an accounting degree. I ended up in Nevada by somewhat sheer luck. My wife was a school teacher and she couldn't find a job in Michigan. And we ended up moving to Nevada. We sold everything we owned and we moved out here where she taught school. So we moved here in the late 80s. I didn't know anything about gaming, and I started my first job at Imperial Palace. And this was back in the day when there was no technology in casinos. And I remember being in the count room and doing slot meter reads and people yelling at me that they couldn't read my writing. I'm like, you try writing 2,000 slot meter reads and your writing's going to fall apart. But I've been fortunate to have a good career. I started at MGM Resorts shortly before MGM Grand opened in 1993. So I started out basically as a clerk, and I've worked in quite a few different roles. I was part of the opening team, not at MGM Grand Las Vegas at 93. I was also part of the opening team for the first commercial casino in the state of Michigan, so MGM Grand Detroit. I was part of that team. I got heavily involved also when I was in Detroit on iGaming legislation and sports betting legislation. So that was interesting process and times, and worked a lot with the board, kind of setting regulations in that new market. I've been CFO at both MGM Grand Detroit and MGM Las Vegas. I've been president, and I was first president at MGM Grand Detroit, and then I came back right at the end of 2019 to be president of MGM Grand. And then a lot's changed in our organization, as you guys know, over the years. So shortly after we opened, I should say exactly when we opened from the pandemic, when we started ramping casinos back up, I took over oversight of New York Casino. And then once we announced the sale of Mirage, we thought it was appropriate to pot up Excalibur with one of the other casinos. So at that point, we refer to ourselves as the Super Pod. So we kind of oversee that corner of the strip. So long time gaming. I thoroughly enjoy what I do. When I think back, I've been fortunate, and it's also just amazing how much the industry has changed in a relatively short period of time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Newbecker. Pleasure to have you before us again. And as you said, you've been involved in gaming industry and Nevada's gaming industry for many years, been before Nevada's regulators before. I enjoyed going through your background and reading about your history and had no concerns. I know you've sat here for several hours today and hopefully that was something that you were able to learn from listening to the conversation. I know sometimes when I sit through regulatory meetings, I usually end up with several notes that says, yeah, I should probably look into that when I get back to my office. So hopefully sitting here today was meaningful for you, and appreciate you being here and looking through your background.
So thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good morning, fellow Michigander.
No Lions? Sorry.
I wasn't going to say that, but I will say go green. So I went to Michigan State.
Okay,
so
my daughter got her master's degree from Michigan State, so
okay.
I have,
Well, tell
I have
her
passion for the Spartans too.
Yes, tell her I said go green. You said you oversee the Excalibur. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any questions for your excellent background. You've been in the industry for a long time. Congratulations on your rise and everything. And I'm happy to support your application.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I don't really have any questions, maybe just a comment or two. Your experience and resume is stellar. Excellent background, on-the-job experience, worked your way up from the bottom right up to the top. That's to be commended. Also want to commend you on making a good choice in your marriage. You can never go wrong marrying a school teacher.
I agree.
Congratulations. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Tell me about your role in anti-money laundering at any of the properties that you oversee. Are you on the committee?
Yeah, so I'm in the committee. Each property kind of runs separately. So we have a compliance officer at each property and a separate compliance committee at each property. And we also have a corporate oversight piece too. So we all kind of play a role together. But I think we have a robust plan. We have robust training. And I set the tone from the top that we don't mess around with compliance at the end of the day. There's no customer worth risking our gaming license, our reputation from that standpoint. So I think we have a robust plan in place, and we continue to monitor to look for opportunities for improvement. So
great. I'm glad to hear that. Never resting on your laurels, right? Yep. And you're right. From a regulatory standpoint, we're looking for everybody to be able to see something, say something, right?
Correct.
We want dealers to know that if they overhear something, that they should be welcomed to run that up the chain.
Correct. Even if you're not sure, you should report it, right?
Good. Glad to hear that that's your philosophy. All right. Mr. Pohl, anything else you'd like to add?
We'd like to extend our thanks to Senior Agent Jeffries.
Great. Appreciate it. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 9.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Per Widerstrom for finding of suitability as an officer and director at Evoke PLC.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rushton.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Member Assad, Dr. Watkins. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxim Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke PLC. Joining me today is the applicant, the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director. Also joining me today is my colleague and lead counsel, Ms. Amanda Usher. Chairman, with your permission, if it's acceptable, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Usher. She'll start the affirmative presentation, and then I'll turn it over to my client to answer questions for you specifically.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Rushton. Good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon or might be evening for you, Ms. Usher. Pleasure to have you here. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, as Kimberly has very kindly introduced me, my name is Amanda Usher, and I'm a solicitor at Woods Worth. To begin with, I would like to thank you for allowing me to appear over Zoom. It is greatly appreciated. And secondly, I would like to thank all of those involved in this application, with special thanks to Senior Agent Thompson and Supervisor Doyle. I would now like to introduce Per Widerstrom, who is present with you today and who is the subject of this application. Per is the Chief Executive Officer and an Executive Director of Evoke PLC. He joined the company on the 16th of October 2023, and his application to the Nevada Gaming Control Board was made on the 14th of November. Per took over from Lord Jonathan Mendelsohn, who acted as interim CEO between January 2023 and October 2023, who appeared in front of this board in September last year. As CEO, Per is responsible for all high-level decision-making regarding company policy and strategy. He oversees the development and implementation of operational policies and strategic plans and is responsible for company vision. Per is also responsible for the overall management of Evoke's resources and operations, as well as being the primary spokesperson for Evoke with regards to dealings with investors, analysts, and the press. He oversees approximately 11,000 employees worldwide and has around 10 direct reports. Prior to joining Evoke, Per had more than 17 years of experience in the online gaming industry, the most recent of these being at Fortuna Entertainment Group, a market-leading omni-channel betting and gaming business in Europe. Per has also had senior roles at Gala Coral Group, where he was the managing director of Gala Interactive, Party Gaming PLC, and bwin Party Entertainment PLC. Outside of the gaming industry, Per has also held a number of senior operational and commercial roles at large global organizations. He holds a master's in international accounting and finance from the London School of Economics. Per currently lives in London along with his family, but frequently travels back to his home city of Stockholm, Sweden. With that brief introduction, I will now hand you back over to Per to speak a little bit more about himself and to answer any questions that you might have. However, I remain on hand to assist if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Usher. Good afternoon, Mr. Widerstrom. Pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be in front of the board. And thank you so much, Amanda, for the introduction. So just a few notes about myself. So I have been into the job market for about 31 years. And out of those 31 years, I have been living and working abroad for 24 years across 9 different countries, primarily in Europe. I've had the privilege and honor to be across 5 different sectors. FMCG, I had the opportunity to work for Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, financial services, deep tech, and of course, in particular, the betting and gaming sector, where I have been having roles and being engaged for the last 18 years. If I look back in terms of the positions I've had during the last 20 years, exec, primarily CEO roles, the engagements, mandates have been primarily transformations, turnarounds. And I have the privilege now to head Evoke, our fantastic company, with global brands like William Hill and 888, to transform this company to a world-class operator. And I have been in this role now since October last year.
Pleasure to have you here. We have a very detailed workup on your background, but it's wonderful to hear about your education and your experience and your time in business that's been very, very instrumental in getting you where you are today. And so for me, I didn't have any questions about your background or your experience. I was happy to hear that somebody like you is taking the reins of Evoke. And with your background, makes me comfortable that they have a leader that they can look up to. So I'm personally very happy to support your application and pleasure having you here today. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. You have an excellent background, excellent education, career, and you've been all over the world, international, and done international accounting, so you know everything there is to know pretty much. But I appreciate your being here and for your presentation and your wide breadth of experience that is certainly going to be an asset to Nevada. And I don't have any questions. There weren't any concerns for you. Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice to see you again. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
London School of Economics doesn't get any better than that, so congratulations on that. Your, as Dr. Watkins said, your resume and work experience is fantastic. It's stellar. Excellent background, excellent work experience. We're happy to have you here, and I'm more than happy to endorse you and support your application.
Oh, Chair, I did have one.
Please.
That I was gonna ask you, you also held numerous non-executive director positions for various companies over the course of your career. Can you talk about those? And you're not involved in any of those anymore, is that right?
Yes, I had the privileged opportunity to be a non-executive in a private equity context and public listed context when I was the CEO of Fortuna Entertainment Group. I asked myself, how to stay relevant, so I had the opportunity to be exposed to other sectors. When I did have the opportunity to take on the role as the CEO of Evoke, I actually stood down from all those 8 non-executive roles, and there were 5 of those I was the chair.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Again, thank you for being here, and good to see you, Ms. Maxim Russian.
You're going through the process right now in the gaming regulatory licensing in several jurisdictions. How'd you find the Nevada process?
Mr. Chair, I must say that, the thoroughness, but being very smooth process with an excellent support and patience, I would say, also from the agent Thompson and the team. I can just say, and of course, Kimberly, Amanda, a very thorough and a very impressive process. So all good.
Great. Pleasure to hear you say that about the process. People, when they smile when they're done, always makes me happy because we do know it's a thorough process. But as you probably heard me mention on the record earlier, it's a necessary process because we don't have enough agents to check on licensees around the world. And so we rely on those licensees to be good people, good entities on the front end. And then we rely upon them to self-report if something happens. As you probably heard from a prior agenda item today, they caught that through their own compliance functions and their audit functions. They immediately raised their hand and said, we got to tell the Nevada Gaming Control Board about that. Yes. That's how the process should work. And so look forward to you being involved in the Nevada process with us. Thank you. Ms. Rushton, anything else you'd like to add, or Ms. Usher?
No, sir, I'd just like to thank again you as well as Judge Assad and Dr. Watkins for your consideration of today's application. And if there's anything further, as always, we're available to answer any questions or do anything further going forward.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Usher. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 10.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Good luck to you. And thank you for sitting through our proceedings today. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 11, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Heather Bezalota for finding of suitability as a key employee at Golden Tavern Group, LLC.
Good afternoon, Ms. Okerberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg. I am here on behalf of Golden Entertainment, and here with me is the applicant, Heather Bezalota, who is a Regional Operations Manager for Golden Tavern Group. She is a first-time applicant, so as I usually do, I would like to ask her to tell you a little bit about herself and then tell you about her duties and responsibilities.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Member Watkins and Chair Hendrick and Member Assad. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Heather Bezalota. I started with Golden Entertainment Group back in 2012. I started as a bar host and then I quickly became an assistant general manager. I worked there until 2016 when I decided I wanted to sell new homes. So I went and got a job with Richmond American Homes as a new home salesperson. It was my dream job, as I thought. I was raising 3 young sons at the time, and I really realized that financially it was not going to work out for me. So I left Richmond American Homes and I took a couple other jobs into tavern groups, and then until I could come back to PT's, the Golden Entertainment Group, which has been so good to me for so many years that it was just my place to come back, knowing eventually one day I want to be here in front of all of you in a regional manager position. I was promoted to a general manager or assistant general manager, and I opened a bar. And then in 2017, I became a general manager at a location and was there for 6 years. Then I recently became a regional a regional operations manager in 2023. And in my capacity as a regional manager, I oversee operations of 10 locations, as well as assist with management of our extra board team. My role encompasses, my role encompasses many duties, including hiring, terminations, team member developments, discipline, compliance, guest relations, everything that taverns need. As far as reporting, I report to Vince Russo. He's our Director of Taverns Operations, Dan Grossback, VP of Nevada Distributed Gaming. I have 14 direct reports, 10 general managers, and 5 culinary. I was also nominated to be a part of the women's group, an affinity group for Golden Entertainment, team member dedicated to the workplace of advancement of women. This group provides mentoring and professional education in emerging women in the company, and it's been such a great experience. I have 3 grown children, 3 grown boys, and they're pursuing their goals. I've been married for 2 years to my husband, Gino. He is a wonderful man who is retired Metro officer. He is currently working for a similar field with drones for Brink. It's a Vegas-born company. So he is just the first responders, and he has support for police departments around the country. With that, I'd like to thank Agent Freelander and Matt Doyle for their hard work on my application, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Basilota. Pleasure to have you here, and thank you for going through your background for us. We have a very detailed investigative file, as you might expect, and so I did not have any specific questions regarding your background, but I did want to ask, how do you manage your time between 10 locations? How do you manage the time on a weekly basis, travel time, everything else?
Yeah, so basically we start our day, or I start my day out going to my office with all of the other regional managers, and typically we all split off from there. And I'm out in the Northwest, but I have a few locations in Las Vegas in the county, and then I have most of them, 7 of them out in the Northwest. So I go out and spend about an hour to 2 hours. It really just depends on the needs of the tavern. If we have an emergency where I need to be there first thing in the morning, or if I need to have any meetings with any team members, any situations going on at the taverns, then I go out more than once or twice a week. So typically I'm there from once to 3 times. It just depends on what's happening in the taverns.
And do you feel like 10 locations is too much to handle?
No, I don't. I feel like, you know, with the 5-day work week, plus we are 24 hours on call. So any phone calls that come over, and then having great staff in place that can handle all of their duties. I think 10 is a perfect amount that we are able. Plus I have all of my team members. We all help each other out.
Great.
If we ever got overwhelmed in any way.
Good. Appreciate that. Earlier, there was conversation about Michigan State, the London School of Economics. I want to note that you're a graduate of Chaparral High School.
I am.
And to me, that is very important. Always happy to see a Chaparral grad doing well.
Yes, go Cowboys.
Exactly.
The other Cowboys.
Go Cowboys. Dr. Watkins, questions?
Yes, thank you for putting that on the record regarding Chaparral. So I just see you have a great background, a number of different skills and certifications, an esthetician, a manicurist, real estate. You tried a number of things and decided this was it, huh?
Yeah, hospitality. Yeah, I opened the Hard Rock Hotel in 1995. And since I did that, the hospitality business has always been very special to me. So I've tried to get away from it. But like I said, when I left in 2017 and came back, I chose this is my career. Like no more looking around at this point. You know, having my real estate license, which I do keep active, my esthetician license, I do keep it active because going back through any of that ever again is a headache. So I hold on to those licenses just to have them. But this is my career, and this is where I want to stay and grow.
Well, that's good to hear. I think it's a testament to the company that you left and came back, and someone you were willing to come back to. So I don't have any particular questions, but thank you for being here, and I'm happy to support your application.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You know, congratulations. You worked your way up from humble beginnings, and you're in a good spot right now. And I just want to congratulate you on that. You're in a really good company too. You got Mr. Grossbeck back there. as if you have any questions or need any guidance, he's the guy to go to. So you have a great support team around you, and I'm more than happy to support your application, and tell your husband we thank him for his service to Metro.
Very much, Member.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just want to reiterate the thanks to the agent for all of her hard work on this application. It was great to work with her.
Great, thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 10, excuse me, number 11. Number 11.
Okay, I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I see Mr. Shear back in the audience. Do we believe that we've come up with some language for the condition on non-restricted item number 8? All right, please step forward. So Madam Secretary, for the record, we are going to be back on non-restricted item number 8. I don't believe there's any reason you need to read that back in the record.
Okay. Yep.
Mr. Shear, would you like to tell us what language you and the audit division and the investigation division have come up with regarding the condition that we had in question?
I would. First, I'd like to, because part of the discussion with the audit division, and again, Scott Scherer for the record, was their concern that if BetMGM was performing accounting or auditing functions, that there'd be a conflict of interest in reporting just to the super trader. And so I assured them I would say on the record, BetMGM will not be performing accounting or auditing functions. All the functions they will be performing, things like customer service, marketing, risk, fraud, payments, will be delineated in the amended internal controls. One of the other conditions that has been recommended and that we agreed, support, is that BetMGM will not assume its key employee responsibilities until the amended internal controls are approved. So they'll have a chance to look at the segregation of duties as part of those internal controls. And with that, Chief Hoffman, do you want me to read that language in, or do you want to read it in? I know he's got it as well.
I would say go ahead and read it in for the record, and then Dr. Watkins has a written out copy of it.
Okay. Perfect. So the language would be BetMGM LLC is required to report to MGM Resorts International's super trader, aka Director of Sportsbook Trading Operations, or other authorized MGM Resorts International employee as approved by the chair or the chair's designee, as approved by the Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
First of all, thank you for putting the representations on the record, and a couple of thoughts that I hadn't thought about. I'm glad that audit is keeping those points in mind, and that you represented that is not what the intention was and is not going to happen. So appreciate you putting that on the record.
All of the accounting and auditing will be done by MGM as the licensee.
Great. Also appreciate the representation about nothing's going to happen until we get the internal controls in place. So that's great representation to have on the record as well. Dr. Watkins, having heard the revised condition, did you have further questions about that particular condition?
Yes, thank you to our investigations division, our audit division, Ms. Newell and Mr. Boyle for taking the time to put that together, and you, Mr. Scherer, for helping with that. And I'm glad to hear that we have a agreed upon condition that is supported by audit and investigations and you. I'm in support of the condition. My concerns have been resolved. I'm happy to proceed with a motion, and thank you for your representations as well.
Judge, anything else before we take a motion?
No, thank you. I'm all good.
All right, let's take a motion then first on the request to withdraw the applications, and I presume that will be without prejudice.
Understood. I move to grant the motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. We'll take now a motion on the other applications, and I'm sure there's quite a few conditions you'd like to read into the record as well.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert with the following conditions placed on each of BetMGM LLC's key employee licenses. Prior to BetMGM LLC commencing key employee duties at the Racebook and Sports Pool, an adequate written internal control system that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The ticket writers must be employees of the licensed operator or the racebook and sports pool. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between MGM Resorts Interactive LLC, the licensed operator of the racebook and sports pool, and BetMGM LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. BetMGM LLC shall establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by BetMGM LLC and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Act, the Commission's regulations, and the laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which BetMGM LLC and any affiliated entities operate. The plan and amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee, one such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the Act and regulations, shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the Chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the Chair's designee. BetMGM LLC shall amend the plan or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be requested or assigned by the Chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the Chair's designee, relating to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of BetMGM LLC under the provisions of the Act and regulations. BetMGM LLC shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of BetMGM LLC and its affiliated companies. And additionally, the recently agreed upon condition, BetMGM LLC is required to report to MGM Resorts International's super trader, aka Director of Sportsbook Trading Operations, or other authorized MGM Resorts International employee as approved by the Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. And this recommendation for approval, did I miss one? No, I got them all. Okay.
That's it.
I do have the order still. This recommendation for approval will also be pursuant to the 60th revised order or of registration dated November 21, 2024, draft number 1. And as to MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC and the 6th revised order of registration dated November 21, 2024, as to Entain PLC.
Very good, Dr. Watkins. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the board and to Chief Hoffman, Supervisor Doyle, Supervisor Newell, and Supervisor Belaski for taking their time so quickly to work this out.
Absolutely. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you all for being here and figuring this out on record so it'll be easy to put in front of the commission in a couple of weeks. And again, thank you to Supervisor Newell and to Supervisor Doyle, both of them, for being available to handle this on an expedited basis. Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, how's the court reporter doing?
I believe she is doing well, but I am also sure that she would not mind a break.
Well, we've got 3 more. Can you hear us, Madam Court Reporter? Are you good if we finish off these last 3 non-restricted items, or do you need a break?
That's fine. I
Okay.
do that.
Okay, great. Then we will move into non-restricted item number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Matthew Reback for licensure as an officer at Galaxy Gaming, Inc.
Good afternoon, I'm back.
Great, he's back. Good afternoon.
For the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of Matthew Reback. Mr. Reback is here with me. He's the Chief Executive Officer and President of Galaxy Gaming, Inc. We have a brief affirmative presentation. Mr. Reback would like to tell you a little bit about his background. And after that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reback. Pleasure to have you here.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad. I'm pleased and honored to be here. I will give you just a brief story of who I am and where I came from and how did I come to be engaged in the business of gaming. I grew up in Southern California. I went to UCLA, 4 years, achieved my bachelor's degree before going on to law school. Got my Juris Doctorate from the University of San Diego. Practiced law briefly before moving to Las Vegas, Nevada. That's where the story turns to gaming. In 2004, my wife and I, with our 2 young children, moved here. I took a job my first gaming job was with Caesars Entertainment after the merger closed with Harrah's. I worked there for a number of years before moving on to Station Casinos, where I served as a director of marketing and worked my way up to assistant general manager and then acting general manager. And proving my belief that this industry fits in a teacup these days, I was the assistant general manager under Joe Hassan, who appeared here earlier today. He was my general manager and can't say enough about that man. He's an amazing operator. After that, moved on to Konami Gaming. And so moved to the supplier side, then to AGS. Was there during 2007 to 2021 during that IPO. And now I am serving as the president and CEO at Galaxy Gaming.
Thank you for that background. Appreciate you walking us through that. And we have a very detailed investigative file on you, as you would expect after having gone through the process. It's my understanding that your application was filed a few days late. Explain to us how that happened.
Certainly. And I would also add, I neglected to add, I'm joined here today by our compliance officer, Emily Wynn, and our general counsel, Bruce Benson, who are in the audience here today. So the story of the timing, I actually signed my agreement on November 6th, which was a Monday. I filed the press release and then got the 8K ready. My effective date was November 13th, which was the following Monday. And so our compliance team reading the regulations interpreted the timeline to start with the effective date. And I understand that that is not how it is interpreted here. So since then, we have changed the way we interpret that. So as I was gathering all of my financial and personal records for our compliance team, they were shooting for having that postmark 60 days after that date, my first effective date. So that was the confusion. My apologies on behalf of myself and the company, but it was an inadvertent misinterpretation.
I think one other, Mr. Chairman, the compliance department at the time interpreted that as when it was postmarked would meet the filing requirement. The investigations division treats that as when it's actually received by the investigations division. So the combination of those two created about a 2-week delay in filing the application. I think understandable misinterpretations if one reads the regulations, but they're aware of that now and have addressed it.
Thank you both for that explanation. And we understand that things happen in terms of timing and certainly getting appointed to a new job and a lot of things, moving parts happening at the same time. We appreciate that. The one thing I would encourage you and everybody who works on your compliance staff is that pick up the phone. If you think you're not going to make a deadline, and this situation sounds like you thought you were going to make it, there were some timing issues. We're only talking about a few days here. It wasn't like it was anything intentional. It was a misunderstanding. Sounds like rather than just an oversight. We're talking about 12 calendar days. It's not jurisdictional, like we're saying you can't be licensed. It's just it's a function of showing can you meet deadlines. And a lot of times people will call up applicant services and then just say, I just got this new job. I'm just getting put into the chair. It's taken me a while to get this done. Can I have an extension? And of course, we grant extensions for any reasonable purpose. So I would just encourage you to stay in touch with applicant services and your staff as well. Compliance, ultimately, your application falls on you, right? Whether they file it or not, it's your responsibility to know the statutes and regulations. A few days doesn't concern me. It's just a function of staying on top of things.
Couldn't appreciate that.
Great, thank you. Dr. Watkins, questions?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. Excellent background, excellent education, lots of opportunities, or lots of experience in gaming. With regard to the late filing issue, I understand, same as, essentially what the chair just represented. I understand that, late filings happen. It's not a irregular occurrence. And you said that you have addressed that by changing your interpretation here for Nevada. And so it's your experience from filing in other places that it's the data postmark. Is that what Mr. Scheer was referring to, or was that a different interpretation?
I think what we've done, and I think it's good to, when I hired our new CFO, Steve Copjo, we made sure to ask for that extension. We reached out and did that, and that was the right procedure to do that. As with respect to our interpretation now, we're going to make sure that we have things in the hands of the regulators on the date, and we're going to use the signature date, the execution date, instead of the effective date.
Okay, that was what I was referring to, the signature versus effective date. And you said that combined with the postmark via receipt date added about a 2-week differential in the deadline. And so that's very understandable, and I don't take issue with that. And, I'm happy to support your application given your qualifications and experience.
Thank you. I do have 93 applications submitted, 70
I saw
approved, and I can say none of them were filed with any sort of delinquency. So we've certainly learned and we are on the ball.
Thank you.
And I noticed that as well. You've got an awful lot of applications that are being submitted, and I'm sure there's a lot of deadlines and things. So credit to you and your compliance people for staying on top of all that. It's a Herculean effort, I'm sure. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Excellent background. UCLA, BA in history, JD degree from USD. They call that the Harvard of the West. I don't know if you're aware of that.
We do, yes.
Okay. I graduated from there. That's why I can promote that.
I love it. Great times.
And then you have pending license applications in other jurisdictions. This is your first time here in Nevada, correct? Okay. How did you find that experience?
I would say, I think similar to other prior applicants, it was thorough, but it was smooth. It was professional. Senior Agent Robertson was really easy to work with, but certainly very, very thorough. And I think I heard you guys use the word necessary. I think it is necessary. If we're going to be the gold standard in the world, then it needs to be thorough. It needs to be everything that it was.
Right. And then is there anything you can tell us regarding the Evolution Galaxy transaction?
Yeah, certainly. When I joined, it certainly wasn't on my radar. I came over to operate this company and grow this company. I was very excited based on the leadership team, the board members that were there, and what I saw as the opportunity. It turned out in my first year that negotiations started in earnest, and per our proxy statement, all those dates and all that are listed. But Evolution's a great operator. They're a big customer of ours. And so we went through the process July 18th, entered that merger agreement. Filed our proxy statements and subsequent proxy statements. On November 12th, we had our shareholder vote, and the merger was approved by our shareholders. And now we're waiting on the contingencies, which the primary contingency is Evolution submitting their application to all of our jurisdictions and being approved by those pre-closed jurisdictions. So our understanding is that they're moving forward with that process, including here in Nevada, and we're acting in a supporting role to make sure that all that gets done in a timely fashion.
Do you anticipate that'll take, what, a year or so? Or?
We, on our advice of counsel and our internal leadership team and our board, we're thinking sometime in the middle of 2025, late summer, hopefully. But again, it's all dependent on the timing of the application process.
Right.
And so we're beholden to all those jurisdictions. And
so it won't be consummated until they get licensed in all these other jurisdictions?
Correct. There are pre-closed jurisdictions that are required that are conditions for closing.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
What was the name of your MMA clothing business that you sold to Kmart?
It was called Sinister Brand, and we had Anderson Silva and Lyoto Machida and Minotauro and Clay Guida and all these fighters, Chuck Liddell, Tito Ortiz. They were all wearing our clothing.
Remember that?
You do?
Yeah.
This was before the UFC did the deal with Reebok. It was back in the old days when each fighter had their own individual deal with a clothing brand. So that was fun.
Great. Congratulations on the sale. And I saw you were at Monarch as well, who did a lot of business with them. So
yes,
congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm also very happy to support your application. As you said, you're going through the process in many other jurisdictions, and appreciate you cooperating with our agents as you went through the Nevada process. So very comfortable in your background and your education and your business acumen. So pleasure supporting you today.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shearer, anything else you'd like to add?
No, just as Mr. Reback said, thank you to Senior Agent Robertson. Appreciate working with him always.
Great. I'd entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 12.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 13, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 13 is the application of Little Bonanza Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good
How are you, Ms. Banu?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you?
Great.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano, and I'm here today on behalf of Little Bonanza Inc., DBA Bonanza Casino. The transferor, Russell Sheltra, and the transferee, Ryan Sheltra, and I are very grateful for the waiver of their appearances, and they wanted me to pass their gratitude and thanks along to you, so thank you. And thank you again for allowing me to appear from Carson City today. So the application before you today is in furtherance of further family and estate planning of Russell Sheltra. As you may remember, October of 2021, Ryan Sheltra was found suitable as a trustee and beneficiary of his trust. You recommended and the commission approved a transfer of 6% interest in the Little Bonanza from Russell's trust to Ryan's trust. And then again in December of 2022, you recommended and the commission approved a transfer of 24% interest in the Little Bonanza to Ryan's trust. Today, if you recommend approval of the transfer application before you, upon the commission's approval, Russell's trust will gift a 12% interest in the Little Bonanza to Ryan's trust, which will result in Russell's trust holding a 58% ownership interest and Ryan's trust holding a 42% ownership interest in the Little Bonanza. As for the applications, we would like to thank Agent Nick Mullenkamp and Senior Agent Julie Petranzi for their work on the application and coming to visit the property. They were a pleasure to work with. In terms of a property update, I'm happy to report from the Sheltras that the business at the casino remains very healthy and strong. And at this time, I'd be happy to do my best to answer any questions you may have about the transfer application.
Thank you, Ms. Manu, and thank you for the explanation of what we have in front of us today, as well as the historical transfers that were made. I also want to thank the Sheltras for their foresight in handling estate planning. I always note for the record that that's important for the families, the licensees, and for us as regulators. So thank you for handling that in a timely manner. I didn't have any questions regarding the actual applications, very straightforward, and everything's in order with the agent's help. So I'm happy to support it today. Dr. Watkins, questions?
Good afternoon, Ms. Banu. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I didn't see any areas of concern. There weren't any issues in the application. So I don't have any questions. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I don't have any questions. It's great to see you again, Ms. Banu. And it's very straightforward. Agent Mullenkamp did an excellent job of preparing us with this application. So I'm happy to support the application and tell your clients we wish them all the best.
Thank you. Nice to see you as well. And thank you so much for getting us on this jam-packed December agenda.
Absolutely. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 13.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 13 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck to your clients.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 14, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 14 is the application of Parkway Reno LLC doing business as Parkway Tavern for a second waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fine. How are you? Good. Push that red button there.
Thank you. It's nice to see you all. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Banu, did you have a presentation regarding this matter?
Yes, I do. Just a brief one, if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. For the record, again, Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Crono, here on behalf of Parkway Reno LLC, DBA Parkway Tavern. Thank you again for allowing me to appear from Carson City. As you noted, appearing in person with you in Las Vegas is Jonathan Fine, manager of Parkway Reno LLC. We are here today to respectfully request your recommended approval of the application before you, an application for a second waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080, which imposes a 6-month time limitation within which commission action is effective. This waiver request is in connection with the approval of a non-restricted gaming license as granted by the commission in June of 2023. The first waiver request was made in December of 2023 and is set to expire on this month's commission meeting. Although Reg 4.080 imposes limitations, as you know, it also provides that the commission may waive the provisions of the 6-month limitation through an application made to and recommended for approval by the board. As to the application, we would like to thank Agent Jason Molitz and Special Agent Eric Bartholomew for their work on the application. They were a pleasure to work with, especially yesterday with some questions coming out of RUMP. We understand that there was a question pertaining to the maintenance of the grandfathered status of the license, so just wanted to speak to that briefly. We recently provided Agent Molitz with an executed copy of a service agreement between Parkway and Sartini Gaming, and we're able to confirm that temporary gaming was last operated at the property on September 30th for Q3 and again on October 1st for Q4 to maintain the grandfathered status of that gaming license. With your permission, I would like to turn the floor over to Jonathan to provide an update regarding the status of the property and sort of the events that have led us to requesting this second waiver, and then open the floor to any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Fine, tell us where we're at in the process.
So there was a bankruptcy declared by the landlord, and they were protecting their rights. They went into default on their loan because a tenant had pulled out. A mortgage technology company rented 75,000 square feet. When interest rates went up, they went from 750 employees to 70, couldn't take the space, and it forced the landlord into a default with their lender, who tried to repossess the property. To protect themselves, the landlord went into bankruptcy, restructuring, and to the best of my knowledge and what I've seen in the newspapers and what they've told me, is they've negotiated a settlement with the debt and $10 million has been paid so far. $40 million will be paid by the end of the year. And they will come out of bankruptcy December 31st. They've signed a new letter of intent for the office space, much more square footage. And they are in the process of securing their construction loan to continue building out the single family units, as well as rehabbing and finding a new partner for the 389 hotel rooms. As far as where we are at, we've made good with all of the subs, all of the contractors, learned a lot about Nevada construction laws, and even when it's not our fault, the stop of construction, we paid out all the subcontractors and contractors all the profit they would have had on the job. So we are good to go, good to move forward. The second these guys pull out of their bankruptcy, which I'm thinking is January 1st, we will have a better understanding of a timeline for us to start. To go back and refresh everyone's memories, we're about 80% done with construction. We started with a $5.7 million construction contract. We're $9 million into it. We had $2.3 million to completion. We think that will probably be doubled now with the pause, but when construction starts back up, we probably have about 60 days to rebid everything and 60 to 90 days of construction before we can actually open. So there's just finishes that are needed to be put in, and some floor needs to be replaced from a secret underground room that was discovered in the old Harris property.
Appreciate you going through that explanation and timeline. If everything went according to what your timeline projection is, when do you think you'd activate these licenses?
If everything were to work out, which it's been problematic for multiple reasons, the soonest we would be able to get open is probably the end of June, assuming nothing else goes wrong, and permits are all still intact for the existing job that the landlord had. They may have to resubmit a lot of those too, which may push us back even further.
Understood. And I know when we had this conversation in December of last year, we were asking about whether or not 6 months would be enough, and we said, how about 12? And so I'm guessing that with your request to waive the provisions of NGC Regulation 4080, you're probably asking for another 12 months today, right?
That would be appreciated.
Yeah. All right. I certainly believe the cause is reasonable. I commend you for sticking to it. It's an extreme financial burden upon you and your company for what's happened through no fault of your own, but sticking and staying to the course is good for the state of Nevada if you can finish this project and get people employed and get it open. So certainly meets my criteria for what's necessary for requesting a waiver of 4080. So I have no problem supporting your application.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Watkins?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here again, Mr. Fine. I'm sorry to hear about all your troubles trying to get this place opened. I certainly understand the need to delay and to request the waiver. I remember when you hear before us about the discovery of the underground room and now it's the bankruptcy, it seems like you've had a bit of bad luck in getting this open, but I certainly understand why and the reasons for it. Glad you made good on your promises to pay the contractors. That's good. I appreciate that. And I don't have a problem given the events that have occurred to support a 1-year waiver.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Great to see you again. Glad you could be here. The bankruptcy, do you know if that's a Chapter 7 or 11?
I believe it was an 11. That's a restructure.
Yeah, restructuring is 11. So it shouldn't take that long if They're expected to pay it off by the end of the year, which is 4 weeks from now. And then the grandfather issue, my notes say that you need to open it for one day before April. Is that still correct?
Yes, we're scheduled for the last day of March and the first day of April for Q1 and Q3.
Great. All right. So I'm in favor of granting you the extension as well.
Ms. Banu, anything else you'd like to add?
That's it. I just, I'm also aware there's a condition, that if approved by the commission, that the 1-year waiver would expire at the regularly scheduled, commission meeting in December of 2025, which we're okay with.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 14.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 14 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provision of NGC Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approvals granted in June 2023 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in December 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to
Very
you.
much. Thank you.
And thank you for sitting through our
Have a
long
good
meeting
afternoon.
today. Thank you, Ms. Banu. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our non-restricted agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we are scheduled to start our restricted agenda at 1:30 on the agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not going to leave a lot of time for lunch. That's 12 minutes for lunch. Why don't we, Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps, is there any problem with us open meeting wise starting at 1:40, even though we're calendared to start at 1:30? Do we have to open the meeting and then recess it?
No, you're fine at announcing when the meeting.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Just to give everybody a time for a little bit of break between the agendas, let's go ahead and start the restricted agenda at 1:45. And apologies to those of you here that are a little early on the restricted agenda, but we'll be in recess till 1:45 and then start that agenda. Thank you very much. All righty, I believe we are on the air. Madam Secretary, let's go back on the record now and begin our restricted agenda. My apologies, we were supposed to start at 1:30, but we were running a little late with our non-restricted agenda. So let's begin with our consent agenda items, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 10 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Whiskey for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 11 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Coyotes Cafe and Cantina for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 12 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 91 for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The board's agents have had the opportunity to work up very detailed files on all of these items on our consent agenda. And we've been prepared and presented with those reports. So I didn't have any areas of interest or areas of concern regarding any of the items on the consent agenda. Also, because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of the items, the appearance of the respected parties involved in those items were waived for this meeting. So unless board members had questions, I would entertain a motion on our restricted consent items.
I do not have questions and I'm happy to make a motion.
Great. Please go ahead.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item numbers 10, 11, and 12 pursuant to the following conditions. As to item number 12, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of SC Taverns LLC doing business as Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern for a restricted gaming license and the applications of Justin Baca and Donald Henslick for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moran.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. And thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, members of the Commission, members of the Gaming Control Board. Chairman Hendricks, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins. My name is J.T. Moran III. I am appearing on behalf of the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen and on behalf of the applicants before you today, SC Taverns LLC, doing business as Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern, and its owners, Mr. Justin Baca and Mr. Don Henslick. I would like to kindly request the approval of application R24-0132 for determining suitability of the owners of SC Taverns for restricted gaming licensure today. I will be providing an affirmative, I would like to provide an affirmative presentation, which will be brief, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I would
please.
then like to turn to both applicants, allow them to make a brief personal statement to the board and for the record, and then make a brief conclusion at the very end if that's appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each applicant is here today and will answer any questions presented by board membership. I'd like to first start off with the location and corporate structure, Mr. Chair, and board membership. To provide some background, Mr. Baca and Mr. Henslick are the managers and are each 50% owners of SC Taverns LLC. This LLC was created to purchase the existing restaurant, bar, and tavern owned by Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern LLC. The location has 15 gaming devices. The address of the tavern is 1442 East Lake Mead Parkway, which is near Calico Ranch in Henderson, off Nevada State Route 564. Adjacent to the tavern, there is a beauty lounge, a dog grooming store, a dance studio, a car wash, and a drive-in fast food restaurant known as Sonic. Mr. Baca and Mr. Henslick aimed to start a 50-50 joint venture to create an asset they can pass down generation after generation. Business decisions will require each owner's unanimous consent, and Mr. Henslick must approve expenses above $5,000. Mr. Henslick will work hand in hand with Mr. Baca and will be actively involved in the co-management of the business. Mr. Baca provides experience in the hospitality and tavern industry from his years of working under successful tavern operators, many, many years, upwards of a decade. Mr. Henslick provides valuable business acumen from his years of successfully operating his self-owned flooring business. With regard to financing, Mr. Chairman, the joint venture secured a loan of 1.5 with 8% interest from Clark County Credit Union. Mr. Henslick signed a promissory note with SC Taverns to contribute $685 at 10% interest with no monthly payments and full payment due on or about August 1, 2053. Mr. Baca also signed a promissory note with SC Taverns with identical terms for the amount of $60,000. Golden Gaming was kind enough, the slot route operator, or J&J, whatever iteration, and is providing a six-figure signing bonus. This will provide about $100,000 in working capital and runway, in addition to the sale price to purchase the tavern, which is a tentatively scheduled wire transfer date as of January 2, 2025, of course, conditioned on all governmental approvals, yours being one. Now, Mr. Chairman, board membership, I'd like to turn to the deal and terms briefly. On July 10, 2023, the previous owners of the tavern, Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern LLC, entered into an asset purchase agreement with SC Taverns for a total purchase price of $1.7 million. Although the original agreement had a closing date of December 31, 2024, the parties agreed to amend the agreement to allow SC Taverns to extend the closing to January 31, 2025. In the event SC Taverns and its owners had not received all required approvals from gaming and governmental authorities. To extend the closing date, SC Taverns must give and has Mountainside written notice of their election to extend the closing, which is scheduled for the end of January 2025. Also on September 6, 2023, Mountainside and SC Taverns entered into an assignment and assumption agreement of Mountainside's interest under the sublease between Mountainside and Golden PT's Pub Mountainside 60 LLC, which was signed on November 10, 2014 originally. The previously mentioned asset purchase agreement required consent of the landlord, so this assignment and assumption agreement of the sublease was also signed by the landlord, SEPK Enterprises, Inc. I'd like to now turn to Mr. Justin Baca, Mr. Chairman, if it suits you. As you may already know, Mr. Baca's investigation has centered around a failure to disclose past cannabis usage on his second application to join the police academy of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department about 8 years ago. Since the time Mr. Baca filed his restricted license application on August 25, 2023, Mr. Baca omitted this material fact when questioned by Gaming Control Board investigators, but provided a true and accurate statement of fact and circumstance in a written statement on October 10, 2024. Mr. Baca then met individually with Mr. Chair and board membership, obviously consistent and compatible with open meeting law, on November 22, 2024. Immediately thereafter, Mr. Baca wrote and sent an individualized letter to each member of the board to apologize for his misrepresentations and intentional omissions of fact to Gaming Control Board and its agents. Today, Mr. Baca is here to express his deep regret for this conduct, which is not aligned with the character of a restricted licensee in the state of Nevada or any jurisdiction for that matter. He knows this, and he has made every indication that he will not make this mistake again. He wants you to know you can trust to be a diligent tavern operator who will comply with any of your requests or any of the requests of your agency. At this time, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn now to Mr. Baca, who has prepared a personal statement he would like to make to the board to discuss his suitability on the record. He hopes to highlight his commitment to family, his longstanding relationship with the community, his experience in all things hospitality, including privileged licensure and general business licensure, and most of all, he would like to apologize for and express his deep remorse for the misrepresentations, the intentional misrepresentations and omissions he made to local law enforcement, as well as the State Gaming Investigations Division.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Baca. Before we get to you, let's bring up Mr. Henslick. And if you have a presentation on him, Mr. Moran, feel free. Otherwise, he can introduce himself.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Henslick, obviously 50% owner. Mr. Donald Henslick is also present before you today. Mr. Chair, as I previously mentioned, Mr. Henslick is the father-in-law of Mr. Baca, sitting to my left, Mr. Henslick to my right. Mr. Henslick moved to Las Vegas in 1993. He worked as a subcontractor until he opened his own flooring business in 2000. Today, Mr. Henslick is semi-retired. He only works 2 days per week because his daughter runs his day-to-day operations of his flooring business, for which he's been very successful for multiple decades. Mr. Henslick has been in good standing with the Nevada State Contractors Board as a privileged licensee and qualified employee since he received his contractor's license in 1997. He is still the qualified individual of this business and currently holds a classification C3B license for finished carpentry, a C16 license for finishing floors, and a C20 license for tile work. Mr. Henslick has a proven track record of success with his privileged business currently and for the past several decades, plans to be actively involved in the co-management of the tavern. His business acumen will complement Mr. Baca's hospitality. He loves his son-in-law and has tavern experience to make this a successful enterprise that we can all nod our head to, I would hope.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Henslick. Push that little button next to you, little red button. Appreciate Mr. Moran introducing you. Is there anything else you'd like to add about yourself or your background?
I've been doing this for 48 years. I've been working for myself and had businesses in that time. I've got a statement. Can I read it? Or?
Sure.
Okay. It's kind of a little bit of a repeating of his, but it's, thank you for your time. I was born in Los Angeles, California in March of 1959. I graduated high school in 77. I started installing the summer of 76 as a helper. In 1978, I went on my own subcontracting. I have worked for myself and contracting for over 48 years, except for a 3-year period in the 80s where I was an employee of the union. I left California in 93, moved to Las Vegas and started subcontracting here. In February of 97, I got my contractor's license and started contracting my own jobs. In August of 2001, I became the vice president and qualifying employee of Budget Flooring, where I basically managed and run the business until September 15th when I purchased Budget Flooring. Budget Flooring averages over 600 contracts a year and is in good standings with the Nevada State Contractors License Board and has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Today, I still do estimates and work at the office 2 days a week. My daughter works the other 4 days, runs and manages Budget Flooring. My kids ask me every day, when am I going to retire? My answer is never. I enjoy working and staying busy, and I love the thrill of running a business. With that said, I have plenty of time to help run and manage the bar side by side with my son-in-law, Justin. When he came to me with this business opportunity, knowing that I would have to invest a large portion of my income, I didn't hesitate. This will help Justin be financially secure and support my daughter and my 3 grandsons. Justin has a lot of experience, 15 years in the industry. I know his last job, he managed and ran 4 of their bars. I believe with my business experience and Justin's bar experience, we will be an all-star team. Neither one of us wants to jeopardize this opportunity that you guys are going to give to us. With that, so we will watch each other's back, make sure that each one of us dot our I's, cross our T's, and make this a successful business. I appreciate your time.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Henslick, for that presentation and a little bit on your background. Have you ever been involved in a bar business or any gaming industry businesses?
No, sir.
Okay. But clearly you have a lot of business experience and background, so that makes me very comfortable in your ability to be involved in this. If this application were to go forward in front of the commission and you were to be approved, what would be your role on a day-to-day basis?
Day-to-day is help out wherever I can. Hopefully get in there and start learning the business and start at the bottom, work my way up, because I think every business, you can't just jump right into the leader position. You got to learn it from the bottom up. So that's what I'll do. If it takes helping in the restaurant, cleaning tables, I've got no ego. I'll jump right into whatever it takes to do it. And I will take an investment in the business and really apply myself and learn it.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Henslick?
Good afternoon, Mr. Henslick. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your presentations and congratulations on your success being self-employed and not retired.
Thank
Um, what made you want to become engaged in this opportunity?
Well, when he brought it to my attention, I asked him, what are you investing in this? And he said, everything, my savings, my house. And I said, that's good enough for me. And he goes, well, let me show you the numbers. I said, I don't need to see the numbers. You're a smart man. You're not going to jeopardize your family and your security that you have. I mean, you've got, you're successful now and you're putting all that on the line to have this business. And so I'll back you. And he goes, no, let me show you the numbers. I said, I don't see them. I don't need to see them. And I don't think I've ever looked at them. He tells me how good it's doing, but I've never sat down and looked at the numbers. I trust him 100%. And I trust him enough where, like I said, a large portion of my income is going to go towards this venture.
Well, I think, part of a business, great that you trust him, but part of a business partnership is to make sure you all are, each other's checks and balances and supporting each other and stuff. So how are you going to accomplish that, with 100% trust and no review?
Be part of the business day-to-day stuff. I mean, like I said, I only work 2 days a week at the other office. My daughter runs that. So basically, I don't even have to be there. So I want to be a big part of it, being there and being part of the business. I took a class on the gaming, and it's a required class. I took that class, which I learned a lot from that class, and I will just keep on learning from this point out. And I will be a part of the day-to-day situations, the decisions on all that stuff. And yeah.
How long has your daughter been running the flooring business?
She's been there for 6 years.
Okay. And you feel confident that she'll want to do that moving forward?
She does it 100% now. And she has been doing it for probably the last three or 4 years.
I thought you were there 2 days a week. Did I misunderstand that?
I'm there 2 days a week, only because she's off 2 days, so I just go on in there.
And it's just you there when you're there 2 days a week?
Pretty much I watch TV, and when customers come in, I help the customers and do all that stuff because pretty much everything else is done.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Hanslick. I don't have a lot of questions. I was just kind of curious. You only have the one daughter?
Oh, no, I've got 4 kids, and I've raised 4 kids. So I've raised 8 kids.
Wow. And then you have 3 grandchildren now, right?
I got 11.
But with
3 with Justin.
Justin Baca, right?
Yes.
How old are they?
The grandkids?
Yeah.
7, 5, and 3. 2. 7, 5, and 2.
Well, I want to congratulate you on that. There's nothing better.
Well, thank you.
Than having grandkids. I can speak from experience.
Oh, they're a joy.
Do you think you'll have enough time or much time to spend with them if you get involved in the bar business here?
I'm sure I will. You allocate your time, and if you're smart with your time, and like I get up every morning and I go to work, or I'm doing something. So instead of just doing stuff around the house, I'll start doing stuff at the bar. It's one more adventure that I'm going to get into. I don't get into anything lightly. I don't give, like part of this venture is I'm not saying you run it. I'll be on the side. And he would like that, but I'm not that type of person. I've got to have my hands in there. I've got to be part of the decision making. That's just me. And that's always been me. And that's why I've kind of always worked on my own and always been my own boss, because I take charge. And so I'll be a big part of it.
Great. Well, I want to commend you for participating with your son-in-law and looking out for your grandkids and your family and your daughter, and putting basically, like you said, your life savings and your income into this adventure. So I just want to commend you for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
And you said that you attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar. I believe that was back in September, correct?
I did.
Yeah. And you probably understood from that this is a highly regulated industry, correct?
100%.
There's a lot of rules, a lot of regulations, a lot of compliance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. Well, I personally have no concerns with your application. And obviously, you have a very stellar business background in starting, owning, and running businesses. So certainly happy to support your application.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Mr. Baca, thank you for being here this afternoon. You had a prepared statement or something you wanted to provide us with?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
First, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be here today. Dr. Watkins, thank you very much. Judge Assad, thank you for having me today. It really is a privilege for someone like me to sit here in front of you, who has kind of worked his way through this industry. So thank you again for that. I am a married man with 3 young sons. My beautiful wife, Jordan, is here today with us. And earlier today, we were dropping off our 2 older sons, and I asked them, what do you want the board members to know about you guys today? And my 7-year-old wants you guys to know he's good in school and he's good at reading, which is true. And my 5-year-old wants you to know he loves marshmallows. So you guys know that about him. And my 2-year-old said something, I couldn't quite figure it out, but that's our life. My wife and I, we live for our children. We are very involved in sports and activities. Dr. Watkins, you can relate, I'm sure, with that. My wife, Jordan, has been a registered nurse for 10 years in Las Vegas. She is currently an ICU nurse, and I couldn't be more proud of who she is and what she does for the community, as she is certainly my much better half. My sons make us proud every day. It's an adventure. We have 3 very high energy boys who love sports, who love outdoors, and I'm very, very proud of my sons. I was born and raised here in Las Vegas. I've never lived anywhere else. I don't plan on living anywhere else. This is my home, our home, forever. And I hope that my sons can continue that on as they get older. I've been in the service industry now for about 15 years, and I have held every position, front of house side, from busser and food runner up to a regional manager within a gaming bar company. I treat everyone with dignity and respect, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from. It's just something a standard that I hold myself to. And I never ask anyone to do things that I'm not willing to do myself. One of our favorite activities to do every week as a family is my wife and I, we attend our 9 a.m. church service on Sundays. Our kids go to their individual classes, and we really try our best to live by our faith. And I'm sitting here to tell you guys, I don't always get it right. I made a very big mistake by putting my dream of being a gaming license holder ahead of some of the values that we cherish within our family, and something that my wife values about me is my honesty. About 8 years ago, I applied to be a police officer for the 2nd time with Las Vegas Metro Police Department, and rightfully so, I was disqualified. I was disqualified for omitting information on that 2nd application, and again, rightfully so, they disqualified me, and that omission continued on the gaming application. When I applied for the gaming license, it was left off of the application, the reason for my 2nd disqualification. I have no excuse for this. There is no excuse for this. I accept full responsibility and full accountability for everything. I have learned a very tough lesson from this, and I understand that I have caused a lot of headaches within your guys' staff. I understand that more time and more effort was put into my application than needed to be. And for that, I do apologize to your agents who are sitting in here today. Most of all, this mistake that I made has caused a lot of pain in our household, something that my wife and my kids just didn't deserve to have to go through. I understand that this is a privileged license. I will do everything in my power to prove to you that I deserve this license, and not just to prove it to you today, but to continue to prove it to the board. I'm willing and able to follow any conditions that you guys as a board deem necessary for me. And will do so without causing any extra work for anyone, any extra time that I need to commit, any extra resources that I need to commit. I am willing to do anything that it takes. My biggest goal in life as it stands now is I want to be a role model to my 3 sons and be a role model that they need. And I didn't do that in this instance. This is something that will follow me forever. And this is something that I know I will have to sit down with my 3 sons one day and explain to them. And I hope this can be a learning lesson, not just for myself, but for my 3 sons, and something that my wife and I can show them that, you know, we all do make mistakes, and I'm just hoping that we can move forward from it and I can be a better influence for them. I also would like to prove myself to the people who believe in me in this industry. I've been very lucky to have some of the best mentors in this business, and I want to show them that their belief in me is warranted. I will do anything that I can to prove to the board that I'm an applicant that you guys can be proud to support. I sit here and I want to offer my sincerest apologies to the board, to Dr. Watkins, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad. I would like to apologize to the 3 of you right now, as well as the agents who did the background investigation. I would like to apologize to Las Vegas Metro Police Department. Although this did happen quite some time ago, I still made that mistake and I still misrepresented items to them. I would also like to apologize to my father-in-law, Don, who is sitting here today, my partner in this business. This has become a much more difficult process than needed to be. And Don, being my father-in-law, has been by my side this entire time. He has been nothing but supportive of me, and anything that we've needed to do, he's been right there with me. And most of all, apologize to my family, my wife who is sitting here, my 3 sons who don't quite understand just yet, but they will one day. I understand that I can't go back and change the mistakes that I made. I can only pledge to you today that those mistakes will never happen again. I put my family at risk, plain and simple. My 3 sons who I absolutely adore, my wife who I absolutely cherish, I put their future at risk. And that's something that I'm going to live with. That is something that does not sit well with me. And I will never again give any reasons to be doubted. I understand that there are doubts with me right now, and anything that I can do to relieve those doubts, I am willing and able. I want to again thank you for the opportunity to sit here for, again, someone like me who has worked very hard in the industry. To sit in front of the Gaming Control Board is an honor. I would like to thank JT Moran, my attorney, and Jeff Donato, my advisor. Although they are expensive friends, they are nonetheless friends for as long as I'm in this business. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that, Mr. Baca. We're going to have, I'm sure, quite a few questions for you, but unfortunately, we're going to have to take a 10-minute recess right now for matters unrelated to you. So we'll be in recess until 2:30. Is that good, Madam Secretary? 10 minutes? All right. Thank you.
Hello, this is Carson City doing a quick microphone check.
We can hear you.
Awesome, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Let's go back on the record. My apologies for that. We're having a little audio-visual issues to our feed in Carson City, so we'll keep monitoring that. But in the meantime, everything is still working and everybody on YouTube is able to see the broadcast. And I believe everybody in Carson City is seeing us as well. We just can't see them right now. So we will hope we don't have any more AV issues. My apologies. Mr. Baca, again, thank you for going through that background and providing that statement. As I said, won't surprise you that board members are going to have quite a few questions for you. This is not going to be an easy or a comfortable day for you, but it's not intended in any way to be embarrassing. That's not our job here. Our job is to protect the state of Nevada and to protect the gaming industry. If you were here earlier, you probably heard me talk about our goal is to let good people and good organizations inside the gates of gaming in Nevada. And the reason we do that is so that they self-report. We don't have enough agents to properly monitor everything that's going on in gaming in the state of Nevada. If you were here earlier, you probably heard the largest employer in the state of Nevada had an issue that they audited themselves and they self-reported. That's what we need. And that's what we require of applicants and licensees. And you are fully aware of how highly regulated this industry is. You've seen that yourself through the application process. One of the most important aspects of the Nevada gaming industry and application and licensing process is truthfulness. And in your situation, truthfulness in your business dealings is important. Truthfulness in your dealings with the Metropolitan Police Department, the Nevada Gaming Control Board, it's absolutely imperative. And we're not about trying to air out your past in a public forum. That's not the point of this. The point is to try to figure out if you're suitable to be involved in the gaming industry.
Yes, sir.
As I said, the entire structure is designed upon candor, honesty, forthrightness, self-reporting. That's how, if you read through the statutes, the Gaming Control Act, it's replete with that kind of conversation. So you mentioned briefly your metropolitan process with the police department. You don't need to go into detail, but tell me about your thought process. You applied twice.
Yes, sir.
And the first time something happened and you came back and you reapplied.
Yes, sir.
What was your thought process when you reapplied that second time and you read that question?
Just a big lapse in judgment on my part, Mr. Chairman, just thinking that I really wanted to be a police officer at that time, and ego getting in the way, thinking I knew my qualifications better than the department, which was a very, very wrong thing to think and very big mistake on my part.
And then when you filled out the Gaming Control Board application and you provided a very small section about what happened with Metro, and you provided some of it, but as you acknowledged, and I appreciate you acknowledging it, our agents had to go out and dig deeper to find out the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
What happened with that question?
Again, just feeling like that was my opportunity to fulfill the dream that we're here today for. And again, just very big lapse of judgment on my part, thinking that this was going to keep me from ultimately our dream as a family, and just really missing the mark on this and really making a mistake that, again, eats at me, and a really, really bad feeling. Embarrassing to be here, sitting here for everyone to watch, my wife included here, and it's just a very embarrassing feeling.
Absolutely. And again, that's not what we're trying to do. It's a function of us, as you said, you acknowledge that this is a privileged license industry.
Yes, sir.
We have to be sure that we let in those inside the gates who will protect the industry, protect the state of Nevada. I don't think you're a bad person. I think there's been a couple instances that we're aware of when the going got tough, you took an easy way out.
Sir.
And as you acknowledged, our agents don't have enough time to chase down people who are not telling us the truth. This process only works if there's self-reporting and they say, I made this mistake. And we've seen this before, and we're not trying to license saints here. That's not what we do. But we do expect people to say, I made a mistake, here's what it was. And they lay out everything for us. Your situation concerns me because it was the exact opposite. You not only didn't tell the Metropolitan Police Department what was going on, you then didn't tell our agents what was going on. So you would have put this agency, the Gaming Commission, in a very bad spot if our agents hadn't have done their thorough job that they do so well. We'd have let you inside the gates, and there'd have been a, for lack of a better word, a deception that would have let you in. So that's what concerns me. It concerns me about those two instances, but it also concerns me about what happens with Mr. Baca when something really bad happens. You're running a casino, a restricted location, something bad happens. Is your first thought, I need to call the Gaming Control Board? Is your first thought, maybe it won't figure this out? And that's troubling to me. Makes this a very difficult decision. And again, I'm not a court of law. We're not trying to prosecute you. We're not trying to say you did anything criminally wrong. It's a finding of suitability for licensure. And at this point, I'm not there, but I certainly want to hear from my colleagues, and I'm sure they'll have questions for you. I do appreciate your contriteness. I appreciate your apologies. But to me, apologizing after the fact in this industry is just not how it works. It's, I made this mistake in my past. I'm coming forward and telling you about it, as opposed to you found out about that mistake. So yes, that's where I'm at right now, but I want to hear from my colleagues. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, and appreciate your apologies. You know, your demeanor and humbleness, all of it, coming to speak with us. I just want to read to you some of the requirements we have, one by statute and one by regulation. According to NRS 463.170, qualifications for license finding of suitability or approval regulations, an application to receive a license or be found suitable must not be granted unless the commission is satisfied the applicant is a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And also a person whose prior activities, criminal record, if any, reputation, habits, and associations do not pose a threat to the public interest of this state or to the effective regulation and control of gaming. And then there's NGC Regulation 4.040, applications, notices, statements, and reports, contents, amendments, incorporation by reference, proceedings not to have substantive implications. And that provides under subsection or section 2, it is grounds for denial of an application or disciplinary action for any person to make any untrue statement of material fact in any application, notice, statement, or report filed with the board or commission. And I assume that LVMPD has, you know, a similar requirement for disclosure and proper representation as it relates to material facts. I guess I'm just confused, given what the issue was, why the misrepresentation happened in the first instance. I understand that you represented here today that you really wanted the job. I do understand that, but the misrepresentations kept occurring over and over again. Failure to disclose to LVMPD. That there was 2 occasions, right, with that, not just one.
Apologies to the chairman, or to Dr. Watkins through the chairman, JT Moran on behalf of Mr. Baca. It's my understanding that he lied in his second application and also lied to gaming in his application to gaming recently. So
Well, it's my understanding there were multiple opportunities to disclose with both LV and PD from what the information we have from them and also from our gaming control agents, not just one misrepresentation each time. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes, Dr. Watkins.
And so given the numerous opportunities to disclose with LV and PD, with Gaming Control Board, and even to people who are there to represent you, it is a difficult determination. I think what the chair said is important. The self-report and full disclosure function for the industry is important, especially with the industry, the size and scope of ours. And so the question then becomes, can we trust you to be honest and to be forthcoming if there is an issue? Will you self-report? Even in the case of a minor issue, which from my perspective, that's what the other issue was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's a major issue, what happens then? Right?
I'm very confident in that I will self-report, not only to protect my father-in-law, protect his investment, protect his finances, because like you said, he's really putting a lot on the line for this business, protecting my own investment. My wife and I are going all in on this, and most of all, protecting my wife and my children. That's the hardest part for me is to understand that the risk I put them through. I sit here a lot more humble than I have ever felt in my life. And knowing that I put the most important people in my life in jeopardy, that's the motivation for me to do things the right way, do things the way the board expects, and to self-report and to protect my father-in-law and to protect our investments.
I appreciate that, and I definitely appreciate you being here today and all that you have said. And I think it takes a lot of courage to, irrespective of what you've done or said or misrepresentations made in the past, I think it takes a lot of courage to sit here before us today and, come humble and to, ask for your license. I think it takes a lot of courage to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I just want to say that I echo the comments of my colleagues. I share their concerns and their statements as well. There's nothing, quite as important as us getting correct information so that we can make the right choices on applications and applicants and so forth. Now, that being said, I did find you to have a great background in terms of experience. You've been a bartender in several different properties. You've worked your way up. You've worked quite a few different restaurants and taverns. So no question that you're qualified in terms of work experience. You have a good a degree from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, a Bachelor of Science degree. So you're well educated. That's in your favor. I find you to be contrite, genuinely contrite, and courteous. You're sincerely apologetic. You've acknowledged your culpability. You've accepted full responsibility, and I do believe that you're sincerely remorseful for these misjudgments, is the only way I can characterize it. Obviously, it's just a case of bad judgment, and just to hold you to the same standard that I've held other applicants who've made mistakes in similarly situated situation as yours. I think you understand now the gravity of the situation, and I think that you've learned from this. This was your first and only area of concern for us, and I believe in second chances. So, my take is that I want your 3 kids to have a good Christmas, and I'm willing to give you a second chance.
Thank you, Judge. I really appreciate it.
As the judge said, your background in the industry, commendable, no concern at all there. Do appreciate all the letters of recommendation that you have presented to us. Shows that there's a lot of people rooting for you today. The support of your family is outstanding and extremely important because not only is your father-in-law and your wife and your kids depending upon you, your entire family structure is depending upon you, right?
Yes, sir.
Normally in these situations, what we'd be talking about is a potential limitation. That one's difficult for me because usually the reason why we do a limitation is to give you time to prove something to us. Can you run a business? Can you pay things on time? Do you follow all the rules and regulation? This is difficult because it doesn't go to that. You seem like you're fine on running a business side, so that's not a concern. It's what I mentioned earlier, that when things get tough, what's your first decision? That goes to the heart of character. I'm not saying you're a bad person. It's just, there's two very strong instances where you chose the wrong path. You chose the path of least resistance. We would then be talking about conditions. Conditions, again, wouldn't make sense because those usually go to, should we be drug testing somebody? Should we be mandating that there is certain reporting? There's things to put on this, and that just, again, doesn't fit for you because I think you could run this operation, this restricted location. So then to me, the next thing we look at, and it hasn't been discussed yet, but is this a situation where you need to be licensed, or is this a situation where maybe this is a slot route operator and you are in a space lease situation? That is not before us today. I don't believe with the Attorney General's input that we could even consider that because there is no slot route operator on the agenda, correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah, so that opportunity wouldn't be available. Your counsel mentioned for the record that things were supposed to happen by the end of December. You got that bump till January. It's almost impossible to get an agenda item on for next month's agenda. So I don't think that's a possibility. But for you being involved in the restaurant business in Clark County, Nevada, I have no problem with that. For you being involved in the restaurant business in Clark County, Nevada with gaming and all the rules and regulations that go along with that, I am still not comfortable. As the judge said, we have a lot of people who come before us and we have a responsibility to be consistent. The things that you've done go to the heart of the gaming process. If you were applying for a gaming registration at this point and you said, I didn't tell the truth on a Metropolitan Police Department application, I didn't tell the truth on an application to the Game Control Board, that almost causes you to be in a situation where you may not be able to work as an employee in a casino. That's where we got to balance this. Why would we tell a potential employee that that's a problem where we would say it's okay to own a bar and hires employees? They have the same responsibility, right? They have to have the same level of responsibility to the state of Nevada and the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. So right now I'm at a crossroads. You as a person, you as a family man, absolutely happy to support you, want to support you. Your background, I don't know if I'd be doing the state justice. I don't know if I'd be doing our agents justice if they went and did their job and they had to go beyond their job. Without getting too much into detail about the economics of how a restricted application works, your restricted application was $1,050 to the state of Nevada. The amount of hours that have been put into your matter have way exceeded that. If you were a non-restricted applicant, you'd probably be spending $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 in your investigation because you caused it to make a left turn, and that caused our agents to spend a lot of money. In your situation, it's not about the money that it costs the state, it's the function that you caused the state to not be able to trust you, right? Our agents had to go find this out. Would I be in a proper leadership role if I said to them, you did your job, you found out that this applicant didn't tell the truth, but that's okay. And I'm just personally not there. Again, nothing about you as a person, as your ability to run this bar, but as far as running the bar with gaming, I'm not there yet.
Understand.
And understand the judge has said where he's at. Dr. Watkins, do you want to add anything before we talk about potential votes or ramifications?
I guess I would ask if there's a way to restructure the application. Would you be willing to entertain some sort of restructuring?
Yes, through the chair, obviously, to Dr. Watkins, we did discuss a possible restructure. The only issue is that we're not hearing from the seller that they would be amenable to allowing us to go outside of January. And I know that your board staff is already wrapping up their January agendas. So just as a matter of course, I don't think that that's a possibility. I do think in sitting back and listening to the chair and the judge and also your comments earlier, Dr. Watkins, I usually follow you all. I usually see eye to eye. I can kind of forecast and anticipate some of the questions and answers that are going to be procured or produced. For me, I think one thing because I'm at that crossroad too, in terms of, are we far enough to allow something that maybe he could move forward? Is there a course forward that would be reasonable? And I think that if he was applying by himself and he was the 100% owner of this particular bar, and he didn't have the redundancy that he has with a tried and true business person like his father, who understands privileged licensure with his contractor's license as a qualified employee, understands the financial suitability of that type of a licensure, understands the personal suitability attached to that type of licensure. I would say, yeah, we might have to configure this application, maybe refer it back to staff, change ownership, have somebody else come in that maybe has the suitability to go forward with a participation agreement and share in revenues, participate in gaming revenues. But I do think that that's that one piece of the puzzle that I think shows redundancy in good decision-making on a go-forward basis. And even if there was some structuring of perhaps a 2 or 3 year limited license, I agree with the chair with what he said. When you do give limitations on licenses, they're very specific to certain things. But I think that 2 or 3 years down the road would give you an opportunity to see how Justin handles his business affairs as a leader, a co-manager, co-leader of this particular business. Is he doing the things that he's supposed to do? Is he self-reporting? Is he involved? Is he handling all of his returns correctly? Is he taking care of the business and professional responsibilities as you would expect a good seasoned business person? But again, I think that the limitation would also say, okay, well, these lapses in judgment, these intentional misrepresentations and omissions, these lies, in 2 years, 3 years down the road, if he hasn't made any, then at least he's moving in the right position. He's moving in the right direction. So I think, like I said, to go full circle, I feel that if we didn't have Dawn, and Dawn was just somebody who was just going to be a ceremonial piece for this deal, or perhaps just the financial infusion of money, I think that we would all be going a different direction. Perhaps I'd be asking to refer it back for a soft landing, and perhaps he's going to miss the opportunity. But I think that there's a way to put enough hold on him with his father-in-law, who he clearly respects. I think there's an opportunity to give him a chance where we can all be successful.
I understand that. And I do, Mr. Hensley, seems like he has an amazing business background, and, he puts a lot of trust in you. And while trust is generally a good thing, in this situation, it makes me a bit concerned, right? Because, what I have to go on is the numerous and multiple misrepresentations, given the opportunity over and over again to disclose. This wasn't just one occasion with our board. This wasn't just one occasion with LVMPD. It's repeated over and over. And there are still some items outstanding that I'm not sure that we're getting full disclosure about as well, right? So that certainly makes me concerned. So Council, I'm just wondering if you have any other proposals.
Well, of course, through the chair to Dr. Watkins, I really feel that you have a real solid, significant hold when considering all the circumstances with regards to whether or not he can operate on a limited basis, like a 3-year limited. If that's not the direction that you all wish to go, we're not going to push you to a vote on this item because of the collateral consequence to a denial. So what we would ask, if there was not some sort of unanimous consent by the board, to move forward with perhaps a 2 or 3 year or even a 1 year limited license to see how things move, because we are at the end of our extension period with the seller. What I would propose is a referral back to staff. I really hope that you could consider all of the circumstances, because even though there were multiple opportunities to correct the situation with Metro, and there were also multiple opportunities to correct the situation with your board staff and the agency investigations division, he did at the end of the day. It may have been a lot too much, too late, or not enough at the end of the day, but he did do that, and he planted a good seed, and he's taking one good step in front of the next. He's all in on this, Dr. Watkins, Mr. Chair, Judge. He's all in. His father trusts him, and I think that his father's business acumen will help him be successful at this location. But to go to the slot route versus the participation, that won't satisfy the business model. He'll be operating in the red. It'll be a formula for disaster for everyone.
I'm glad you addressed that. That was my next question, is even if we were to go to a slot route operator with a, I'm not interested in participation, to me, that's the same question. It would be a space lease situation. Have you considered the financial implications of a space lease and whether or not that would make the company viable?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chairman, and like JT said, it would be something that we would continue to just hemorrhage money at that point as a business.
Yeah, because that would have to be something that you'd have to restructure the business. You'd have to get a contract in place, and if it doesn't work, then that doesn't help. Bleeding slowly doesn't do you any favors.
Sir.
Okay, so Chief Hoffman, I'm going to turn to you. I mentioned potential limitation, potential conditions, possible space lease. You've got a long history of looking at this. Not asking you for a vote or your opinion, but is there anything else that you might suggest? The space lease made sense to me, but that doesn't seem like it's on the table.
Yeah, the only other thing would be a limitation.
Limitation, yeah, of course. Yeah.
2-year limitation.
Mr. Moran did a good job of arguing and advocating on your behalf for that. So I guess, Dr. Watkins, that's where we're at, is are you interested in a limitation of a couple of years? And I don't know what the limitation does. It makes you come back before the board and commission 2 years later and explain that you haven't gotten in trouble. It's kind of what in the criminal courts they refer to as a stay out of trouble time period.
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm on the fence about that as well, because, having him come back before the board in, a couple of years provides the potential for something to happen within that time period. And again, what I have seen or been presented with, as the judge said, your background is great. You've got a lot of experiences with bars and things of that sort, and in the gaming area. But what I've been presented with is constant misrepresentations over and over again. So I would just say, I don't know, maybe, Chair, would you entertain a 1-year limited?
I'm struggling with the same thoughts that you're struggling with. Is it comes back in a year. If nothing happens, we don't know. It's a testing of character. And again, I'm not saying you're a bad person. Our job is to make the tough calls. And a lot of applicants wouldn't have sat here. As the judge said, I think you're very courageous to sit here and have this discussion on worldwide YouTube and sit here and have us ask you a bunch of questions. But if we come back in a year, we may not know if there's been any test of a situation, big or small, I think as you sit here today, you're going to make the right decision because you've been put through this ringer. You make the right decision when a very bright light gets shined on you. This is a super bright light.
Yes, sir.
What I'm worried about is when you are alone, do you make the ethical decision and the right decision? And do you call the authorities and raise your hand and say, there's a problem, I caused it, I want to rectify it? And based on past behavior, I don't know if I'm protecting the state of Nevada. So to your question, a year from now, I don't know if we know anything more than hopefully your company would be up and running. And I wish success for the company. I wish success for you and your family. It's just one of our tough responsibilities is to protect the industry. And I don't think I could sit here as we have gaming employee appeals that come before us all the time, and then they end up in front of the commission. And a lot of times it's about candor, it's about truthfulness. And that's a person who says, I just want to be a bartender and, be in charge of gaming at a location. And we have to say, sometimes you're not entitled to that based upon what we know about your background.
I think that's an important point with regard to our gaming employee registrations and the appeals related to them is that, I think we would hold you to a higher standard as a licensee. And, I've seen appeals where, or cases where there's been less, right? And we've denied it or sustained an objection. So I have to tell you, this is a really hard decision for me. And I think that in the future, there may be an opportunity for you to come back before the board. And this decision today doesn't necessarily foreclose all opportunity from you being in the industry, but putting some time and some distance in between, the lack of candor and the failed disclosure to our agents, I think may be helpful to you. And I would, like to see you back. I think you have things to offer the industry, but I can't get there right now. And like I said, again, this is a tough decision for me. I think you're a good guy and you're on the right path and you want to do the right thing. It's just the repeated, if it had been one or maybe two, the failed disclosures, it's just the staying on the same path when you were asked, that's the issue. So I'm going to, I can't support your application today.
Mr. Chair?
I'm in the same spot. So if you're trying to count potential projections here, well, that's where we're at. Go ahead, Mr. Moran.
I was just going to add one last point. I don't want to beat a dead horse, believe you me, and I'm not going to waste any more time in front of you all. I sincerely appreciate all your time, and the agency, Deputy Chief Allen did an incredible job, and it's so easy to communicate with. And this has been, as far as I'm concerned, I've only been involved in the last couple of months on this application. It's always a delight to work with your staff, and that I think is the best part of this job, is working with your staff in this particular ecosystem, gaming. And then Agent Martirosian, I think I had her first application for licensure with her. I had a client, and she was on her first mission. I don't know how many years ago, but it's always enjoyable working with her, and she left no stones unturned and was very, very professional and just a delight to deal with. And I think Justin and Dawn and Jeff Donato all would say the same thing, and we enjoyed working with her, and it's been a tough road. One additional piece that I'd like you to consider in conjunction with the possible route to perhaps a 2-year limitation. Again, knowing that you have a tried and true qualified individual working hand in hand with him 5 days a week, perhaps more, understanding.
I don't want to cut you off, Mr. Moran, but I think you get the same answer. It's not a function of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's a function of what happened in the past. And so we're now at a point where if we start to take a motion, I assume you've advised your client on what the implications are of a motion to deny his application. Do you need a minute to talk to your client about what would happen if that motion is made and passed? Or do you want to come up with something else? And if you'd like me to trail this till we, a few minutes down the road, I'm happy to do that.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And believe you me, we've exhausted all of our options. We've discussed those. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time and had input from all of you as well as on this particular item. And in the past, we've all worked together. So I've had plenty of good experiences. We've had those discussions, both Jeff Donato and I, professionally with Mr. Baca and Mr. Henslick. And we have some options that we would like to introduce if that's necessary. It seems like maybe it is, but before we go that direction, if I can just say one last thing that may make you feel a little bit more comfortable. Sitting as the chairman of compliance committee here in the state of Nevada for non-restricted licensees and having quarterly meetings and having requirements and responsibilities and reporting requirements and annual reports and quarterly reports and just having the dialogue that non-restricted licensees are supposed to have relative to AML issues or cybersecurity issues, premises liability issues, vendor suitability issues. I think that I could assist. I've never done this before, but it might make you more comfortable that that self-report may occur and that there might be that redundancy and cross-checking, not just by Mr. Henslick, but myself professionally, having done this for upwards of 26 years. In the business and practicing before the Gaming Commission and Control Board for all these years, and knowing the pressure points in terms of when we make good decisions versus bad decisions, and having really seen just about everything from, I don't even want to probably get into some of it, but seeing a lot of it, maybe not as much as you all see today on the ground floor, but being able to, in 2 years, have at least one annual report to the board and to board staff as to all of the ongoings and workings, very similar to what we're required by statute to provide as a non-restricted licensee, providing the same exact report on a yearly basis, so that in 2 years, if we did come back, he's doing everything he's supposed to be doing. It's not just, did you stay out of trouble, no further arrest, no further conviction. It's something more along the lines of, okay, did he file his taxes timely? Did he disclose his, premises liability? Did he handle all of his HR issues correctly? Was there any, harassment issues or HR issues that needed to be resolved? And all of the stuff that we need to disclose to you, was there a cage theft that we needed to self-report? Have law enforcement officers and authorities been contacted when somebody has alleged a crime on the premises? I have seen those. I am responsible for those with other non-restricted licensees, and I would love to do that with Justin. I think that might be another level of security for the board. But if not, Mr. Chairman, I just thought I'd throw it out
I think
there.
we get to the same result. It's a 2-year limitation, and there's a report that would be done by our investigators in the process. They would go through everything you just said. So I considered that. Could there be a condition that there's monthly reports? Is there activity reports and all? That just puts a burden on the Game Control Board. We don't have a structure for evaluating restricted licensee reporting. We have an investigative process. So to me, it just doesn't get there. And again, tough decision. I understand what this is doing to you and your family, but I'm not there. I don't know if I'd be doing my job, taking you out of it. If this was a hypothetical and you were not the person sitting here, and this hypothetical was given to a Game Control Board member and said, if this applicant did this, this, and this, and you read it in a law school, I'm pretty sure how the law school students would write up the answer to how that should work.
So, Mr. Chairman,
that's our job.
I have a proposal.
Go ahead.
And again, Mr. Chairman and Dr. Watkins and Judge Assad.
Go ahead.
You all are awesome in my book.
Which I think you're going to ask to have this referred back to staff.
Yes. So just with one thing that maybe I can get a recommendation from you as well as we move that direction. So yes, we would ask to hold item number 1 on the restricted agenda back to staff. But what we'd like to do is perhaps contemplate an opportunity for Mr. Henslick to become the 100% owner of the business and allow Mr. Baca to become the general manager. There's no licensing requirement for Mr. Baca at that point in time. Mr. Henslick would just be like any new bar owner who's gone through that type of an investigation today. He is suitable. We all believe he's personally suitable, financially suitable, and has the business probity to be in the gaming business. The contractors board has certainly found that.
That's not before us today, and as you heard, Dr. Watkins had some very good questions about what's Mr. Henslick going to do in terms of the business, and then you get into questions of, is there necessary requirement for a key employee application if somebody's a general manager? So that's not before us today. That's not on our agenda, but could you do that? You absolutely could. You should talk to applicant services. You should talk to the investigators about that. And of course, we would consider anything that's within the Gaming Control Act.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only accommodation that we would ask for is that since the timeframes are so tight on this governmental approval clause in this particular deal, and since the sellers have held their property off the market for 2 years pending this investigation, it'd be very difficult for them to find a buyer and get through the process in less than an 18-month period, I don't believe, based on just batching cycles. Would there be an opportunity, and since the times are tight, would there be an opportunity if it's the same individual? It'd probably be just a roll forward for net worth and maybe just a short cursory background on Mr. Henslick from the time the investigation with the investigations division stopped. Do you think we could maybe look at like a March or April agenda? Would that be something that you could contemplate as a recommendation to your board?
Absolutely reasonable question, reasonable request, but I can't tell you because the inbox in investigations is very high. And by moving this from the December agenda out, it doesn't always land at the top of the inbox because everybody else has been waiting too. So reasonable request. I would tell you that investigations would look at it, but unless, Chief, there's something you want to add, I don't know if I could commit us to anything.
The only thing we could commit to is doing it as quickly as we can. And it would be up to my staff to work on it and schedule it. But again, as the chair stated, there are other people in line that if we were to put this at the top of the pile, we'd be pushing other people back who've been patiently waiting. So.
Oh yeah, I want to be on the last on the list. I don't want to cut the line. Believe you me, don't let that appearance be out there. I'm happy to wait patiently, but if there's a way to kind of move it through the process expeditiously.
Understood. And as the chief said, we'll do whatever we can from a expediting process. There's a lot of people in that stack looking for expedition right now. So I would tell you that that's a conversation with you, your clients. What do they decide to do? What can they do in terms of the seller situation and all? But that's not on our agenda today.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will tell you, it's just been a pleasure being in front of your board, dealing with the agency. Chief Hoffman, thank you for your added information today. And everything is kind of a work in progress. So we would respectfully request that this item be referred back to staff. And we appreciate the opportunity to do that. We know that you don't have to. And so we appreciate that opportunity, Mr. Chairman, board membership.
I don't think there'd be any objection from board members. So I will go ahead and refer restricted item number 1 back to staff, and then your clients and yourself can be in touch with investigations about if there's another way that the business can be restructured. Again, Mr. Baca, appreciate you being in front of us. No, this was not easy, as I stated at the beginning. I do wish you and your family, your father-in-law, all the best of luck and success. This is not about you personally. It's about us having tough decisions when we have to do our job. Great.
And I'd add, and I'd echo the chair's sentiments, and that this was a really tough decision. And I appreciate your courage in coming and sitting before us and letting us ask you these questions. I hope you won't let this decision stop you from, pursuing a gaming license at some point in time in the future. Just get some time in between these events, and a future application. And I feel confident. I think you all can still make the business successful in restructuring and presenting to the board a different situation. But thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I see that looks like the north is still up. Are we feeding to Carson City? We just can't see them?
Yes.
Okay, great. Then let's go to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Rush Hour 3 Inc. doing business as Old Vegas Lounge for a restricted gaming license, and the application of James Slark for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here with me today is Mr. Slark, Mr. James Slark, who is the applicant before you seeking for request for approval of restricted gaming license. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give a brief overview, opportunity for Mr. James Slark to provide some information about himself, and we'll be here to answer any questions you may have.
Keep it brief. We've got an extremely large file on this matter.
Yes.
If there's anything you can help set the table on where we're at, that would be great. If not, I'm sure myself and my colleagues have a lot of questions, so I don't need a lot of background.
Got it. I'll give an abbreviated version.
Great.
This location is an approximate 3,050 square foot grandfather supper club to be known as Old Vegas Lounge that will have 15 slot machines embedded into the bar top. On or about August 1st of 2023, the location held one-day opening to preserve the grandfathering for a period of 18 months. It's my understanding that the location needs to be relicensed by the date of NGC meeting in January of 2025. The local licensing applications were submitted with Clark County on November 7th of 2024 and will be ready to be approved and issued upon obtaining the approval here and safety inspections for the location. If the state gaming license is approved, the intent is to work with the county to obtain the local licenses and to be ready to open by early or mid of next year, next month. Although the applicant would hold the restricted gaming license for the location, the applicant has entered into a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations to be the SRO for this location. With that, I have Mr. James Slark give a brief overview of his background.
Mr. Slark, before we begin, why don't we have you and Mr. Fred Slark, why don't you come forward as well? And let's go ahead and have Madam Secretary swear both of you in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary, you can do one at a time or both, however's easiest for you.
We can just do both. So raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give before this board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. James Slark.
Thank you, Chairman, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad. Thank you for the time and opportunity to be here today. I'll just give a brief overview of kind of my background and personal history. I'll try to keep it brief.
That's okay. You can skip that. We have that from our file and from where you've been before. If there's anything you want to tell us how we got here, because we were here a year and a half ago, if I remember correctly. Right. And I'm going to get into some specific questions, but how did we get from there to where we are today? Fill in the blanks for me.
Of course. So my understanding, I'm sure we'll get to it in the questioning. Today we got here, I am purchasing the bar from my father, Old Vegas Lounge. I know there's a history there, so I think we'll be getting into that. We were advised by our previous representation for me to come forward as a key employee at the two existing locations. May I ask a quick clarification as well? Am I speaking just of Old Vegas Lounge right now, or would you like me, are we kind of merging the two?
Let's kind of focus on just restricted item number 2, okay. But to make it easy on you, Madam Secretary, if you don't mind, go ahead and read in, is it restricted? It's restricted number 3, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and read that in as well.
Restricted number 3 are the applications of James Slark for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
So both of them are in the record. You're under oath regarding restricted item number 2 and restricted item number 3. But for right now, let's focus on restricted item number 2, the location on Sand Hill.
Understood. So we were advised that if I came forward to purchase the property from my father in the business and move forward on my own at Old Vegas Lounge on Sand Hill, that hopefully that would be allowed and granted by the board. So that is my focus, to move forward at that location. I've been in Vegas 4 years now recently. I used to live here when I was younger. I've moved back here to work with my father, learn the bar business, learn all aspects of business. So I'm looking forward hopefully to going at that myself now and having my own location and opening that location with the board's blessing and come to a resolution. So that's hopefully the brief summary, if that makes sense.
It does. And it looks like, Mr. Donato, that this application was filed back in May. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And there's been a lease on this property going back even before that. Who's been paying the lease to the landlord?
So my father's currently paying the lease. We put that amendment in our purchase agreement. So the deal was for me to, when I purchased the business, that he continues to pay the rent until I'm granted the appropriate license by the board. And if and when I'm granted those licenses, and I assume the full responsibility of that lease and open the property, generate revenue. And then once then I take over the lease responsibility and continue to pay the rent.
And the landlord is RPJR LLC and Ram Cove LLC.
Correct.
Is there happen to be anybody on behalf of the landlord here today?
He does not. I believed he was notified. My understanding, correct if I'm wrong, I think today of the hearing, but he is aware this is happening. He's in Santa Monica, so he's unable to be here. I could try to call him if you like, or however you want to move
Mr. Chairman, at the direction of the gaming agent, requested contact information for the landlord, which we provided yesterday. We asked yesterday and provided it yesterday. Not sure I know he was looking for a Zoom link and indicated that there wasn't a Zoom link, and he lives in California, was not able to be here on that short notice.
That's okay. Thank you for that representation. You may recall that one of the reasons I personally don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues, but one of the reasons we referred this back to staff was for an ability for the landlord to understand that if this application or that prior application didn't go forward, that the grandfather on this location for gaming might be lost. I personally didn't want that to land on the landlord if they didn't understand the implications of that. Now, a lot of this has to do with the space required, square footage. So that'll be up to the landlord to make their own decision, and it's up to them. But when we talked about this back, I believe it was June of last year, that was one of my concerns, is that they not be collateral damage. And so then there was a one-day opening operation of gaming. My understanding was on August 1st of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that protected the grandfather on behalf of the landlord. Mr. Slark, I appreciate what you've just walked through for me, but when we had this conversation a year and a half ago, I was expecting something to happen pretty fast. Application being filed in May of this year, between May and today is not your fault. That's bureaucracy, that's timing, that's the inbox that I was describing earlier in the meeting. But between at least August of last year and May of this year, I'm just stymied to try to figure out what's going on. And we'll ask your father some questions here in a minute, but to me, we created a very well-paved road for the landlord and for your father to get out of this business. You or another potential buyer could have come along, and that took a long time. So I'm personally concerned about the timing of this. I have some more questions, but I want to turn it over to my colleagues in case they have questions at this point regarding the location on Sand Hill.
I just wanted to make a comment, and that is that I agree with the idea that, the referral back was, we were trying to essentially do a favor to the landlord to maintain that grandfather, and then allow for other matters to proceed that we were discussing and expecting. And I don't think those have come into fruition, that there wasn't I don't think there was follow through on what we expected. And so I'm a little disappointed in that. I have all the information before me. You have been before us before, and we've had conversations, whether it be through our agents or otherwise. And so I have the information that I need.
May I try to kind of explain some of the timeline? Is that okay? So yes, you're 100% valid. There is a backstory, and it's very complex and complicated, so I don't want to take too much of your time. The timeline reason is we were with a previous representation, and we were advised by them when Fred Slark was coming forward for Old Vegas Lounge, that location, and that was proceeding. Obviously, that got messy. So we were told that there was a deal or proposal made with the board by our previous representation that if I were to come forward, apply for key employee, and start to get experience at the 2 existing locations, and then submit my application for Old Vegas Lounge, and Fred Slark not be involved at Old Vegas Lounge, that would be a very strong possibility. So that's what we were advised on, and we all agreed on that. We agreed with our representation, which was not Jeff Donato at the time. He's new to the picture of this. He's just handling my application for Old Vegas Lounge, to clarify that. But there was a lapse. There was a lot of confusion.
Is he new to the picture, or was he representing you before?
He was representing.
So for clarification,
Okay.
I initially started with Mr. Fred Slark with his
Right.
original application. When things started becoming of concern there, there was another representative, another attorney that got involved, legal counsel, that took over that application. That application then proceeded forward under that representation, and I didn't have anything to do with that at that point. And then the 1-day opening was secured under prior representation. After that was secured, the transition between that and the new with me, then we started working on the application for Mr. James Slark to come forward as the 100% owner of Rush Hour 3. So there was a transition period.
Okay, let's talk more about the representation issue. Did you file the current key employee application?
I did not.
Right.
I had nothing, and that's why I indicated to the gaming agent that when I was noticed for agenda item number 3, the key employee, that's the first that I've heard about that. So I was not involved with those key employee applications. I did not prepare or submit those key employee applications. That was all done through prior representation that worked with Mr. James Slark on that piece of it.
Were you aware of the ongoing conversations to have James Clark take over the operations?
I was not involved with those conversations.
I understand that you weren't involved with the conversations. I'm not trying to say that you were. What I'm asking is whether you were aware.
So they came to me and said this is what they were told by prior representative, that he could move forward as a possibility of taking over the location. Based upon that information, we prepared the application for Mr. James Slark to move forward at this location.
So one singular location, not all 3 locations?
Correct.
Was your understanding?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The notes here, according to the investigative report, say that basically, Old Vegas Lounge is supposed to be sold from your father to you.
Correct.
So why didn't that happen?
It's in the process of happening upon approval of, and I have a promissory note. So that was our plan. That's what we were told.
Approval of what? Are giving you the license that you're here for today?
Correct. And I believe the purchase is already, it is mine technically.
There was a stock
You should
purchase
have filed
agreement.
for a sale and transfer, right?
There was a stock purchase agreement executed in which Mr. James Slark became 100% owner of Rush Hour 3 Inc., which was the prior applicant under Mr. Fred Slark. So now Mr. James Slark is here today as the 100% owner of Rush Hour 3, seeking the approval to move forward with that new location only.
Because there's no gaming at the location.
Correct. It's not currently open or operating.
But it has been sold?
Has not been sold. So
Not been
they did the stock transfer agreement and executed that, but contingent upon these approvals of getting licenses needed to operate the business.
That was the understanding that we all had back last year. It might have got messed up with Mr. Moran dealing with staff on this, but the notes here say that on October 4th, Mr. Moran met with staff and discussed the following issues. One was providing a written update to the board regarding the outstanding issues mentioned above. 2, staff explained to Mr. Moran that the board is expecting Fred Slark to sell the location either to James or to another party. No mention of it being contingent on licensing approval. And then 3, staff explained to Mr. Moran that the board could move forward with a complaint against Fred Slark as he remains licensed at 2 other locations. And then it goes on, there's several other statements, but I'm kind of in the same mindset as the chair. It should have been sold. without a contingent provision.
It was really about timing is how long did it take? We were, I think I'll speak for myself. I thought things were going to move very fast. And I understand you said there's a complicated backstory.
And I'll try to dive more, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Slark.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're aware of the fact that we were considering having you explain what was going on, and you've been before this body before and explained some of your past history.
Okay.
And I'll get into some of that in a minute, but you explained to us after this, let's start not with the board meeting, but the August one-day operation of gaming at the location.
Okay.
What happened after that for you trying to sell the business to your son or to somebody else?
Well, meeting with the ex-counsel and trying to get a direction of where I was going to go with this. It was advised that we move forward with him. And it was taking a lot of time, a lot of emails, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of money. And honestly, getting the runaround, the meetings, the private meetings, all the things you guys were talking about, I had no clue what was going on. It's very, very frustrating, very stressful. It's been a long 3.5 years, a tremendous stress, sleepless nights. I can go on and on about that. I'm here today to show myself, to answer any questions you may have. I'm an honest person. I'm straightforward. I gave you my phone. I gave you my life. A lot of things that were written in that are not true. We'll get to that later. But it hurts me deeply that I have to sit with my son, embarrassed about this whole thing. This is not how I wanted to grow with him. This is not what I wanted to see. But I'm here as a man. I'm here to show myself and anything I can answer for you. So to answer that question, I have no clue what all these deals will be made, all these different things. It just kept changing all the time. Very frustrating.
Did the term order to show cause come up with you and your prior counsel?
Show cause?
Order to show cause, or what they might have referred to as an OSC.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
I'm taking it based on your reaction that conversation did not occur.
Lost that question.
That's okay. That's okay. Your reaction answered the question.
No. I want to make sure I heard you right.
No, that's fine. Order to show cause.
I want to make sure I hear him right.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say something if it's the wrong thing.
Yeah, no.
I would like to hear you clearly.
In your prior conversations with your counsel,
okay,
did you discuss with them that the board was considering an order to show cause regarding your other locations and your activities?
It was cause to recommendation for James to go forward with a key employee and eventually in the future take over the business. I retire, etc.
May I interrupt? Can you define order to show cause?
No, he answered it by the fact of that if he hasn't heard that phrase, that's my question.
And one more quick note, I apologize.
Sure.
He wears a cochlear implant, so I'm sorry if he has.
Absolutely. If you don't understand me or if you need me to repeat it, happy to do it anytime. Be sure that you understand what I'm asking. That's absolutely fine. Let's go back to the transaction. So at some point, I've got it here in my materials, but tell me when you did the purchase agreement.
I did that with Jeff Donato. The quick lapse in timeline, as Fred was saying, there was a lot of confusion with the previous representation and a lot of money. We decided this is not working out, so we ended that relationship. And that's where that timeline came from when I switched to Jeff Donato to help me complete the application and also assist with the stock purchase agreement.
So, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, he worked with one of the attorneys in our office on the stock purchase agreement, which is dated April 24th of 2024. In addition to that, they worked with securing the acknowledgement from the landlord on the stock purchase agreement as well, identifying to the landlord that Mr. James Slark is securing 100% ownership of Rush Hour 3 Inc.
Great. So now we're getting to the time parameters I'm trying to figure out. So August 1st was the 1 day of gaming operations to protect the grandfather clause. Then we get to, and I know there's negotiations and things that go on, but the execution of the stock purchase agreement was April
24th of 2024.
Okay, so yeah, what happened between August and April for you to sell this business to your son?
Well, talking to the coin company about trying to find a buyer, There was really nobody out there that was interested unless I just surrendered the place and gave it to them for free. So I had put probably over $1 million into this location, maxed out all my credit cards, everything. I said, well, might as well just sell it to my son. And he's, my family. I want him to grow, I want him to be in the business. And that's something he wanted to do. So that was kind of the conversation we had about it. So I'd rather have him get it and then and just move forward in life.
How did you come up with the purchase price? And I don't need to get into the details of what that purchase price is, but how did you arrive at the purchase price with your son?
Well, the industry is changing so much. It's a very tough business to make money nowadays. It's not what the old days used to be. So I figured, you know what, just sell it to him for $25,000. I step back. I'm not going to be part of the business. If I can help him to questions or answers or whatever, he can figure that out. I could work with him. But I just feel that if anybody was going to get the business, I'd rather have him have it.
All right. So I'm still not super clear on what happened between August and April, but I think what you're stating for the record under oath is that you tried to sell it to third parties and that just didn't materialize, correct?
Well, I had looked into trying to find some people. Yeah, several parties came forward, but they just didn't want to pay anything for it. It's in a very depressed shopping center. I'm the anchor tenant. A lot of homeless people. I spent a lot of money into remodeling the place and getting it ready, try and make the center more attractive, try to help the other businesses that are suffering because this location is not. It's a whole story about this place, and it's old history. It's the old Blue Ox. Been around for 37 years prior. So I thought I could do something cool with it, make it very attractive, put a new grease trap, new hood, new everything in there, and give it a home. I had 15 people hired, ready to go to work when all this thing came down, and still don't know. So I won't get into that, but yeah.
That helped clarify the timeline. I think it was between the changing the representation with that confusion and then him attempting to find third parties. That didn't work out. And then I think settling on, well, let's have James do it. And then obviously taking some time to prepare my application, get everything ready. So to explain that lapse of that timeline, yes, it could have been done a little more quickly. It sounds like I understand how that is cause for concern. But there was a lot that happened in that time. And it was all we thought about. It wasn't like we just brush it off. Oh, we'll handle it next year. That was not the attitude. I mean, it consumed us, consumed me, as he said, to stress, not knowing what was going on, ambiguity. So it was taken very seriously.
Clock ticking. I mean, did the ex-counsel tell us we got time?
Well, we knew obviously the grandfather, so of course. So the goal was try to get it at least a year.
Make sure you put that microphone close to you, Mr. Slark, there, so that the court reporter can pick it up. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, if he's paying lease payments, there is certainly an incentive to move faster. When did you and your father come to the conclusion that you should be the buyer? If you signed the agreement in April, how far before April did that conversation occur?
I mean, I think within the new year, it was always one of the options. It was kind of, is there going to be the third party? James, are you up for it? And of course, as I said, this is going on year 4 back in Vegas. 2025 will be. So I'm getting involved in learning the business. And I said, I would like to take this challenge, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the hustle and bustle every day. I work really hard at what I do. And so I said, yeah, I want to give me the shot then. So that's kind of what we settled on after exploring all possibilities, the best possibilities.
So without getting too deep into the business opportunity, because that's your decision, not my decision, but your father's explained here on the record that there weren't any third-party buyers. He's explained how difficult the neighborhood is, the shopping center is. Why is this of interest to you? Are you picking up an albatross to hook around your neck? What's this of interest to you?
No, I think there's of course truth in that. It is, yes, it's a shopping center bought out of bankruptcy. So there's a lot of work that's being done that needs to be done. But I'm just excited for the challenge of it. I think it can be successful. I've seen other bar locations around town. I know a lot of bar owners, one of my references. So I've seen how it works, and I think any bar can be successful.
Okay. Are there further questions from board members regarding this before we start asking questions about restricted number 3?
I think I may have jumped ahead and
That's
already
okay.
asked
That's all right.
those questions, but I will say though that I do understand the time frame a little better, and I mean, it makes sense, right? Like you were exploring third-party options, so thank you for saying that, and then you made a decision, okay, this isn't gonna work, and I'll have to sell it to my son. That does make sense.
And it wasn't, it was still, yes, it wasn't going to work. It could have worked, but I was still, going for it. Dad, I want to give me the shot. I want to do it. So there was exploring everything and then I said, look, we're running out of time. We need to make a decision because we know the time is ticking on the grandfather suitability of the location. So that's when we said, okay, we need to get this done. So
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, Judge, anything else on restricted 2?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so restricted 3, you have answered some of my questions on how we got key employee applications filed on restricted 3. And my question to you, James, is if you're going to be trying to open a new bar at a new location, how do you think you're going to have time to be a key employee at 2 other locations?
fair question. Without sounding cheesy, but I think I do work very hard. I work 7 days a week. Family's obviously very important, but I'm not married. I have no children. I moved to Las Vegas with the intention to work and grow my future, and that's what I've been doing. So I do think I can balance that lifestyle.
How many hours a week do you plan on working if this location on Sand Hill was approved by the commission and you were a key employee at 2 other locations? How many hours are in your week?
So as whatever it'll take, but as a timeline that I've kind of thought about, Jeff, as well, of course. I think roughly a 60-hour work week. Whether that becomes more, I'm okay with that. Key employee. Fair enough.
60 hours, you just run 1 location.
There we go. Yeah. So I am willing to do whatever it takes. Like I said, I truly do work almost 7 days a week, every week. You're welcome to follow me around. I'm not. It's not a lie. I work very hard, and I think I know what I can do to put in the time and hours to support. With your blessing, of course. So hopefully that answers. But I feel comfortable I can do it. I do have a good network of people, bartenders, people that have been in the industry. So I believe in myself, hopefully, and yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Donato. I understand your firm did not file the applications for key employee under number 3. So this question is either for you or for James. What's the rationale behind us making you a key employee at 2 locations that your father owns?
We were told that's what you wanted us to do, was my understanding, was that I would come forward as a key employee to help, kind of soothe over and make everything comfortable from the previous.
I can tell you on my behalf, that was not what I wanted to happen.
That's what we're talking about.
I get that may have been conversations with your counsel.
Correct. So that's my fault for making that assumption.
What you're saying is not wrong, but I want you to understand that we did not try to encourage your father to hire you.
No, of course. And I willingly wanted, that's why I moved here. So of course.
Understood.
Yeah.
Now, there is a path that happens historically that says somebody may prove to us by filing an application for a key employee that they're in the process and they filed everything. And then maybe that morphs over into, I've already filed an application for a key employee. Maybe I should buy out these businesses.
Correct.
Mr. Slark, to you, I am going to say on the record, I encourage you to find something else to do besides gaming. It sounds like you're at a point in your life where you don't want to be involved in gaming. I've got about 2.5 inches of paper here that I don't want to go into today that tells you that it'd be a good time to find something else to do. For you, James, adding you on as an employee of your father's businesses may just make us call you more, but that doesn't solve my problem with the other 2 locations. So I don't understand what restricted item number 3 is supposed to accomplish unless you were to tell me today, I intend on buying the other 2 locations. Is that your intention?
Yes, if that's what's required, of course. We've obviously had those discussions. I mean, as I said, that's why I moved to Las Vegas, to learn the family business, to learn what my father's built, and eventually him stepping back to retirement. So of course, that is a very strong option. And if that's needed, we can discuss that more. But yes, that was part of the plan for me to come on, move to Vegas, learn this, and our understanding, if I became a key employee,
That
yeah, that was the path to go
That
there.
does draw a little brighter path for me. I now understand a little bit more about what restricted 3 is supposed to accomplish. We don't have anything else in our materials about down that path. All I saw was you would be key employee at 2 locations while trying to own your own location. There's only 24 hours in a day unless you figured out something I don't know. So that's a lot of work. But I get the path you're trying to go on now. That makes more sense, although we don't have any of that in our materials. And Mr. Donato wouldn't have filed the application, so he wouldn't have background either. So I understand that. Board members, questions about restricted number 3?
Yeah, I'm concerned about how you'll split your time. How are you the key employee at 2 locations and then opening another location? I mean, even if you used all 24 hours in every day, I think.
No, I think that's a fair
So
question.
what is the plan?
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, to kind of do a counter argument, I do know, bar owners have 5 locations, for example. As I said, I have some of my references are bar owners themselves. So I've seen it done, and I plan to learn from those people. I do think it is possible. All 3 locations are actually, they're kind of all right along Sand Hill. There's not too much distance between them. So I can go to all 3 every day easily. Like I said, Sand Hill DI, Sand Hill right on Sunset, and Sand Hill the other end. And then this new location is kind of right in the middle, Sand Hill Flamingo. So I do think it can be done. Like I said, I do plan to work very hard at that and make that my life. That is why, part of the reason I came to Vegas. So.
Well, I do think that's very helpful, having all the properties near one another. I still think it's
a lot.
It's a bit of a stretch. You have to not sleep a whole lot. In particular, it's with relationship to you opening up a brand new location, right? So at the same time, it's trying to be
That's fair.
But I guess, yes, that's my concern. Like I said, I understand the bigger picture issue better, and it seems like there may have been some miscommunication.
I think so, yes.
About the information that was provided to us about how you all were planning to move forward. And so that then setting expectations from us about what was going to happen next, and then not having that happen next, right?
Okay.
So,
and if I do move forward, and again, granted from your blessing that I open the new location, the key employee goes through on the other 2 locations and I take them over, and Fred needs to step back into retirement, then I myself can explore adding key employees for those other existing locations as well.
Yeah, that
help with that burden as you fairly brought up. So
that was my next sort of line of question: is do you plan on having key employees?
Of course, I could 100% do that.
Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions to share.
Judge, questions about restricted 3?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So this question, I guess, goes to Fred. The 2 locations under agenda item 3, the Sunset Road and the East Desert Inn properties, are you going to sell those to your son?
Yes. Yes.
Have you 2 already discussed it?
We have had this discussion, yes.
You reached an agreed upon price?
Not on those 2 locations yet, not exact monetary number.
Can you afford to buy it, or is it going to be a promissory note?
I would have to explore a promissory note, or explore a loan as well could be an option. Of course, whatever to make the board and the commission comfortable. But I could sort that out.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I have.
Let me follow up on that question. Mr. Schlark, you said you are interested in selling the other 2 locations to your son. What kind of timing are we talking about? And take your time, because I'm very interested in your response. How soon do you think this is going to happen?
Within the next 24 months, next 2 years.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and take your time. It's going to be less than 24 months. How quickly do you believe your son or somebody else may be interested in buying these other two
Well,
locations?
it takes a year to get licensed, right? And then,
Understood. Yeah, you're talking about through licensing. I'm talking about you and your son coming or a third party coming to an agreement to buy the other two locations.
90 days.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, I think I understand a little bit better what we got in front of us now. Mr. Slark, we didn't go deep into your background, but you provided the fact that you are in Las Vegas. You have been working in the tavern industry. You understand it enough. Taking over your bar and being an owner is a much different responsibility from everything that goes on with inventory and employees and running it. On top of that, you add on compliance.
Understood.
Have you been to our restricted gaming
I have.
compliance seminar? Good. Glad to hear that. That should have scratched the surface on how much is involved in being involved in the highly regulated gaming industry. With you understanding that, I will tell you that the source of funds to me to start this business seems light. I hope that's the case. I hope that you have enough money to start this location. We're going to get to a condition here in a moment, and so I'll hold that for a second. But if your father is really selling this location and stepping away from it 100%, and you're running this location as an upcoming entrepreneurial, hardworking person, as you've stated for the record, I feel more comfortable about that. Your father laid out a lot of challenges about this location. Hard work sometimes can overcome challenges. Not always, but sometimes. So I put that on to you. That's a burden that you will carry. I will tell you that I am still interested in protecting the grandfather clause because it is valuable. It's more valuable to the landlord than anybody. And so I would think moving forward today, I would feel comfortable if you were the 100% owner, which is what's in front of us.
Yes, sir.
The condition I would talk about is that the seller, which would be Frederick Slark, would not be involved in this location, and we'll give you exact language on that. That would include if you don't have enough cash to cover operations, Mr. Fred Slark can't be putting money in unless you consult with your enrolled agent or an attorney on advising you of the proper way that can happen. There's laws and regulations that go into that.
Understood.
I don't want to see a situation where your father is the actual owner and you're a straw man. I don't want to see a situation where your father is backing this and we don't know about it, because what's in front of us today is he's a seller and he's out of it. You know, obviously he's got a promissory note and we've been told about that. So that to me, I'm comfortable on moving forward on restricted 2. Let me talk about restricted 3 briefly. Adding you as a key employee to those locations does not solve what I'm concerned about. What I'm concerned about, and Mr. Fred Slark, what you will be probably seeing from us or the Attorney General's office is what's called an order to show cause. And without getting into that on the record, what that's going to be is that we're going to be asking you to put in writing certain facts that answer certain questions that we will ask you. Don't need to get into it today, but part of those facts is going to be that you represented today under oath that you intend to, I understand business things happen, but you intend to sell the businesses to a third party, your son or otherwise, these other 2 locations identified on restricted number 3 within 90 days is your goal. I'm going to hold you to that. And so at some point, we're going to see applications for the other 2. Making you a key employee in the time frame, normally I would say that doesn't solve what I just went through, but it does solve a little bit, because now you, if you get approved by the commission, you're going to be a current licensee at one location. And then if you are a key employee at 2 other locations, it's all on your back. That's a big burden to carry, but anything that doesn't happen right, you're going to be the licensee at not just the new location, you're going to be a key employee at the other 2 locations. So with that understanding, whether you're the new buyer of the other 2 locations or not, I now feel comfortable that I would support those key employee applications as well for you. A lot of burden on you, a lot of compliance upon you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Watkins?
I concur. I don't think I have anything else of substance to add. The chair has covered it all. You've all said what you've said on the record regarding the sale, the future sale, and your intent to hire key employees. And I accept those representations as true. And I'm glad we had this conversation here today to set our expectations straight. And with those expectations set, I'm happy to move forward with the application.
Thank you. Thank you,
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with your assessment.
Okay, so the condition I mentioned would be this, and it's a little bit strange for somebody who is a current licensee at 2 other locations. But Mr. Fred Slark, the condition on restricted 2, which is the location at 4130 South Sand Hill, I would recommend there be a condition that says Frederick William Slark shall have no involvement nor influence in the gaming operations of Rush Hour 3 Inc. doing business as Old Vegas Lounge. Understanding you have a promissory note.
Yeah.
But you should not have any involvement whatsoever in your son's business, assuming that he gets licensed, approved, and starts business at that location. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Am I allowed to have dinner there?
Yes, no, not trying to say you can't be there.
Yeah.
You just can't have any involvement or influence in the gaming operations.
Thank you for
I
that
would tell you
clarification.
by gaming operations, that's because we regulate gaming. I don't regulate restaurant side, but I would tell you to be very careful. If you get involved in any of the operations regarding Rush Hour 3 Inc., I would say put that burden on your son and let
Will you
him
come
run
and
the
have
ship.
dinner with me, all 3 of you?
Yeah, I will not. I appreciate the invitation. Very pleasant of you. But no, I grew up in that neighborhood. I wish you all the success in that neighborhood. But as a regulator, it would be inappropriate for me to have dinner with you. But I do appreciate the offer. Thank you. Does that condition make sense to you too, James?
Yes,
Clark?
Chairman.
Okay, very good. Then I would entertain a motion.
Mr.
then.
Chairman,
Yes,
really quick
please.
for clarification, for entering the purchase, is that 90 days to enter into have an execute a purchase agreement for the business, or just for clarification from a licensing standpoint, so we know what that looks like?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's a goal with a capital G. It's not a condition. It's not a requirement that we're putting on James, because this is really on Fred Slark. But the order to show cause will include things about your past, your current operations, and what it's going to ask you questions that you need to provide answers to. One of them is going to be, will you be selling the business within 90 days? Let's say 90 days of the commission meeting. So that would be, I think it's December 19th. And I would say enter into, it would be the goal. I understand business things happen, things don't get done. We've got the holidays in between. Those are all factors to include. But I think if I get affirmative answers here on the record, we're talking about a goal of 90 days to execute an agreement with either James Slark or somebody else that will be, it's got to pass muster, right?
Sure.
It can't be some sale that is a straw man situation. It's a true sale to James or some third party with a goal of 90 days.
Understood, and thanks. I appreciate the clarification.
And let me be clear as well. I understand there's business responsibilities. I'm not trying to cause a fire sale. Don't let it be understood at all that I'm forcing you to go out into the market and have a fire sale. So if you come back to me or his counsel comes back to me and says, look, we're going to need more time, that's what I'm looking for, is a path to selling the other 2. And I would never cause anybody to have a fire sale due to government action.
Understood. Thank you.
May I make a request? And of course, I don't want to jeopardize any. Can that 90 days be extended to 6 months, just so I have time to open this location to kind of get that under my belt? Would
Let's
that be
keep the conversation at 90 days, but as part of this order to show cause and these other answers, you can come back to us and give us a timeline. So again, it's not a condition on your license. It's a responsibility for you as a licensee today that you understand what I've said. And for the record, do you understand where I'm trying to go?
I understand, yes.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else from board members regarding restricted 2 or 3?
Nothing from me, Chair. I'm happy to make a motion if you take
Okay,
one.
let's take them separately. Do restricted number 2 first.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that Frederick William Slark shall have no involvement nor influence in the operation of Rush Hour 3 Inc. doing business as Old Vegas Lounge.
And I think it was gaming operations.
Oh, I may have him.
Yours have operation. Did we take that out? Chief Hoffman?
Yeah, I don't have gaming in my copy of this.
Okay.
We can change it.
I don't think it does any harm to say gaming. Want to go that way?
Well, while we're on the topic, Chief, if gaming is out,
This one says.
yeah, that's what I was reading as well. But to Mr. Fred Slark's question, not a question about him eating there, but let's say he were to get involved in the restaurant side of that. Operations takes the word gaming out.
Yeah.
I think I've made very clear, we're going to take the word gaming out. You should have no involvement nor influence in the operations of Rush Hour 3. Is that understood?
As understood.
Okay, very good. So the way you read it into the record, Dr. Watkins is correct.
Okay.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion's approved. Bringing us to restricted item number 3. Do you want to make a motion on that?
Yes, sir. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
And so, Mr. James Slark, you understand that if you are a licensed key employee, if the commission so decides to license you, you will be responsible for actions and compliance and other things that happen. The owner is still also responsible, but this will make you responsible as a licensee. It's a learning experience while you are a key employee and opening your own operation. But if something bad happens at Rush Hour Inc., DBA Rush Hour Bar and Grill, or Rush Hour 2, DBA Old Vegas Tavern, that could be your responsibility as well. You understand that?
Understood, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. All right, then, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosen for all her work on these applications.
She did a lot of hard work. We appreciate it from everybody in investigations. Thank you all. Thank you. We wish you the best of luck, and the commission meeting is in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank
Very
you,
good.
Board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, we're at 4 o'clock. Is the court reporter doing okay?
Yes, she is.
Okay, let's keep moving forward. Restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Vegas Store LLC doing business as Corner Market for a restricted gaming license and the application of Ara Mecca for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive as noted on the agenda. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Cecilio Shaba for licensure as a member, manager, and key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Brown on behalf of the applicant. To my right is Mr. Shaba and to my left is Mr. Mika. I won't go into the entire history. I'll just be very brief. I know it's late in the
Please.
day and for everyone's benefit. There were some issues. It wasn't intentional, but Mr. Shaba was inconsistent with some of the information in his recollection of his employment. He didn't make any intentional omissions, misstatements. However, going through the process, he realized this isn't for him. It's a bona fide sale agreement. In addition to the purchase agreement that we provided, there's also a promissory note. He was never intended to be part of the business and operations, but we understand that would be a condition and we're voluntarily agreeing to that condition. It has always been Mr. Mika who is going to run the business. He's ran the business. There were no issues that were brought up with Mr. Mika. We'd respectfully just ask to allow Mr. Shaba to withdraw his application, and we're in agreement with the other condition that was recommended as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brown. Very succinct. Mr. Mika, how many hours do you intend on working at this location each week?
I'm doing more than 60 hours right now, which is I have only this store in my life. So
That was my next question. Is there any other employment or is this 100% of your time?
100% my time.
Okay, very good. And you understand and intend that the purchase of this market, as Mr. Brown said, is bona fide purchase. Mr. Shaba will not be involved. You're 100% responsible. You're making the purchase other than if you owe him money, obviously. Good. How will you be paying for the purchase? Is it just out of cash flow from the business?
Yes.
Okay. And you attended our restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar, correct?
Yes.
And I assume you saw that, as you probably heard this afternoon, being involved in the gaming business is a highly regulated, highly compliance-oriented business, correct? Yeah. So along with everything else you have to do with selling liquor, selling tobacco, you now have, if you get approved by the Gaming Commission, will have gaming machines in your store, and it's your responsibility to comply with all the statutes and regulations. You understand that? Good. All right. Mr. Shaba, appreciate you being here. Understand, as Mr. Brown said, you have decided that the gaming industry is just not something that you're interested in being involved in, so you're stepping away. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And the only reason you're doing that is you've decided that it'd be easier to get out of gaming and sell to Mr. Mika. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Dr. Watkins?
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. I think the issues have been covered by yourself very succinctly, I might add, and by the chairman. I don't have anything else of substance to add. I'm in support.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
No questions. I'm pretty clear on everything that's been discussed earlier.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Brown?
No, thank you all for your time.
Great. Then we would take two separate motions. Let's start first with a request to withdraw the application of Mr. Shaba.
Chair,
Do we need to rescind?
three motions.
Motion first, the previous motion.
Very good. So it was brought up the fact that we had made this recommendation to the commission, and because that is hanging out there, we actually need a motion to rescind the board action so that we can now consider this action. So would somebody like to make a motion to rescind the board's prior action?
Absolutely. I move to rescind the motion to recommend approval made by Member Assad and adopted by the board at its July 10th, 2024 board meeting on restricted agenda item number 1.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. So that motion is approved and our prior action has been rescinded. Then I would take a separate motion on the request to withdraw the application of Mr. Shaba.
I move to grant the motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. And then finally, the action today is for the restricted gaming license and the application for licensure, member, manager, and key executive, Mr. Mika, which we can now take because we rescinded the earlier action. Do you have a motion on that, Dr. Watkins?
I sure do. I move to recommend approval of the remaining application in restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Cecilia Shaba shall have no involvement nor influence in the operation of Vegas Store LLC doing business as Corner Market.
And Mr. Brown, I believe you stated for the record that you've reviewed both those conditions and you and your client agree to them.
That is correct. Yes.
Great. Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you, Ms. Shaba. Good luck to you as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all again. And we do want to thank Agent Lombardo. He was very patient walking us through this process. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I just have a quick question. Where on Charleston is this? West Charleston? What's the cross street?
Rainbow.
Rainbow and Charleston. Very good. Thank you.
Charleston Rainbow. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Bringing us to restricted item number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of BSAG Corporation to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 19220E. It is also the application of Mandeep Kaur for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. And joining me today from Carson City is Mandeep Kaur, and we appreciate the ability for her to appear from Carson City. We know it's been a long afternoon, and if you would like to, we can either go straight to questions or we can have Mrs. Kaur provide some background information about herself.
Yeah, let's do it briefly. Good afternoon, Ms. Kaur. If you could give us a brief background on yourself. Your microphone may need to be turned on there for you. I know we're having some AV issues to Carson City. Go ahead and speak and we'll see if we can hear you.
Yeah,
And,
hi, my name is Mandeep.
Great, we
Hello?
can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Mandeep Kaur. I was born and raised in India, and I moved to United States, Sacramento, California in November 2003. And then I did my general education in India. After moving here, I got my GED diploma. I did CNA programming and pharmacy technician. As far as my working history, I started working as a barista in 2004. After that, I had a work of other job series. I worked as a certified nursing assistant at Cottonwood facility in Woodland and pharmacy technician at Med-Aid Pharmacy in Sacramento. While I was working at the Med-Aid, I had an opportunity to work as a manager at my brother's store, which is owned by my brother's store in California. And that inspired me to franchise 7-Eleven store. I got it in August 21.
Thank you for that. You said you took over the store in August of 21, is that correct?
Yes.
August 23rd of 2021, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. And what was the gaming in there at the time you acquired it?
There was 4 machines, and I have 4 machines right now.
Was this a SRO had it, Mr. Donato?
Yes, that's correct. The gaming license is held by the SRO, and since she took over, she's been on a space lease since that time frame, and she's requesting to now participate in the gaming revenue.
Great, thank you. And is your residence still in Sacramento?
Yes, I do commute like twice a week, and my brother, my sister and brother-in-law, they have I live with them like for a couple nights. I stay with them, but I do commute like twice a week. But I'm also looking for my place to buy here in Sparks, Nevada.
And how many hours a week do you spend at the 7-Eleven location?
30 to 40 hours a week.
And do you have other employment besides that?
No, this is the only business I have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being there in Carson City and joining us today. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Yeah, I was going to ask about other employment as well. I think we have that that this is your licensing history. So you still have your license as a Med-Aid pharmacy technician. Is that what it is, your license?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you for being here, and I'm in support of the application.
Dr. Saad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just wanted to congratulate you for, being a good citizen, transitioning from another country and becoming a productive member of society and opening up your own business. That's very commendable. I don't have any specific questions. Agent Partee and Special Agent Peters and Supervisor Allen and Chief Hoffman, they all did a great job putting together this application. Is very straightforward. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
My understanding that you attended our restricted licensee compliance seminar, is that correct?
Yes, I did in November.
Very good. And I'm sure from that you learned that this is an extremely highly regulated industry, correct?
Yes.
Good. A lot of compliance that we require.
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Donato, anything else you need to add?
No, just like to echo board member comments regarding Agent Partee's hard work on this application. So appreciate all her work.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bringing us restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6 are the applications of Black Willow Corporation for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Tanya Svoboda and Gary Svoboda, Sr. for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications by Tanya Svoboda and Gary Svoboda, Sr. to pledge equity interest as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Sorry, an unusual setup.
It is.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. For the record, again, I'm Kelsey Benu with the law firm of McDonald Crono, and I'm here on behalf of both Black Willow Corporation, DBA Shoshone Market, and Tanya and Gary Svoboda. We're very grateful for the waiver of appearance of the transferor, Anberg, trustee of the Anberg Trust. With me this afternoon to my right are the applicants, the transferees, Tanya and Gary Svoboda. Thank you so much for allowing us to appear from Carson City. We're here for a few applications as read into the record by Madam Secretary. First, we've got an application for the proposed transfer from the Ann Trust to each of the Svobodas. It would be a 100% interest transfer, 50% to Tanya and 50% to Gary. Second, we have the applications for the licensure of each of Tanya and Gary as shareholders, officers, and directors of the Shoshone Market. And then finally, related to the purchase sale agreement, we have an application by each of Tanya and Gary to pledge their membership interest in the Shoshone Market back to the transferor, Anberg, trustee of the Anberg Trust, in conjunction with a secured promissory note. In preparation for the requested approval of these items, amongst other steps, each of Tanya and Gary have taken and completed the board's restricted licensee compliance seminar. And with that, Tanya and Gary are prepared to briefly introduce themselves and provide some background, or given the sake of time, we can just open it up to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Benu. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Swoboda, if there's anything you believe we need to hear about your background, please feel free. Otherwise, obviously, we have a detailed investigative background. And I can tell you my questions are, what experience have you had in the store, and how many hours a week do you plan on spending there each? But if you want to add anything else, please feel free.
Okay, great. Yes, my experience in the store is I started when I was 19 with my parents when they built the store. And I stayed in every job capacity for about 15 years. And then my husband was transferred, so we left the state. I came back in 2016. And since 2016, I've been running every aspect of the store, the day-to-day operations, the bookkeeping, everything in the store. And that's where I'm at now. My husband retired in 2021 from his job. And at this point, my mother is 75 and ready to step down. So it was kind of like perfect timing that we would purchase the store from her.
How many hours do each of you spend or plan to spend working at the store?
I'm there now about 40 to 50 to 60 hours a week at this point, and I'll probably be there that same amount for a while.
And for you, Mr. Swoboda?
Currently, I spend probably 25 to 40 hours, depending. I do special projects and improvements for the facility, but plan on getting much deeper involved here after the purchase of the store.
Great. Thank you both. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions?
Just to confirm, the relationship with the trust is that you are the daughter and son-in-law of Mary Anberg, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have, Chair.
Judge?
I don't have any questions. Just want to congratulate you both and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
You both attended our gaming compliance seminar, correct?
We sure did.
As you probably heard me speak to other applicants, that seminar should have impressed upon you how highly regulated the gaming industry is, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, we take compliance very seriously around here.
Yeah, we got a clear picture of that today.
I'm sure you did. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, then,
Thank you.
Ms. Benu, anything else we need to know before we call for a vote?
We just wanted to thank Agent Heather Party, Special Agent Brandon Peters, and then Supervisor Julia Allen with the applications. They were wonderful to work with.
Great, thank you. I would entertain a motion then on this restricted item.
As to restricted item number 6, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
All right, then, and thank you, Ms. Benu, for talking about the equity interest pledge. So we have that as a separate application, but as Dr. Watkins stated, we'll take them all as one motion. And Madam Secretary, why don't you call for the vote?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 7.
Restricted number 7 are the applications of Taj Group LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair, members of the board, thank you for hearing our application today. I'd like to excuse the absence of my 2 partners.
Pull that microphone a little closer to you there, or scooch over a bit. There you go. Perfect.
I'd like to ask for the excuse of the absence of my 2 partners, the sellers in our application. They're both business owners and professionals, and we got word through our investigator that their presences could be waived today.
Absolutely. Anything you need to tell us about this application or location? Obviously, you've been running it with your partners for a while now. They decided to step out and you were going to take over full ownership. Tell us how that came about.
Yes, sir. So essentially, my business partner, Tom Boley, he's also a partner in our law practice. He recently had his first child. Long story short, he just lost interest in operating the bar. To be frank, it hasn't been profitable up to this point. We haven't been losing money, but we also haven't been making money. He doesn't want to invest any more time, energy, or money into making it profitable. There was a discussion between all 3 of us about potentially just selling the business. I wanted to continue to operate because, frankly, I've invested the most time and energy at this point into the business. And so they agreed to sell to me.
You got a full-time law practice, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
How many hours a week do you spend at the location?
Physically, I'm there about 10 hours a week. Working on the business, at least 20. We have a great camera system and point of sale system that lets me log in from pretty much anywhere.
And who's the full-time manager or GM, whatever you call them, that's on duty?
It's actually my girlfriend. Her name's Janelle Archer. She's actually here today. So
how many hours a week do you spend and does she spend at the location?
Physically, she's there about 25 hours a week. We also have an assistant GM that's there and 3 days a week.
So how many employees do you have total?
We're at 9 right now.
She thinks it's 5.
I'm counting her as well as
okay,
myself.
You and her. Yes. Gotcha. All right, very good. You being an attorney, and I'm assuming you put these applications together, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you're thoroughly familiar with the Gaming Control Act and the Nevada Gaming Commission regulations?
That is correct.
And you had the opportunity to sit through our meeting this afternoon. So as I've stated to other applicants, you understand that the gaming industry is highly regulated. You're already a current licensee, but you'll now be taking over 100% responsibility. The buck will stop with you. There'll only be one person to call, correct?
I'm looking forward to it, yes.
Okay, very good. What was the, Mr. Boley's promissory note, was there collateral for that?
No, just we've been business partners for 13 years now. Yeah. We have multiple business interests together.
But it's an unsecured note.
Yeah, he's pretty confident he's going to get paid.
Good partner to have.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm happy to support the application. I mentioned earlier on the record that I had a lot of misspent youth at the Hard Rock Casino. I misspent some of my youth at the Stakeout as well. So I look forward to the continuing success of the Stakeout that was quite the hangout when I was at UNLV. So good luck to you.
Thank you. We're going to bring it back to its former glory.
Look forward to it. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to get on the record. There's a condition that, that's attaching to the transfer of interest that requires, a key employee application to be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Are you aware of that, and do you agree to that?
Yeah, there was a question as to whether or not that would be required. If it is, then we would be changing it to Janelle.
Changing the key employee?
If required, yeah. Personally, I'd like to be the key employee, but I don't know if my office is less than 5 minutes away from the Stakeout Bar and Grill, and I live about 12 minutes away. So I'm always available if anything is required of me.
I don't know if we have discussion with regard to that matter.
Yeah, so we can play this out if you want. Obviously, you'd be the licensee. As I stated, the buck would stop with you. Based on you having a full-time job as an attorney, we usually look for somebody who is available to be the key employee, have a key employee application on file. Chief, have you seen the scenario where a person with another full-time job is the owner and key employee, or we just generally require this condition for a key employee application on a restricted location?
I think we've seen situations where the owner is spread pretty thin with full-time job, but most of the time our concern is when they live out of town and have full-time work out of town. If somebody is in close proximity to their bar or their operation, that gives us more comfort.
I would agree. If you were an absentee owner, it'd be absolutely required. You being here and you're making representations that you'd be the one to be there, that's sometimes difficult. If you tell me I was in court, I was in deposition, and we've got agents who show up and they say, I need to speak to somebody now, that's usually the key employee. So I don't see a problem putting the condition on there. Is there a reason you don't want the condition on there? Go ahead, turn the mic on.
So I intend to be far more personally involved as the sole owner. My area of practice, and I own my own practice, is personal injury and estate planning. Any files I have that are in active litigation, I'm bringing in co-counsel so that I can focus more full-time on running the Stakeout.
So the implication, Chief, of having a key employee application on file is just the filing fee, right? And then at the time that that key employee application may be actually reviewed, there's no different cost implications to this, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you maybe in a different way. We prefer from a regulatory standpoint that we have a owner, absolutely required if it's an absentee owner. We require a key employee application just as an almost normal course when somebody has another full-time job. The financial implications of that would be very different. If that was a non-restricted location, that person might have to go through a non-restricted application process. There's dollars attached to that. In this situation, it wouldn't be. So I can tell you, I would be more comfortable with this condition on there. And I understand that you think it's not necessary. You're the key employee because you're the owner. I think it's what you're in your mind. You're the only key employee because the buck stops with you.
Right.
But if there's no reason that to not have it, I would personally feel more comfortable just put it on there. Person files an application.
Say no more. We'll
Very
have one in. Can I have 60 days to get that?
Yeah, correct. Key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Just something you want to calendar. If that person changes, I assume your girlfriend stays in that position for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
But if that changes, you get another application filed within 60 days.
Got it.
Very good.
I'll have it done.
Anything else, Dr. Watkins?
No further questions. If we're ready for a motion, I'm happy to make it.
Judge, any questions or comments?
Just if I remember it, the Stakeout it's Maryland Parkway and Flamingo?
Yes, that's correct.
It's in that shopping plaza there?
It's closer to Harmon.
Harmon.
It was right next to Carlos Murphy's.
Yeah. There you go. That's the one. Okay, your old hangout.
I spent some time there too. Going through them all.
Great. I don't have any questions. Thank you. I wish you all the luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 7.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you. And I'd also like to thank our investigator, Ms. Aubrey Wilson. She was excellent.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 8.
Restricted number 8 is the application of FT Pub 11 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Lounge for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Why don't you go ahead and read in restricted item number 9 as well.
Restricted number 9 is the application of FT Pub 10 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Pub and Grill for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, and Judge Assad. For the record, I am Jesse Wadhams with the law firm of Black & Wadhams, representing FT Pubs 10 and 11 on this application for the waiver of Reg 4.080. You've had a long day. Jimmy Wadhams is up in Northern Nevada to answer any additional questions you have on the progress and what's going on.
Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. The reason why we asked one or both of you to appear today is just want to talk about the timing. Do you see that continuing this, the request is to continue it till June 2025 commission meeting? Do you feel comfortable that both of these locations will be able to activate their licenses before that time period?
Hi, Chair Hendricks. Hi, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. Jimmy Wadhams, Flowing Tide Pub for the records. The answer to that is really we've done this out of abundance of caution and ensuring we're delivering what we think is the best possible product we can. So I could have pushed and made the December 19th deadline. However, we felt like the extra 2 weeks to make sure that we have the properly trained staff and the location to the standard that we really see fit. I'm going to be about 2 weeks late. So we're talking a matter of a couple of maybe a week here, Chair Hendricks.
Is that for both locations?
For both locations, yes, sir.
Great, good. Happy to hear that. Question
Yeah,
from
these
board
things
members?
can be a little bit challenging as you peel back the onions. There's always stuff you don't anticipate. So I appreciate your understanding on that.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins?
Good evening. Thank you for being here. I think it's all been covered. I don't have anything further.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. It's the old Murphy's Law, right?
No, this
Something
is
could go wrong. It probably will, so you need more time.
Yes, that is correct. That is 100%
right.
correct. Yes, sir.
You got it. I'm in favor of it too.
Thank you.
All right, and asking for a little bit of time to extend the waiver certainly seems reasonable to me. So I'm also happy to support the application, and you'll be in front of the commission in a couple of weeks and they can make the final determination, but hopefully be able to say that you'll be opening right after that meeting.
Oh, very quickly. Yes, sir. And I want to thank Agent Heather Partee. She took several calls from me as I was trying to pinpoint the deadline of this going and trying to make the best decision on how we handle it. And she was very helpful. And so we couldn't have done it without her.
Great, appreciate that. I'd entertain a motion then. Let's take them separately. Restricted item number 8.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in June 2024 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in June 2025.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted number 9.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in June 2024 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in June 2025.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes as well. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And restricted 10, 11, and 12 were on our consent agenda, correct, Madam Secretary?
Correct.
Bringing us, I believe, to our new game, correct?
Correct.
All right.
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Take Two Back Poker, submitted by AGS, a Delaware limited liability company.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead and state your name for the record and tell us a little bit about this game.
My name is Tyler Knight, and the game is a stud poker game. We're excited to offer our progressive systems on this to the customers that are interested here in Nevada.
Great. Was there a field trial on this?
There was not.
I believe there was not. That's what I was thinking. I haven't reviewed my materials in a couple of days, but wasn't necessary because, as you said, it's a version of poker that's already in the industry, correct?
Correct.
All right. So we waive the field trial. For the purposes of the record, a requirement for the board to recommend a new game, actually to approve a new game and send it forward, is that it requires a description of the rules, which is presented, written documentation of any intellectual property, proposed schedule of payouts, statistical evaluation of theoretical percentages, and results from independent testing lab. That's all in our materials you've submitted. We didn't have the field trial as we just discussed, and obviously it needs to be considered for purposes of whether or not it was consistent with Nevada's public policy, which is considered under 463.0129 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. I believe it is, because as you said, the game is already out in the industry, and always encouraging new games is important to the gaming industry and vital to the state economy. So that fits the public policy of our state. As you're probably also aware, that any action by the board or commission does not imply or implicate that we are in any way influencing or voting upon or making any recommendation regarding intellectual property, whether it's your intellectual property or anybody else's intellectual property. This is simply an approval of the gaming product, the new game, and whether or not it should be allowed on Nevada casino floors. Is that understandable?
Understood, sir.
Great. Appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, any questions?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here and congratulations on getting to this stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the lack of a field trial was due to the long-time approval of Let It Ride, the 3-card bonus, as well as the prior approval of the majority of progressive side bets. Is that your understanding?
It is.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I don't have a problem supporting the application. Good luck with the game.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. No questions.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And then again, just for the record, any approval made by the Board or Commission does not intend to induce or encourage infringement of anybody else's valid patent. That's what I was saying earlier. We do not resolve or weigh in onto patent issues or copyright issues when we make decisions regarding new games. Just need that clear for the record. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Great. I would entertain a motion then on the new game of Take Two Back Poker.
I move to recommend a final approval to the new game, Take Two Back Poker.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our last item, which is public comment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Go
This
ahead.
item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's begin in Carson City. I know there's a little bit of an AV issue, so is there anyone in Carson City that can tell us if anyone intends on making public comment this afternoon?
There is nobody here for public comment.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this afternoon? All right, seeing none. Board members, anything you'd like to make on public comment?
No, sir, I'm good.
I'd just like to thank you, Chairman, for getting us through a difficult day. Great
Thank you for
job.
that. I believe this is probably our longest meeting.
I'll add my thanks to that as well. Thank you.
Very good. And thank you to both of you. And thank you to all the staff for sitting through a very long meeting. And again, always thank you to the legislature for letting us borrow your room today. That will conclude the meeting of the Nevada Game Control Board for the month of December 2024. Thank you to everyone who attended in person or virtually. We are adjourned.